Let's switch now to the focus of much of the diplomatic negotiation that preceded tonight's action, and Jeannie Most at the United Nations.
David, the members of the UN Security Council are expected to meet here at the UN for consultations on this sometime tonight. The Secretary General of the UN told us as much a short time ago on his way out of the building. We're not sure when. The U.S. mission to the United Nations is saying that probably sometime after the President of the United States speaks. In any case, the Secretary General of the UN was watching all of this on television. He left the building a short time ago saying he would be back soon. And here is some of what he said on his way out the door.
After all my efforts, after all the efforts of so many countries and so many personalities, that we are now facing a war. And then at this very moment, only 1 hour and a half after the hostilities, I am not well informed. I have not lot of details about what has happened, but I think it's for me to express my deep sorrow because of as Secretary General of the United Nations, a peace organization, I can only be saddened by the beginning of hostilities.
The Secretary General saying he was saddened by hostilities. He also sounded a bit upset that he was not informed. He does not seem to be terribly informed in advance about this by the United States. As for action by the Council, we expect the United States to probably brief members of the Council on what it is doing. The ambassador from Cuba, which was one of the two countries that voted against the use of force resolution, as he left the building a few minutes ago, he said that Cuba would try to get the Council to do something to stop this war, although there's not much the Council can do. After all, it was the Council that authorized this action, and a CNN crew a short time ago went to the Iraqi mission to the UN to see what kind of response they would have at this early time in the hostilities. Someone merely closed the door on CNN people saying no, no, no. It was interesting, actually, when word of this started to come through here at the UN, filter out here at the UN. It wasn't confirmed. I happened to be near some of the Iraqi delegations, some of the lower-level people that were sitting in the UN, and I told them what we had heard, that the hostilities were starting. They were serious, calm about it, and they simply at that point thought it probably wasn't true. Well, it is true. The Kuwaiti ambassador, by the way, welcomed the attack and said he wished victory to the U.S.-led operation. I'm Jeannie Most reporting live from the United Nations.
Thank you, Jeannie. I might make note now for our viewers that we have temporarily lost contact with Baghdad. I don't wish to alarm anyone. We did expect to have this come in and out. But our three correspondents, Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman, are there in the Al Rashid Hotel. We expect to, and we hope to be bringing you some more of their reports later. The NATO foreign ministers have announced an emergency meeting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They will be meeting at their headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. That comes 1/2 hour after the meeting here in Washington with the nation on television of President Bush, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, addressing the United States on what has been called by United States officials Operation Desert Storm. Wave after wave of Allied planes attacking tonight the city and capital of Baghdad. Let's go now for an update to the Pentagon and Wolf Blitzer.
David, here at the Pentagon, we are broadcasting now from the CNN office at the Pentagon. They're getting the studio in the Pentagon ready for a briefing in about 1 hour, shortly after the President's address to the nation. They're getting it ready for a briefing by the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell. I want to reiterate what you said. The loss of communications, hopefully only temporarily, from Baghdad should not necessarily be a source of great alarm. For days, Pentagon officials have been telling us here at CNN that in this initial airstrike, once it happens, the U.S. will be zapping most of Iraq with so much electronic jamming equipment, so many electronic signals, that almost all of the communications, telephone, satellite, everything else, certainly television, almost everything is going to go out very, very quickly. It was a high priority target for the U.S. military, not necessarily to go after civilian targets, but to make sure that all of the command and communications facilities in and around Baghdad, certainly in Basra, in the south of Iraq, closer to Kuwait, all of that would be knocked out. The major reason being that the 540,000 Iraqi troops in and around Kuwait, what's called the Kuwaiti Theater, Kuwait and southern Iraq, that they would be isolated from command headquarters, from the bunkers where presumably Saddam Hussein personally is giving orders. So I just wanted to reiterate that we should not be overly alarmed by the loss of communications, and we should not be surprised if those communications with Baghdad are derailed, at least for the duration, at least for the time being. Let me also say that this airstrike is an airstrike. We have no indications that any U.S. land forces have actually moved in to liberate Kuwait. It has always been assumed that it would be several days, maybe even a week or two, could be longer, before any of those ground forces would be used. Certainly the initial reports reaching the Pentagon from CENTCOM, Central Command Headquarters in Riyadh, from General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield, those initial reports appear to be very favorable as far as the U.S. is concerned. The orchestrated U.S. airstrike with all of the targets, the Scud missile bases, the anti-aircraft facilities, all of the Iraqi air bases, anything that could endanger the invading U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters, all of that would be destroyed in this initial airstrike. David?
Well, thank you very much. It is 8:37 in the East. President Bush addresses the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Just moments ago, the White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater described the president as calm, expectant, very matter-of-fact. He has been watching the first reports of the action which he initiated. We're going now to New York. The financial markets are reacting. Certainly there have been some jiggles in the oil markets. Bill Hartley reports now from New York.
Well, David, the outbreak of war is, of course, dominating world financial markets at this hour. Japan's stock market, though, down only very slightly in morning trading. Apparent relief that something has finally happened. Nikkei average is off just over 75 points. That's about a third of a percentage point. Oil prices are rising right now on fears of what war will do to Middle Eastern fields. But spot traders say there are very few buyers or sellers. The quoted range is anywhere from $7 to $12 a barrel, higher than closing New York prices. That would put a barrel of light sweet crude just over the $40 mark. And the dollar is sinking against most major currencies, off 1 1/4 yen against the Japanese currency, falling about 2 pennies on the German mark and 1 1/4 cent on the British pound. We'll be following other markets in Asia and Europe through the night. David?
Bill Hartley reporting from the financial desk in New York. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to report that we can go back to Baghdad now and our 3 correspondents there. Let's see who picks up the phone.
Yes, this is Peter Arnett here. We're just temporarily off the air. There has been a lull for about 15, 20 minutes now. There has not been one tracer bullet in the sky. We don't see any more bombing in the distance, so for the time being anyway, it is quiet. I'll give you over to Bernie Shaw.
Thank you, Peter. Just to explain to our viewers why you did not hear from us for a nervously long time. For the past 20 minutes, I've been hiding under a table, and what happened was the security people made a sweep. They got very upset that there were 3 mortals on this floor, just 3 men standing in a hotel room. So I scampered to hide to make sure that if they pulled Arnett and Holloman out and took them downstairs into custody, at least there would still be one CNN person on the air. John?
I did the same thing you did, Bernie, only I hid under a bed, and it's amazing that somebody as large as I am can get under a bed that close to the ground, but I was able to do it at least, and the situation here now is, the Iraqi authorities now know that we're here, and I don't know that they've been able to tell. I don't know whether their satellite dishes that are tuned to CNN work in these blackout conditions.
I'm concerned that we not be summarily picked off one by one, so I'm going to yield the microphone to you, John, and to you, Peter, and I'm going to go back and hide under this table, not because I'm fearful of what's happening outside in the air, but I want to be sure that if there's another sweep, if you two get picked off, at least one of us will be here, and perhaps it might be a good idea to rotate this.
Sure. Good idea, Bernie.
I'd like to assure our viewers the hotel security men were amiable. They let me stay. They understood. I explained that I didn't tell them we were reporting live from this hotel room, but I did say that we had been invited by the Minister of Information to witness what was going on here, and they accepted that explanation. 1 minute, please.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. I'm just looking out the window. The security people have forced us to close our windows, and maybe it's for our own good, maybe not. We don't know whether these windows are going to shatter under blasts or not, but there's some beautiful tracer fire outside now. It's way up in the air. It's bright red blasts and yellow blasts, and with the windows closed, we can't hear as well as we were able to hear before. But You know, it continues to go on outside now. We don't, because we can't hear as well, we can't really tell you as much about what's going on as we would have been able to with the window open. These security fellows also took some of the videotape out of one of our cameras. They say we'll get it back tomorrow. I'm a little skeptical that we will, but it was the beautiful pictures that we took to go along with the commentary that you heard earlier tonight on CNN.
You keep using that word, beautiful. This is not beautiful to me. Peter, you were being modest when you told viewers, you explained that you had the permission of the Interior, the Information Ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, you should have heard this masterful performance. I was in the other room on the floor under the table, and this Peter Arnett man said to the security guy, I spent 10 years in Vietnam. The bombs outside, they don't bother me. If I go down in the shelter, I go crazy. It was quite a performance, and he conned them.
That's right.
All right, Bernie and Peter and John, we'll be back to you. Thanks for that report. We're going now to Charles Jaco, who has been reporting to us from Tehran, Saudi Arabia. Charles?
Yes, another false alarm, apparently. The air raid sirens went off here. We were led to believe it was some sort of air raid alert, either a missile alert or an air raid attack. We've stayed out here, losing phone lines, getting them back. What we can see is behind us, I don't know if you can see them, the lights of the city are on. It's rather unusual for a city that might be thought to be under attack, but the city is still brightly lit around the air bases here. There's no sign that the city is hunkered down or blacked out at all. Air raid sirens did sound. They sounded for a couple of minutes, then went off. Then the alarms here at the hotel went off, telling everyone to don their gas masks. All of us carry these now, and to get downstairs. Again, that it was apparently a false alarm. What we know, again, we can repeat. We heard earlier from Saudi military sources, which is that the first one was a false alarm. Apparently, this one was a false alarm. It was a national air raid alert. The last we heard from the Saudi military, and we say Saudi military because no information has been forthcoming here from U.S. military sources, is that the airstrikes against Iraq by Allied air forces, primarily the U.S. Air Force, have been massive, and they kept emphasizing that word, massive, and that they have detected no retaliation, either missile or jet, against Saudi Arabia from that. The Saudis are still obviously on pins and needles. They've been living in a state of high war alert since early August and are very understandably nervous and concerned about what might happen. But so far, everyone here in Tehran is safe, and there have been no problems except for bad cases of jangled nerves and scrambles down to the hotel basement into the shelter and putting on the gas mask. But all we can tell you right now is that apparently the attack was underway. It was massive, and so far at least, and this was our information as of about 20 minutes ago, so far, no retaliation, either missile or jet of any kind from Iraq, has been spotted. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
All right, Charles, we'll switch just a few miles away and go to Riyadh, I believe, and Don Sweeney. We're expecting a report from him. Come in.
The military personnel in Saudi Arabia have just learned officially from their commander that they are in fact involved in Operation Desert Storm. A communique from General Norman Schwarzkopf issued just a few moments ago. Part of it says to the members of the military, you are a member of the most powerful force of our country in coalition with our allies that has ever assembled in a single theater to face such an aggressor. Now you have trained hard for this battle, and you are ready. He goes on to say a bit later, our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country. It's signed H. Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the forces in Saudi Arabia. This is John Sweeney, CNN, in Riyadh.
All right, John, any extraneous noises outside where you are? Is everything fine?
We had one air raid warning about an hour and a half ago. We have not heard anything since then. The traffic in the streets is quite early in the morning here. It's 4:45 in the morning. The traffic in the street is quite normal, and other than that, things are quite quiet in Riyadh.
All right, thank you very much. And now a moniker that I hope doesn't stick. Let's go back to the boys in Baghdad.
Thank you, David. The boys in Baghdad are here, and we want to tell you a couple of things. There have been calls we've learned from CNN, from other networks, asking about the safety of their people. There are 45 journalists still in Baghdad tonight, according to the Minister of Information, and as far as we know, all those 45 journalists are in this hotel, and everybody in this hotel is safe. It hasn't been hit. There's a series of fallout, or not, bomb shelters down in the basement, and virtually everybody except us is down there in those shelters. Bernie?
John, I made the trek downstairs into the bomb shelter and then came back upstairs. And indeed, all the journalists who were in this hotel when it happened, and most of them were because there had been a series of staff meetings, they are safe downstairs in the bomb shelter. No one is being permitted outside the hotel. I know for a fact, CBS News, if you're wondering, I saw with my own two eyes Larry Doyle, and we go way back to our days at CBS in Washington. He's fine. I saw Alan Tizzy. He was sitting on the floor sipping a glass of something. He seemed quite content. And there's a young thin chap who said he worked for CBS. I think he does radio. He's fine. Everybody is safe. We know you're worried about us, and we're concerned about ourselves, but everybody is safe. Peter, you look like you want to say something.
I simply want to say, Bernie, that this lull has lasted about 25 minutes now. No aircraft fire, no bombing. So it looks like this first phase is over, and we'll get back to you when it all starts again.
Okay, thanks, Peter Arnett. John Holloman, you want to say anything before we throw it back to our colleagues?
I just want to look out the window one last time and make sure that that it is as quiet as it seems to us. There are a few air bursts out here, but there's no anti-aircraft. I mean, there's nothing loud and noisy that we're hearing, and we don't feel any vibrations from outside. So I think it's probably safe for us to let the rest of the network broadcast a little bit tonight. From Baghdad, for Peter Arnett and Bernard Shaw, it's John Holloman. We'll be here if you need us.
Compelling reporting, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's coming up on 5 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad, and behind that, not too far, will be light. President Bush is going to address the nation shortly, within 12 or 13 minutes, and the lull that they're talking about having lasted 25 minutes may well continue until that is over. Also, we're expecting a briefing from the Secretary of Defense and Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell at the Pentagon following the President's remarks. Now let's go to Norfolk, Virginia. An awful lot of ships carrying the planes that were in the air over Baghdad sailed out of Norfolk. Tom Mentir is there with those who stayed behind and with this report.
There are 35,000 Navy servicemen that have departed from Norfolk for the Persian Gulf. We are at the First Baptist Church of Norfolk, where just a few moments ago, the Reverend here made the announcement to a packed congregation. There was a concert going on inside. Joining us is Colleen Jackson. Colleen, your husband, Kevin, is a lieutenant commander, and he is aboard the Saratoga. Tell me what thoughts went through your mind as the Reverend made the announcement. Did you think it would come tonight?
No, I didn't think it would come tonight, and I didn't think it would hit quite so hard. I knew that there was airplanes launched. I don't know if he's one of them. I'm scared. I can't think of a better place to have been tonight than to have been in church.
The church has a support system where they will contact everyone and make sure that people are not alone who are members of this church. Is it a good system? Does it help?
Yes, it does help, and I have my own support system of my friends from this church. They're making sure that no one will be alone tonight. They're making sure that everyone that needs to have a support, a shoulder to cry on, a friend to pray with. They're just the most wonderful people to be associated with right now.
Will you watch the president tonight?
Yes, I probably will, just to see if there's any information that I can find at all about what's happening with my husband and with the men in his squadron.
If you could talk to the president right now, what message would you send to him?
That I believe in him, that I'm praying for him, and to just bring our men home as quickly and safely as he possibly can.
Colleen Jackson, thank you very much. I know this is a very difficult time for you. Thank you. So it is one of the Navy wives, and there are 35,000 of them here in Norfolk, Virginia tonight. They're all waiting for some type of word. I'm Tom Mentir, CNN, reporting live from Norfolk, Virginia.
Thanks, Tom. They, too, are among the brave, of course, all across this nation. Let's return now to Baghdad and our three correspondents.
Thanks, David. Yeah, we're here, and it's very quiet outside. There still are an occasional flash of light off to the south of our location, far in the distance. There have been no big blasts in the recent past. No signs of anti-aircraft fire right now. No sounds of jets overhead. It's eerie stillness that we talked about earlier in the day. Bernie Shaw is here now.
I just want to make this observation. The President of the United States is coming up to address his nation and the world very shortly. And that we are on the air means that the government of Iraq, its ears are wide open, and it will be listening to President Bush very closely. We told you earlier in the week that the Information Ministry had received its own satellite dish, and prior to that, the Foreign Ministry had its. We've got to run. Somebody's knocking on the door. John and I are going to hide. Peter, here.
Yes, this is Peter Arnett signing off for a minute, and I'll see what the action is outside.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We assume that's not the full brush salesman. Let's go to Robert Vito. He's standing by now on the west coast of the United States at San Diego, another important naval base. Robert.
Well, I'm at an apartment complex in San Diego, and I've spent the last few hours with several wives whose husbands are serving aboard ships in the Persian Gulf. And we've all been glued to the television set watching CNN, mesmerized by what we've seen and by what we've heard. And it's been an emotional time for these ladies as they held hands and they prayed and had these feelings that I'll let them tell you about. Denise, what was your feeling, your reaction as you watched the events unfold?
I was scared, frightened for my husband, for the guys on the ship, and for the Iraqi people, because it's come to this, you know. This crazy man has brought us this far. I back my husband up. I'm very proud of what he does and who he is and where he's at right now. But I'm also scared because I want him home.
If you had a moment to talk to the president, what would you say to him, the president of the United States?
To get it done and over with as quickly as possible. I'd like to see Saddam Hussein brought in front of the UN Council and tried. That's the way I feel about it. This man shouldn't be walking free. I think he ought to be tried for what he's done and what he's put the Iraqi people as well as the United States and all the countries that are over there through.
Thank you, Denise. Kay, could you just come up? Kay Hunter is a lady who a lot of the wives who have husbands on ships lean on for support and help. What are your feelings?
I am very, very deeply concerned for all the people over there. We have to be strong together because it's our strength and our support of one another that is going to get us through this. And it's because of this group here and lots of groups like this all over the United States with the parents and the wives and the children that are going to help the families get through this. And we are here and we love them all, and we're 1,000% behind the military. And Mr. Bush, get them over there and get it over with and get our husbands home.
Thank you. I know these are tough times. I'm going to ask Charlotte. Charlotte, could you just come over here and just share a moment with us and tell me your thoughts.
I'm very upset right now, of course, but I back up my husband 100%. I just want it over with and send him home.
Did you support the action?
I feel that they did what they had to do. And I feel sorry for all the people over there that lives are going to be lost. And I think Hassan should have to pay for this. I think he should not get away with what has happened here.
Thank you, Charlotte, for sharing your thoughts with us. So the feeling here is, of course, like elsewhere, that the war will be over soon. Robert Vito reporting live from San Diego.
Bye. Shortly, I'd like to point out first that a senior administration official has told CNN that no ground attack has occurred at this point. We repeat, no ground attack is underway. Australian warships have been authorized, 3 of them, to assist in the multinational force arrayed against Iraq to free Kuwait. The mission of President Bush tonight, which he will address the nation on in less than 5 minutes, is simply to free Kuwait. Let's go now to Doug James and get his report from Amman. Doug.
We understand that Jordan's King Hussein is currently, like many other people, watching CNN to see the latest developments from Iraq and Kuwait. So far, the people here have been told very little. There was a radio announcement approximately 1 hour ago giving them the bare details. They'll have to wait until 10 o'clock local time in the morning to get more information. With us at the moment is Kamal Abu Jabbar, a Middle East expert who's been following the Gulf crisis from the very beginning. And I wonder, sir, what you think is going through King Hussein's mind at this very moment.
I think what's going through his head right now is sadness and a terrible shock that in the final analysis something could not have been worked out in a decent way. That while President Bush is speaking about free Kuwait, why can't he speak about free Palestine? And I think that is what is going through his mind at this moment.
Would he have been taken by surprise, as many others have, with the nature of the attack this evening, the quickness of the attack this evening?
Yes, I think so, very much so. I don't think anybody in the whole world, anybody in his right mind expected this kind of reaction by the United States. I still believe that there was room for talk, and I am puzzled, like I'm sure His Majesty is puzzled at this moment. Why couldn't the United States have talked to Iraq in a meaningful and in a human manner?
What reaction do you think he'll have tomorrow? Will he have more to say in the morning?
His Majesty, yes, of course he will have to say. I'm sure of that, yes.
As you know, the country is in the middle of Iraq and Israel. This must be a primary concern of his at the moment.
Of course. I mean, you know, we have the Israeli army to our west that is armed to the teeth with all kinds of ugly weapons and willing and ready to use them at any moment.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is Doug James reporting live from Amman, Jordan.
Thank you, Doug. The president is going to speak in about 3.5 minutes. We return now to Baghdad and our 3 correspondents there until then. Bernie Shaw.
David, I just want to explain to you and our viewers what happened. There was a knock at the door, and we had to scramble. I had to go to my hiding position under the table, but we're back here, and we're standing by. I had indicated that, in my opinion, we will be watching very closely and listening to what the president has to say. I was reporting that the information and foreign ministries can receive CNN. They will be watching and listening. And Peter Arnett, John Holloman, I'm going to be listening for signals from the President of the United States to Saddam Hussein.
One more thing before we go to the president. We just had another fairly loud blast on the outside, which was visible as a white flash in our windows. We'll stay here, and after the president's done, we'll give you an update on what happened while he was speaking. Peter? Oh, okay, we'll go back to Atlanta now.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We will be back to you. Perhaps another wave beginning. We have been informed that there will be more, possibly more air attacks tonight. The president's about to speak to the nation, and let's go to the White House and our senior correspondent, Charles Bierbauer. Well, he'll be with us shortly. The president has been described earlier this evening as expectant but calm and resolute, and he has said that this mission is to free Kuwait. Charles is ready now. Charles, come in.
David, President Bush, as you indicate very shortly, the speech anticipated. Perhaps we will get a little more detail as to just what it is that he has set in motion here. We know that he has been in contact with a number of his allies in this mission. One of them, the Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Hawke, has indicated he's received a call and ordered Australian ships to go into action as well. We do not have broad detail yet as to just how international this operation may be. I have heard some reports that the British are involved on the Kuwaiti side of the equation. Perhaps we will get more detail, actually more likely out of the Pentagon on that. President Bush, in a speech that he's been working on himself for the past 2 to 3 weeks, in fact, probably going back to his Christmas holiday up at Camp David, where he pretty much formulated his ideas and his final decisions on what he was going to do. We will hear an address of about 10 to 12 minutes in length, and as I say, it's one that we were told that he has worked on and pretty much written himself. David?
I heard, Charles, that there were actually 4 drafts, that a lot of thought has gone into this speech, and it is a delicate one. Perhaps it is one of the continuing diplomacy that was cut off by what he called the stiff arm from Saddam Hussein. Incidentally, Charles, we can hear some voices in the background behind you. Are the demonstrators still there?
There are still demonstrators in Lafayette Park, as there have been for the past several days. They have grown and diminished in numbers throughout the days, and as the weather got better and got worse, but there has been something of a constant vigil over there. It is within earshot if the president is normally listening, or if he's outside, as he has been on a couple of occasions. We do not know if they will have the opportunity that we will have to hear the president now.
All right, Charles, we go live to the Oval Office.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. This conflict started August 2nd when the dictator of Iraq invaded a small and helpless neighbor. Kuwait, a member of the Arab League and a member of the United Nations, was crushed. Its people brutalized. 5 months ago, Saddam Hussein started this cruel war against Kuwait. Tonight, the battle has been joined. This military action, taken in accord with United Nations resolutions and with the consent of the United States Congress, follows months of constant and virtually endless diplomatic activity on the part of the United Nations, the United States, and many, many other countries. Arab leaders sought what became known as an Arab solution, only to conclude that Saddam Hussein was unwilling to leave Kuwait. Others traveled to Baghdad in a variety of efforts to restore peace and justice. Our Secretary of State, James Baker, held an historic meeting in Geneva, only to be totally rebuffed. This past weekend, in a last-ditch effort, the Secretary General of the United Nations went to the Middle East with peace in his heart, his second such mission, and he came back from Baghdad with no progress at all in getting Saddam Hussein to withdraw from Kuwait. Now, the 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal. Initial reports from General Schwarzkopf are that our operations are proceeding according to plan. Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities, and among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, More damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein met every overture of peace with open contempt. While the world prayed for peace, Saddam prepared for war. I had hoped that when the United States Congress, in historic debate, took its resolute action, Saddam would realize he could not prevail and would move out of Kuwait in accord with the United Nations resolutions. He did not do that. Instead, he remained intransigent, certain that time was on his side. Saddam was warned over and over again to comply with the will of the United Nations, leave Kuwait or be driven out. Saddam has arrogantly rejected all warnings. Instead, he tried to make this a dispute between Iraq and the United States of America. Well, he failed. Tonight, 28 nations, countries from 5 continents, Europe and Asia, Africa and the Arab League, have forces in the Gulf area standing shoulder to shoulder against Saddam Hussein. These countries had hoped the use of force could be avoided. Regrettably, we now believe that only force will make him leave. Prior to ordering our forces into battle, I instructed our military commanders to take every necessary step to prevail as quickly as possible and with the greatest degree of protection possible for American and Allied servicemen and women. I've told the American people before that this will not be another Vietnam. And I repeat this here tonight. Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world, and they will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their back. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders. We have no argument with the people of Iraq. Indeed, for the innocents caught in this conflict, I pray for their safety. Our goal is not the conquest of Iraq. It is the liberation of Kuwait. It is my hope that somehow the Iraqi people can, even now, convince their dictator that he must lay down his arms, leave Kuwait, and let Iraq itself rejoin the family of peace-loving nations. Thomas Paine wrote many years ago, "These are the times that try men's souls." Those well-known words are so very true today. But even as planes of the multinational forces attack Iraq, I prefer to think of peace, not war. I am convinced not only that we will prevail, but that out of the horror of combat will come the recognition that no nation can stand against a world united. No nation will be permitted to brutally assault its neighbor. No president can easily commit our sons and daughters to war. They are the nation's finest. Ours is an all-volunteer force, magnificently trained, highly motivated. The troops know why they're there, and listen to what they say, for they've said it better than any president or prime minister ever could. Listen to Hollywood Huddleston, Marine Lance Corporal. He says, let's free these people so we can go home and be free again. And he's right. The terrible crimes and tortures committed by Saddam's henchmen against the innocent people of Kuwait are an affront to mankind and a challenge to the freedom of all. Listen to one of our great officers out there, Marine Lieutenant General Walter Boomer. He said, there are things worth fighting for. A world in which brutality and lawlessness are allowed to go unchecked isn't the kind of world we're going to want to live in. Listen to Master Sergeant J.P. Kendall of the 82nd Airborne. We're here for more than just the price of a gallon of gas. What we're doing is going to chart the future of the world for the next 100 years. It's better to deal with this guy now than 5 years from now. And finally, we should all sit up and listen to Jackie Jones, an Army lieutenant, when she says, if we let him get away with this, who knows what's going to be next? I've called upon Hollywood and Walter and JP and Jackie and all their courageous comrades in arms to do what must be done. Tonight, America and the world are deeply, deeply grateful to them and to their families. And let me say to everyone listening or watching tonight, when the troops we've sent in finish their work, I'm determined to bring them home as soon as possible. Tonight, as our forces fight, they and their families are in our prayers. May God bless each and every one of them and the coalition forces at our side in the Gulf, and may he continue to bless our nation, the United States of America.
President Bush, live from the Oval Office in a 12-minute address to the nation and the world, saying at the outset his minimal demands. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait and Iraq will comply with all relevant UN resolutions. Let's go now to Charles Jaco, who has word on airplanes in Saudi Arabia. Charles.
Yes, David. One high-ranking Saudi official has told us that he has been in touch with the highest levels in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. According to this information, he claims that all the planes from this first raid, Saudi and U.S. planes, have returned safely with no loss of planes and no loss of pilots. That's according to a high-ranking Saudi official here with contacts in Riyadh. King Fahd, the King of Saudi Arabia, is said to be meeting right now in Riyadh with members of his court and members of his government. I asked one Air Force officer here about the raid, how it went. Information was very hard to come by, but he would only tell me that the raid was, quote, more successful than we imagined, close quote. We can only imagine what that means. So the preliminary, and I must say these are preliminary indications we're getting here from a high-ranking Saudi official and an Air Force officer, is that the first wave of the raid on Iraq at least was successful, and that at least all the Saudi and United States planes have returned without any loss. David?
Saudi Arabia, thank you very much. The force may indeed be larger than we had been led to believe, and with word on that is our correspondent who covers world affairs for us, Ralph Begleiter. I'm sorry for that lapse. Ralph, what have you for us?
David, according to Saudi officials, the number of Saudi planes in the air tonight was 150, joining the American fighters. And according to the Saudis, the air attacks were much more extensive than merely Baghdad. We, of course, had our reporting only from Baghdad because of the limitations of coverage in Iraq. But according to these Saudi sources, the attacks were countrywide throughout Iraq. involved in the mission tonight, along with British and American forces. The Saudi sources also say that Saudi Ambassador Prince Bandar was here at the State Department this morning at 8 o'clock for a meeting with Secretary of State Baker, a very brief meeting, about 10 minutes long, during which Baker asked for the Saudi green light to go ahead with the attack today. Prince Bandar telephoned King Fahd from Baker's office itself, received the green light, gave it to Baker immediately. That was the prearranged signal that the United States and the Saudis had decided on in order to get the Saudi government on board for the attack. In fact, that was the language used by King Fahd. He said, "We are on board." In addition, we've learned that Israel was pre-notified of the attack as well through several channels. The Saudis here in the Soviets here in Washington say they were not informed through the embassy in Washington, but presume that direct channels between Washington and Moscow were utilized for pre-notification. David?
World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter, thank you very much, reporting live from the State Department. Everyone wants us to go back to Baghdad, and so do I, where Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman have been reporting this dramatic evening. Gentlemen.
This is Bernie. We have listened to the President's address, and as he indicated in speaking, or while speaking, hostilities were going on, and indeed, we could see far off in the distance lights flashing. We could hear the bombs, and we could see the tracer fire from the anti-aircraft batteries. As I listened to President Bush tonight, it seemed to me that he was telling Saddam Hussein, "You are going to quit Kuwait." But I also heard Peter Arnett and John Holloman an implied threat to this man that the forces have gone against the nuclear plant that was a building. The forces have gone against the chemical arsenal. But I heard the President saying that we might not stop here. He did declare that this was not an invasion of Iraq. He wants to cripple this man's military capability. I should also tell you that we do not know where President Saddam Hussein is at this moment, nor do we know where other members of his government are located. I'm going to pass the microphone around because each of my colleagues has something to contribute. John Holloman.
Bernie, I think you're right about the President's message to President Saddam Hussein. It's a message of this is it. This is the beginning of what we're going to do. I'm sure the President would like very much if President Hussein would respond right away by, offering to pull out of Kuwait or something, but we'll have to wait and see what he's going to do later on. The last time we saw President Saddam Hussein was on television tonight in video that we know was at least a day old from a tour that he made of Kuwait. Excuse me. I'm now looking out the window of our bureau here, and I can tell you that off in the distance there continues to be the sounds of what appear to me to be bombs. During the President's message, there were flashes of light from a distance probably as much as 15 or 20 miles away, probably to the south of where we are. And at this moment, there are no signs of anti-aircraft fire in the downtown Baghdad area, but there continue to be these flashes of light off in the distance to the south. Peter Arnett, your reflections.
Yes, John, I couldn't help thinking as I heard the bombs, the distant bombs, punctuating President Bush's speech of his reference to Vietnam. This will not be another Vietnam. And I was thinking back to Vietnam, where I spent many years, to a similar raid in 1972, a B-52 strike on Hanoi. The interesting thing was that raid came at the end of the Vietnam War, near the end of the Vietnam War, and many say it helped end that war. This raid on Baghdad and elsewhere in this region tonight is at the beginning of this war, and maybe it certainly won't be a Vietnam. John?
Peter, while you were speaking, the sky lit up again with some more apparently chaff to fool Iraqi radar in the sky. There are bunches of groups of white lights and yellow lights that go through the sky and then blink out mysteriously, apparently designed to confuse the anti-aircraft guns. And at this point, the anti-aircraft guns are not firing. So if they're intended to confuse, they are not. The guns are not firing. Well, as I speak, off in the distance, I see some anti-aircraft fire is going up pretty far away from our location, and you might be able in the background to hear some of that out the window. Yeah, Bernie Shaw is back again, and then we want to talk to someone who's just come up from the shelters downstairs who will brief our loved ones about how things are there. Bernie.
Yes, I was just, Ingrid has been sitting here on the floor. I don't know how you managed to get past those guards, and make that long hike up those 14 stories that I made about an hour ago. But what is the situation in the bomb shelter? And Ingrid, you know all of the members of the press corps, the other American networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, they've been highly concerned about their people. So take your time now and give us a fill on what the situation is in the bomb shelter.
Well, what you can see from up here, you can hear down in the shelter is low, very low and quiet thumps. There was a little bit of confusion at the beginning. The press went down there, other hotel guests, hotel employees who also live in a compound nearby. A number of mothers and their children at a certain time, perhaps half an hour after the attack started, you heard chants of down, down, Bush, so we even had a little demonstration down in the shelter. The interesting thing was that some of the government guys that accompany us during the day when we try and work, and some of the hotel security people are walking around with Kalashnikovs and gas masks, which is something that was a little bit of a surprise to see. And I did see a lot of our colleagues down there, some of them who had been up on higher floors taking pictures, and they were taken by security people downstairs to a shelter, ostensibly for our own protection. Bernie.
And what is the mood of the people in the shelter?
Well, it's actually quieted down a lot. The confusion has ceased. Some of the people have gone to sleep. There's still a lot of milling around. The people are trying to get the BBC or anything to know what's going on in the outside world. There's a lot of questions about what's going on in Kuwait, Jordan, Israel, other spots that may be involved, and people are very curious to come above ground, waiting for daylight just to see what has happened.
Even in the midst of these raids around Baghdad, life goes on, and as incredible as it sounded incredible to my ears, John Holloman, a rooster crowing about 20 minutes ago as the bombs were going off out there over the horizon. Very strange sound.
I'll say, Bernie, and it's a long time before sunrise here. It's still a couple of hours before we're going to see the first rays of sunlight off to the east. But this rooster was obviously confused by all the military hardware arrayed and displayed in the skies of Baghdad. Peter Arnett's standing by to talk to us some more, but I'm just going to look out the window once before I give the microphone to Peter. You can still see flashes in the sky, but still, strangely, eerily, there are no fires, which is an indication. President Bush said in his speech that they were not attacking civilian targets here. They were attacking specific military targets, and it appears that's correct from everything we can observe from our window.
Yes, thank you, John. By my watch in this dim light of this hotel room, these series of raids have been going on for about 2 hours and 50 minutes. They began at around 2:30 Baghdad time in the center of the city. The government installations or installations of one kind or another, maybe anti-aircraft, strategic communication centers, began in the center and stayed in this particular part of town for about an hour and a half, but they are moving outwards of a large perimeter all around the horizon. We see explosions. There must have been scores and scores of raids that we have witnessed so far. When I say we witnessed, we've seen the flashes and we have seen the anti-aircraft fire going up. But it's obvious that these raids are continuing, and we can see the evidence of that. Here's Bernie Shaw again.
Peter, I'm trying to clear my mind of everything to keep the chronology of events uppermost. And I am anticipating two things at daybreak. One is more a hope than an anticipation. We hope that, one, when it's safe to go outside, we can find somebody in authority in this government to talk to. We do not know where President Saddam Hussein is at this moment as these raids continue. The other thing I anticipate is that Saddam Hussein will be beseeched by friends, some of them, to quit Kuwait. And, of course, you have to assume that he's going to have his supporters who will say, fight on. But I can't wait for daybreak because we've got even more work to do, and it's going to be interesting to see whether we can find anybody responsible in this government here in Baghdad to respond not only to the attacks, but also to the address of the President of the United States. Peter?
Yes, indeed, Bernie. Now, President Saddam Hussein has made it clear in the past week that he almost welcomed this war and he was prepared to fight it. So as we see it continuing, we'll report back to Atlanta, but let me give you John Holloman first.
Now we're going to go back to Atlanta to see what else our other network correspondents have to tell us.
John, Peter, and Bernie, thank you very much. We'll certainly be back with you. It's not quite sunup yet in Baghdad. By the way, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, is reporting that 5 Iraqi Scud missiles have been fired on Saudi Arabia, and the French embassy in Riyadh confirms that at least 1 Scud missile was fired. Those are the first reports of effective or possibly effective retaliatory firing from Iraq outward. Well, we've just heard from the very interior of a bombed country, Iraq. Let's go now to the interior of the United States, the hometown of the late President Harry S. Whoops, we're switching our plans now to go to Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, we've just been given a statement by General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the U.S. Central Command and the head of Operation Desert Storm, to the troops. I'll read part of it very briefly. This morning at 0300 Saudi time, we launched Operation Desert Storm, an offensive campaign that will enforce the UN resolutions. And this is directed to the troops, all the troops, especially the U.S. troops. During my visits with you, I have seen in your eyes a fire of determination to get this job done quickly so we all may return to the shores of our great nation. My confidence in you is total. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you. Signed, General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Central Command. The indications we're getting so far are that the operation to this early date is working fairly well. David?
Well, tonight we know why they call him Stormin' Norman. Thank you for that. We've just been in the heartland of Iraq with our 3 fine correspondents there. Let's go to the heartland of America now, the hometown of the late Harry Truman, where Jeff Flock is standing by.
David, Middle America is tonight glued to the reportage from the Middle East. Let's get first reaction now to the first retaliation, reports of the first retaliation. This gentleman's son is on a Navy destroyer. Sir?
Well, I think he left us with some assurity that they have made decisions based on a lot of good facts, and Congress and him have, we've engaged, and I think the greatest thing I heard is that he's going to allow us to go in there and do battle.
All right. Other reaction. Sir, your first reaction?
I feel like the president's speech was good. This is no Vietnam, and it's not going to be. And I back the president and the troops 100%.
Before we get away, a young person, what you saw, what do you think of it?
I don't think it's good, and I don't think we should go to war over just some stupid oil.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
Middle America, Independence, Missouri. We'll be back with more reaction later. I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live.
Jeff, thank you very much. It's coming up on the time when Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney is going to address reporters at the Pentagon, fill in a little more of the detail of what is going on and the scope and the size of the forces which have attacked Iraq tonight. We'll also hear from General Colin Powell. Wolf, you're standing by there now. Anything since the last time we talked?
David, here at the Pentagon, there is a packed studio here, obviously anticipating a lot of military details about this operation from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. He is expected any moment now to walk in here and to provide us these details. The president did provide some initial accounts. Obviously, as we all recall, he was very upbeat, at least in the initial reports from General Norman Schwarzkopf about this operation. He made it clear that this is so far an air campaign, that ground forces have not yet been ordered into Kuwait, into Kuwait in order to liberate that country. That has always been anticipated. The initial game plan was always that the United States would try to achieve air superiority as quickly as possible, and only after several days, maybe even a week or two, bring in the Army and the Marines and actually go in. And what Pentagon planners have always hoped would be a mop-up operation. They had always hoped that the Iraqis would surrender after this massive U.S. And allied airstrike. Only earlier today, military officials in Riyadh, U.S. military officials, said that the United States now has over 1,700 combat aircraft in the theater. Obviously, they had been rehearsing for many weeks and months, getting ready for this operation, pinpointing as many of the strategic targets as possible, trying to destroy them in the initial hour or two. The sense at the Pentagon has always been that this war would be won within an hour or two if the U.S. and the Allied air powers managed to achieve that decisive air superiority. We're also told that about a month ago, when the president met with his military and political advisors at Camp David. He had basically indicated to them to get ready for this operation, that if there was no diplomatic progress, if Saddam Hussein by January 15th was saying that he was not going to leave Kuwait, that the United States within a day or two, maybe three, would begin the operation, and clearly the president has decided that this is the moment to do it. Again, we're awaiting Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, who is going to be providing us with the initial reports from General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Sword. David?
All right, thank you very much, Wolf. Let's go back to the White House now and Charles Bierbauer in the aftermath of the president's about 12-minute talk. Charles.
David, President Bush has laid out the objective of freeing Kuwait, but very early on, back in August, he said one other thing that has to be considered is the long-term security arrangement in the Persian Gulf area. Just how he is going to go about that was to go after the nuclear and chemical weapons, and we'll hear more about that from the Pentagon briefing.
And then there'll be both Cheney and General Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will take just a very few questions. As I'm sure you can understand, they're very busy, so they will have time to take just a few questions, and then they will be on their way. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Pete. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you all heard the speech a short time ago by the President. And while there is not a great deal we can add now, we did want to be as forthcoming as we can with you. At 7 o'clock tonight, as you all know by now, Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Thursday morning in the Gulf, the armed forces of the United States began an operation at the direction of the President to force Saddam Hussein to withdraw his troops from Kuwait and to end his occupation of that country. At the direction of the President, I signed the execute order yesterday afternoon to undertake this operation, subject to certain conditions. It was to begin only after we'd met the terms of the resolution passed last Saturday by the Congress. Those conditions have been complied with and proper notice has been given as required. And the operation was not to take place if there had been any last-minute diplomatic breakthroughs. The operation underway tonight, taking place in the pre-dawn darkness of the Persian Gulf, involves Allied air forces of 4 nations: the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. As they undertake their missions, they do so after months of careful planning. At the direction of the President, great care has been taken to focus on military targets, to minimize U.S. casualties, and to do everything possible to avoid injury to civilians in Iraq and Kuwait. The targets being struck tonight are located throughout Iraq and Kuwait. Our focus is on the destruction of Saddam Hussein's offensive military capabilities, the very capabilities that he used to seize control of Kuwait and that make him a continuing threat to the nations of the Middle East. These are the same capabilities that now threaten American and Allied forces in the Gulf. Our goal, the same one we have maintained throughout Operation Desert Shield, is to liberate Kuwait and enforce the resolutions of the UN Security Council. This portion of the campaign, directed against Saddam Hussein's offensive military force, is an enormously complex undertaking. It involves all of the services of the United States military and hundreds of U.S. and Allied aircraft. It is an ongoing operation, and we must therefore limit the kind and the amount of information that we provide in these early stages. This obviously is different from what happened in Panama in December of 1989, where most of the operation was over by the morning of the first day. We understand your need for information about what will happen next, and we are well aware of our obligation to keep the American people informed. But you must also understand that we cannot talk about future operations without putting at risk the safety of those who will have to carry them out. I believe I can speak for all of us at the Pentagon tonight when I say that we had hoped to settle this matter peacefully. This has clearly been an agonizing decision for the President and the Congress of the United States. And we've reached the point of committing our forces to battle very reluctantly, only after the most careful consideration. But no one should doubt our ability and our resolve to carry out our mission and to achieve our objective. I have great confidence in the professionalism, the dedication, and the determination of the men and women of our armed forces. They are, without question, the finest young sailors, soldiers, airmen, and Marines this nation has ever sent in harm's way. I want to assure all Americans that we will do our very best to carry out the President's orders as quickly and efficiently as possible and at the lowest cost possible. We'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
General Powell, can you describe the Iraqi Air Force's resistance, if any, their losses so far, and to what extent do you think that you've already achieved air superiority there?
Well, the operation's only 2.5 hours old, so I'm not quite prepared to take on your second question. So far, there has been no air resistance.
Can you tell us if there's been any casualties so far?
We will, at the appropriate time, be releasing information on casualties. We're not prepared to release any specifics now. I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
What can you tell us about the Scud missiles that have been reportedly launched by Iraq?
There have been a number of reports of Scud missiles, but insofar as I am aware, they basically are false reports. General Powell, I want to say
Give us a rundown on the types of aircrafts and numbers that were involved in the raids.
I really can't at this time because it is an ongoing operation. Let me just say that it involved the Air Forces mentioned by Secretary Cheney and sorties in the hundreds.
Were there cruise missiles involved with that?
I won't comment on specific weaponry. It's an ongoing operation.
What targets were we bombing near Baghdad, and have we bombed any facilities where we think Saddam Hussein might be?
We have not been targeting Mr. Saddam Hussein. The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces, and we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
Have you heard any Iraq response of any kind?
The response of the Iraqi forces at this point has been limited, I think would be the best way to characterize it. But again, let me emphasize, as General Powell did, we are in the very early stages of this operation. It is likely to run for a long period of time. I realize you've all got legitimate questions about it, but there simply are things we do not know yet because it is an ongoing operation, because pilots are just now returning, and there'll be a lot of work required to assess the success of the initial efforts, and there'll be a lot of follow-up work required as well.
Could you tell us, please, whether or not there have been any indications whatsoever that the Iraqi troops, the 540,000 Iraqi troops in the Kuwaiti theater, have been cut off from their command and control headquarters in Baghdad?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that at this point, Wolf.
What about, Mr. Secretary, can I follow up, please? Should I follow up? The President said this was strictly an air operation for the time being. When does the U.S. decide to send in the ground forces?
It is strictly an air operation for the time being, and I wouldn't want to speculate on the point at which additional forces might be engaged.
Have your targets tonight there? Did any Navy planes take
Iraq said on the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour this evening that we are, quote, now prisoners of our own country, in our own country. Now that we've defended ourselves from naked aggression in the Middle East, how do we defend ourselves here at home from terrorist attacks?
I'm confident that we can deal with the terrorist threat.
Have our targets thus far included tanks and artillery?
I don't want to get into specific target sets yet. As the information comes in and builds over time, and we can give it to you historically, we will give it out, but I'm not prepared to go into specific target sets and what targets have been hit and have not, because it really is just too early to give you that kind of bomb damage assessment.
Saddam Hussein says tomorrow, I give up, I'm sorry, I will withdraw from Kuwait. Will you have a pause in your air campaign, or will you continue with it until you knock out all the priority targets?
I will do whatever the President of the United States directs us to do through the Secretary of Defense.
Secretary Cheney, from a military perspective, what went into your thinking in deciding to launch the attack at this point this evening? What were the factors?
Well, I think there were several factors. Of course, the President made the basic decision to commit the force. It was affected by, among other things, the expiration of the United Nations deadline that had been set on November 30th when the Security Council voted for the use of any means necessary to get him out. I think it was affected in part as a result of consultation with our allies, but it also was based upon the advice of our senior military commanders in terms of picking a time when conditions appeared to be most favorable for undertaking the operation. Let me emphasize, though, that the procedure we went through was to plan for execution of the operation at a point after the expiration of the United Nations deadline, but I had no authority to execute the plan until the President instructed me yesterday afternoon to do so, and it was at that point that we signed out the execute order with the qualifiers I mentioned in my opening statement.
Those favorable factors, can you tell us what some of those were?
I think I just leave it where it is.
Are you surprised that there was no response, or a very small response from the Iraqi forces at this point?
Again, I'm reluctant to characterize the response beyond what we've already said about it. We've not had an opportunity to debrief our pilots yet. Some of them are still flying missions, and I think it would be inappropriate at this point to convey the notion that somehow we've got a final fix on it. But I think it would be fair to say, and General Powell may well want to comment on this, that the initial reaction from the Iraqis is such that I'm generally of the opinion that we achieved a fairly high degree of tactical surprise.
Have there been any Israel or Turkey on the part of Iraq?
None to my knowledge.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us, the President mentioned that one of the objectives was to take out chemical and nuclear sites. Can you tell us in a general way if that mission was accomplished?
I can say that we have, in fact, gone after those targets. I do not yet have information on the effectiveness of those efforts.
Mr. Secretary, what about word of casualties at Baghdad? You indicated you wanted to spare civilians there. Do you have any sense about how that may or may not have occurred in the city? There was a lot of bombing, obviously, in Baghdad.
The best reporting that I've seen on what transpired in Baghdad was on CNN. It would appear, based upon the comments that were coming in from the CNN crew in the hotel in Baghdad, that the operation was successful in striking targets with a high degree of precision. At least that's the reporting according to CNN.
Was there an Iraqi attempt? Was there an Iraqi attempt to launch missiles, sir?
Do you have any?
We've had reports of missile launches, but none of them have been confirmed.
What about the Scuds in western Iraq at those air bases on the border? Have you got any reading on that? Those fairly high priority targets.
Yes, they are a fairly high priority target.
And how'd you do it?
I'm not prepared to say how we did or what we've done so far.
I'll follow up on this. At the end of this operation, this phase of the operation, when you get a little better picture, and could you come back or have one of your staff come back and give us a briefing on it?
We'll be getting regular briefings, and we'll be, as the Secretary said, we're going to be as forthcoming as we possibly can, while at the same time preserving operational security.
Are you confident that your targeting of command and control sites has left Saddam Hussein the ability to, number one, know what's happening to his forces, and number two, to communicate to you that he wants to quit if he does decide so?
Again, Melissa, I don't have any information at this point on the overall effectiveness of the operation. What I said was the preliminary reports are very positive, but we are in the very earliest stages of this, and therefore there's not a lot of detailed information we can give you on what the effect of the bombing campaign has been on specific strategic categories of targets.
Is there participate?
Pardon?
Is there a military commander like Saddam Hussein still alive to surrender if there is such a decision?
I really don't have anything I can give you.
Did you know where Saddam was? Did you know where Saddam was when the attacks began, and was that a target even though he was not the target?
We have not been tracking Mr. Saddam Hussein for the purpose of targeting him.
General, can you characterize in any general way how long the current beginning phase of this operation will continue? That is, the air operation will be the rest of I guess, tonight and tomorrow morning, or throughout tomorrow? Give people any kind of general idea how long this first phase will...
The air part of the campaign will continue until the whole campaign is completed. It doesn't end.
Do you believe the threat of a missile attack by the Iraqis has been eliminated at this point?
I cannot answer that at this time until we get some assessments in.
Damage to the oil facilities at all?
I don't have bomb damage assessment yet. I can't answer that question.
General, how massive is this first wave? Are we talking 500 missions, 1,000 missions tonight?
I think tomorrow we'll be in a better position to try to give you a handle on that, but this early in the operation, I'm reluctant to give those numbers out until I've had a chance to talk to General Schwarzkopf in greater detail.
General Powell, when you say hundreds of sorties...
All U.S. services were involved in this part of the campaign.
And Britain?
When you say, General Powell, that there were hundreds of sorties, does that mean that there were not more than 1,000?
I think I'll leave it at that, between a bread box or something else. Hundreds of sorties. Thank you all. Thank you.
Hey, why don't we get next up there?
The Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leaving a briefing where they had to leave a lot of questions unanswered on Operation Desert Storm, but the one message they did want to convey was that it's likely to run for a very long period of time. In the words of the Secretary, when asked about air power and when the bombing might stop, he said, "It doesn't end." I would like to thank all my colleagues who sat in with me for this segment of the broadcast on a very historic night, and end my portion here in Washington with thanks to them and thanks to you. As we go now to Atlanta and Lou Waters and Catherine Cryer. I'm David French in Washington.
Thank you, David. We've certainly been following your reporting throughout the evening. Now, I'd like to, at this point, go over some of the things that Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney had to say. We've been listening to his remarks. He apparently received authorization from President Bush yesterday afternoon to sign the order authorizing military action against Iraq. That military action began some 19 hours after the passage of the UN resolution deadline date. Secretary Cheney clarified the goals of this military operation. A surgical airstrike, as expected and anticipated, would be against military targets, specifically command and control targets, those targets that could damage incoming U.S. and international coalition aircraft, apparently which included British and Saudi Arabian aircraft in that initial bombing run into Baghdad and throughout Iraq and Kuwait. Also to protect Iraqi citizens and minimize civilian casualties as the airstrikes attempted to destroy Iraq's offensive military capabilities throughout Iraq and Kuwait. He stressed that the operation thus far was deemed very successful. Of course, information from the Secretary and General Powell is necessarily limited according to the ongoing nature of this military operation, but we have correspondents standing by across the United States and throughout the Gulf region to continue our updates on events as they unfold. Luke?
We did learn that 4 nations were involved in the air operation tonight, USA and the UK, as Catherine reported. Also Saudi Arabia and 150 planes of the Kuwaiti Air Force were involved. We have been taking a slight check here of strategic targets in Iraq, many of which are in the Baghdad area, which we have been reporting on throughout the early evening. We note that there are at least 2 nuclear facilities, 2 biological, 3 missile-producing facilities, and 5 chemical facilities. This comes from a list of strategic targets that's available to us, I would imagine, in addition to the command and control targets in the Baghdad area. There may be many more sites that were hit tonight, but we must stress the fact that we're only getting a small part of the information because this was an operation in all of Kuwait and all of Iraq. Now, Wolf Blitzer, who was at that Pentagon news briefing, is joining us from the Pentagon. Many questions went begging. Wolf.
Well, Lou, the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs clearly want to avoid providing too much operational detail, anything that could yet help the Iraqis in this initial air wave, this initial air assault. But clearly, by the tone of what they said, earlier hinted by the President, the United States is obviously very pleased by the initial reports coming from the Central Command in Riyadh. The U.S. targets appear to have been met. Clearly, the most important important ones being the Scud missile batteries. In fact, Defense Secretary Cheney said that while there have been reports that the Iraqis have managed to fire some of their Scuds, the United States cannot confirm those reports. Indeed, the initial indications are that the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, probably destroyed almost all of those strategic targets in Iraq within a matter of minutes, certainly within the first hour or two of what was certainly a very coordinated, polished U.S. airstrike, one that the United States has been rehearsing now for many months. The indications also are, of course, from these initial reports, that those Scud missile bases in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. calls H2 and H3, almost certainly have been destroyed. Those were the ones that endangered Israel. Those were the ones that could have reached Israel, and Saddam Hussein and his aides had repeatedly suggested over these past several weeks that their first target, if there was a war, would be to go after Israel. And from the initial reports, based on what we just heard, there were no missile attacks at the Israelis. Certainly, the U.S. planners here at the Pentagon are pleased. We're not going to be getting a whole lot more detail, we're told, until another briefing tomorrow. But certainly there are enough officials here who are getting indications about what exactly is going on. We'll be following that, of course. We'll be trying to report as much as we can in the course of this long and historic evening. Lou?
All right, Wolf Blitzer, who remains at his post at the Pentagon, will be back to you. Catherine.
Now let's return to the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad and CNN's Bernie Shaw. Bernie?
This is CNN Baghdad, checking for continuity with Atlanta.
We hear you, Bernie.
You're on the air, Bernie.
We are still crouching on the floor here in Baghdad in our bureau. It is very quiet right now. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. It is still relatively dark, John Holloman, and it sounds to me that one or two vehicles of some kind are going past the hotel.
Yes, I looked out the window just a moment ago, Bernie. I saw a taxi cab out on the street. Talk about somebody with enterprise. That driver, if he's trying to pick up a fare, is certainly enterprising. You don't see any signs of people, but it is, of course, still dark. And this time yesterday morning, there was a thick early morning fog over the city of Baghdad. This morning, the fog is not that visible, and what is still visible out there is some smoke out on the horizon from some of these bombs that came through here several hours ago now.
And we should tell our viewers that we are anxiously awaiting daybreak so we can regroup and see where we go from here. As President Bush addressed the nation and the world, he indicated at the beginning of his remarks that the operations were underway as he spoke. And indeed, a few minutes into his address, off the horizon, we could see and hear the effects of another bombing run.
I guess, Bernie, all in all, there might have been 7 or 8 different waves of these. The first one came about 3 o'clock in the morning our time. I had just gotten under the covers and was planning to sleep for a few hours before coming in at 6 in the morning about this time to relieve you from the overnight shift. And obviously we were both rudely awakened by what happened outside our windows.
Well, and to continue on this thought, John, at the time of the attack, if you're wondering how we were able to get the word to you, and right now let me apologize to anybody in Atlanta or the engineers or what have you, and to our viewers. Clearly, when I looked up and saw what was going on, the first instinct was to report the information, to get it on the air. CNN President Tom Johnson was arranging an interview on the telephone, and I apologize for screaming at anybody at headquarters in Atlanta, but I wanted to get your attention. And then the network came to Baghdad, and we sought to describe what we were seeing, hearing, and feeling. And then I rushed down to the bomb shelter to make certain that I knew where it was. And when I was worried down there, wondering, does the world know what's going on? And I'm told that indeed the world did know what was going on because they could hear the reports. We're composed and organized now as much as you can be when a city is under attack or certain targets are under attack. And right now, there's this eerie stillness in Baghdad. John?
So, Bernie, we should let our viewers know that we're in the dark pretty much. The hotel has no electricity. The way we were able to speak to you is we have some battery-powered equipment. Luckily, it'll work if you plug it into the wall and plug it into a battery, and it's now plugged into batteries, which we're able to scramble and find in the dark. And we think our batteries will last a while longer, so we'll be able to continue this report. And it's possible, I suppose, that by sunup, the officials in Baghdad might turn the lights back on, so we might be able to recharge our batteries and go out on the streets and do the job that we came here to do, which is show you the pictures of this place.
We do not know where President Saddam Hussein is, nor do we know the whereabouts of his key advisors. We are hoping sometime later today to hear from the government, to hear what they're saying, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what their reaction is to the series of bombing raids on strategic targets during the night. Let me pause for a moment to see whether our colleagues want to go elsewhere with our continuing coverage of what's happening in the Gulf.
We'll be back with you. At this point, let's go to Lou now. Lou?
And I'm going to check it right over to the White House where Charles Bierbauer is standing by.
President Bush has told us repeatedly that he did not think Saddam Hussein was getting the message about what was arrayed against him. The president tried to send a letter to Saddam Hussein. He sent his Secretary of State, James Baker, to Geneva with that letter. This is the one that the Iraqi Foreign Minister, Tariq Aziz, refused to accept. The letter basically said to Saddam Hussein, if you do not withdraw, I am going to level your military capacity. I am going to attack your military ability to wage virtually any kind of war. That's a paraphrase, but beyond that paraphrase, George Bush has now sent a much more distinct message to Saddam Hussein. And we got the first inkling of just how massive this was in the president's speech when he said that he's taking out the tanks, but he also said he's going at the chemical facilities, the nuclear facilities. He is dealing with not only Saddam Hussein's ability to occupy Kuwait, but also his ability to wage further war at any point in the future. This is what George Bush was talking about when he said not only is the objective to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, but to guarantee some sort of regional stability arrangement that gets beyond this situation. There was considerable concern about Saddam Hussein being at some point, maybe it's months, maybe it's years from having a nuclear capacity. But what Mr. Bush has done tonight in describing this kind of a military attack on Iraq is to also describe what he is trying to do in terms of rendering Saddam Hussein incapable of waging war for quite some time to come. And the second message in this attack is the message, or at least in the president's words, was his message to the Iraqi people. He said to the Iraqi people, perhaps you can convince Saddam Hussein to end this now. Lou?
Yes, Charles, I was wondering about that. What kind of a signal is he sending to Iraq by making a statement like that?
Well, it will have to get there somewhat indirectly, but he has done this before. He has said that he hoped that the Iraqi people would have some ability to convey to Saddam Hussein that they didn't want a war. You could, I suppose, in the extreme, say that he's fomenting an insurrection against them. There had been certainly tacit hopes here at the White House among the Bush administration that someone would oust Saddam Hussein, but the signals that were given out verbally were ineffective, and perhaps no one is of that sufficient strength. Now he would hope that the people of Iraq might in some way, shape, or form say to Saddam Hussein, enough is enough. This is as strong a message as George Bush can probably send.
All right, Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Catherine.
Of course, people across the United States are watching and waiting. Let's go now to John Zarella, who's standing by at Shaw Air Force Base. John?
Catherine, we are just down the street, actually, from Shaw Air Force Base, not too far away, right, Lee? And I'm with Lee Esmonde.
Thank you.
And her daughter Shannon, and Kitty here sleeping. And Lee's husband Bill is in Saudi Arabia, and he's been over there since August. He's an air traffic controller, so there's a possibility that tonight he may very well have been directing some of the attacks that were going on against Saddam Hussein. And we've been talking while sitting here watching the president since about 8:30 tonight. And Lee, what did you think first of what the president said, and then, of course, what Secretary Cheney said about what's been going on?
Well, I was very impressed with
the president speaking, and I believe that everything is systems go, if you will. Things are running smoothly, on schedule. We are achieving our goals as we had set out to do as a result of the failure of diplomatic solutions to come about.
You think then, from talking to you earlier, that the president has taken the right course of action?
Absolutely. I think this has been going on long enough. We have had, the coalition has been doing their best to achieve some sort of a solution to this situation, and nobody seems to have been effective when it comes to Saddam Hussein.
You seem so strong through all of this. How do you manage?
Well, bless your heart. I guess since Bill's been away for several months, it's sort of seasoning. But with what's going on now, I am very, I hate to say this, but I'm glad that this has occurred. Not only the sooner it gets started, possibly the sooner Saddam will realize that we mean business, and rather than annihilate his country, we can come to a solution prior to going to that last step.
What are your feelings tonight as far as, I mean, you haven't gotten much sleep, though, in the last couple of days, and as far as your husband and where he is and what the troops and all the people are going through right now?
Well, from what I get from Bill, the morale is high, although the waiting can get to grate on the nerves. And I spoke with some wives today, and they said that the people that are over there that used to be best of friends are now starting to squabble with one another, even under the best of conditions. I guess living in close quarters like that, that can occur.
What do you tell Shannon about all this, about what her daddy's doing over there and the job that he's performing, the service for his country? How do you put it to her?
Well, I try to be as honest and as upfront as I can. Sometimes you just have to say the truth regardless of the outcome. When it comes to kids, you can only shield them so much. She knows that her daddy runs the risk of not coming back home, but she also knows that what he is doing is vital and it is necessary, and that is what he has trained 15 years to do. And we're patriotic in this family, and we believe that what is going on now is unnecessary.
Lee, thank you very much for letting us invade your privacy at what is probably a very private moment for you and your family.
Actually, I'm proud that I could voice my opinions.
Thank you, Lee, again. And we will stay with you throughout the night. This is John Zarrella reporting live near Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina.
One of the countries in the Middle East dramatically caught in this crisis, of course, is Jordan, caught literally between Iraq and Israel. We're waiting for a reaction from there. Now on the line from Amman, Jordan, CNN's Margaret Lowry. Margaret.
Well, there have been some reports earlier tonight. We understand that the U.S. Embassy in Amman, Jordan was being evacuated. We have been on the phone with a spokesman for the U.S. Embassy who flatly denies this. He says there are no evacuation plans for the embassy at this time. In fact, the State Department ordered out non-essential diplomats and dependents of U.S. government workers about 2 weeks ago. And the feeling here is that pretty much everyone who was going to leave is gone. They have reduced the staff at the embassy considerably, but they won't give any figures.
Any special civil defense precautions being taken there, Margaret?
Well, the Jordanians have been in a pretty low-key state of readiness. There have been various films on television to show people what to do should there be trouble here. But Jordan has repeatedly stressed that it is not a combatant in this conflict, that it is in between Iraq and Israel, but it is not a party to this, and it hopes that it will be able to stay neutral.
Do you have a feeling of being safe in Amman, Jordan tonight? Morning for you.
As of this hour, the city is pretty much still asleep, and the word is not really out about what has happened in Baghdad. So I think at the moment, we all feel everything is pretty calm here. Who knows what daylight will bring.
All right. Margaret Lowry in Amman, Jordan, where it's about 6 a.m. Catherine.
And of course, bordering Jordan and specifically threatened by Saddam Hussein, the nation of Israel. Let's go now to Richard Blystone standing by in Jerusalem. Richard?
Catherine, an Israeli army spokesman has been on television just recently to tell a little bit about U.S. bombing raids against missile sites in western Iraq aimed at Israel. He said, we know of hits, and the danger, he said, to Israel is diminishing. Those were his words. He said he refused to give more details, but it was more than we got out of the Pentagon. This spokesman said, we hope he got a lot of them. Iraq was believed to have perhaps a couple of dozen missiles in position to fire at Israel. It has something like 60-odd launchers and a couple of hundred missiles in around the country, but not all of those were able to hit Israel, and it is thought that he would have been able to get only a few through in any case. But if the quiet here is any indication, the Army spokesman's wishes came true. CNN correspondent Richard Roth in Tel Aviv, which was Saddam Hussein's promised main target in Israel if it came to hostilities, he reports that it's all quiet there, and certainly it is as quiet here as could be expected. This is a great relief to Israel and to the United States in more ways than one, militarily and politically, because if Israel had been drawn into the war, it would have endangered the participation of the Arab members of the coalition. Israel promised the United States it would not strike first, would not mount a preventive strike against the missiles in western Iraq, which are about 300 miles from Jerusalem here. And the Israelis said yesterday they had had no promise of early warning from the United States, although they do have some reconnaissance and intelligence capability of their own in this regard, they said. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir is said that he had, according to a spokesman, had about an hour's warning of the raids which were undertaken in what was the early morning hours here. The health minister was in CNN's office here recently and said, despite the apparent success of the campaign so far, he is still carrying his gas mask and will until he knows that Saddam Hussein is finished. I haven't opened my gas mask yet, and I just hope that I won't have to. Catherine?
Thank you, Richard Blystone in Jerusalem. Luke?
We are now going to switch to Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, where many of the planes launched in these early raids of the operation were from. Charles Jaco is there. Charles, what have you got for us?
Well, it's very quiet here right now, but I'm here with Khalid Al-Maina, who is the editor of the Arab News, the largest publication in Saudi Arabia. Sir, thank you very much for taking some time to spend with us. Your reaction very briefly to the attack on Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
Well, I think it was a sense of relief for all of us because the tension, the waiting period was over. Saddam had all the chances, he didn't use them, so I think people felt it's time for him to go.
You know, a lot of people have speculated this military campaign could last 6 months or 6 days. You've observed Saddam Hussein for years, know his capabilities. What do you think?
I think if there will be strategic strikes at all his bases and installations, it could take about 2 weeks. I also think the army could fold up and they could surrender en masse.
Well, now that's an interesting question because a lot of analysts have said that Saddam's army is paralyzed by fear. They know what will happen to them if they surrender, and a lot of people are discounting the fact they might surrender. Why do you think they might give up?
Well, they'll give up because they are in close proximity to the Allied forces and they're far away from Saddam, so I think they will defect in thousands.
Now, so far, Saddam has tried no strikes against Saudi Arabia. Are you and other people here worried about possible terrorist actions?
Well, everybody in the Gulf is worried about any possible terrorist action, but I think people are ready. The government has issued a directive a couple of days ago warning any would-be terrorists or would-be defaulted of security that they will be suffering severe penalties.
And one final question. You've observed Saddam, as I said, for years. If the campaign goes badly for him, do you think there's any chance he might surrender? The man is a man of many surprises. What do you think the scenarios might be?
Well, I don't think so. He's going to commit suicide in his bunker, but I think he could try his best to escape because Saddam basically is a coward at heart.
So you think there would be no chance of him surrendering to the Allied forces?
No way, because he doesn't want to be tied up in chains and taken to court, and I mean his ego wouldn't permit him to do so.
Thank you very much. One view from here in Saudi Arabia in the very, very early hours of this campaign, which started approximately 6 hours ago here in Saudi Arabia. So far, the early reports militarily we're receiving is that at least the first flight of planes returned, U.S. and Saudi planes, without any casualties. That is from one Saudi official. We'll have to wait and see if that shows out to be true. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Thanks, Charles. Well, it's just 8 minutes after 6 in the morning in Iraq. Dawn is not yet arrived. For 3 hours, U.S.-led forces in the Gulf have been bombarding Iraqi strategic targets in a massive and coordinated airstrike. After a tense 5-month standoff, war has come to the Gulf. 1 hour ago, President Bush addressed the nation and the world to explain what is happening and why.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities, and among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him.
President Bush says his objective is not the conquest of Iraq, but the liberation of Kuwait. He adds he hopes to bring home the U.S. troops in the Gulf region as soon as possible. The United States calls it Operation Desert Storm. CNN's Charles Crawford reports on what has happened since the anti-Iraqi alliance pulled the trigger less than 4 hours ago.
Something is happening outside.
The liberation of Kuwait has begun.
Reports say the long-awaited airstrikes hit Iraq with mammoth force. The first targets, as many as possible of Iraq's command and control centers, the eyes and ears of the Iraqi armed forces. Also, missile bases, anti-aircraft weapons, airports throughout Iraq. The weapons believed to be F-15 fighters, also F-4 fighters, and FB-111 fighter bombers. Allied officials confirm Saudi and British warplanes took part also. The apparent goal of the first wave of Allied air attacks, to clear a safe path for continued raids on Iraq and cut off Saddam Hussein from his estimated 545,000 troops in the Kuwaiti theater of operations. Then, reports from U.S. officials in the Persian Gulf, a safe return of the first wave of U.S. warplanes. General Norman Schwarzkopf, commander of the U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia, issued this statement. You are a member of the most powerful force of our country in coalition with our allies that has ever been assembled in a single theater to face such an aggressor. Now you have trained hard for this battle, and you are ready. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country. In the United States, as in the Persian Gulf, what was the far-off war has become a reality.
No, I didn't think it would come tonight, and I didn't think it would hit quite so hard. I knew that there were airplanes launched. I don't know if he's one of them. I'm scared. I can't think of a better place to have been tonight than to have been in church.
Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
At the United Nations tonight, the Secretary General said he felt deep sorrow that the diplomatic efforts to avert this war had failed. Jeannie Mose is at the UN, where there was supposed to have been, or there was the possibility of some action tonight. Jeannie?
There will be action tonight. Before I get into that, Lou, I just wanted to mention that a U.S. official has told CNN that this massive bombing might go on for 7 to 10 days everywhere, he said, in Iraq and Kuwait, 7 to 10 days. Right now, at the UN, the president of the Security Council is holding what we call bilateral consultations with members. That means one-on-one meetings with different members of the council. It's possible there'll be a closed-door meeting of all 15 members of the council later tonight, though the U.S. mission is telling us not to expect the U.S. ambassador to be briefing the members of the council in any detail because it is simply too early in the hostilities for that to happen. Now, we know that President Bush did call the Secretary General of the UN before the fighting broke out, and a U.S. official tells us that basically the Secretary General was told that diplomacy has ended, that it's time for Resolution 678 to be implemented. 678 is the resolution authorizing the use of force. The Secretary General, of course, the president did not go into great detail on exactly what the United States was doing. As you mentioned, Lou, the Secretary General tonight, his initial reaction was he expressed deep sorrow. He said he was saddened by the start of hostilities. A U.S. official told us that about the notion that the Secretary General should be saddened. That U.S. official says, well, what did he expect? Now, until hostilities get further along, U.S. officials have indicated to us that there's nothing much that the Security Council can do. There will be an important role for the Council once the time comes to make peace, but for the moment, there's not a lot that can be done by the Council. And if any nation tries to bring up any kind of resolution that would limit what the U.S. is trying to do, the U.S. official indicated that it would be vetoed by the United States. Now, as for Iraqi reaction, well, one of our correspondents went to the Iraqi mission to the United Nations earlier tonight and tried to talk to the Iraqis. The window was closed in his face, and they said no, no, no. So at this point, no reaction yet from the Iraqis, and the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations, we have not seen him yet. The Kuwaiti ambassador, though, is talking. He welcomed the attack, and he says he wished victory to the U.S.-led operation. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
Jeannie, I'm curious about the phrase diplomacy has ended. We know war is a political act. There may be a pause in the diplomacy, but can't we expect it to continue? Or do we have to wait for peace before diplomacy resumes?
I think everything depends on how Saddam Hussein reacts. I mean, if Saddam Hussein is willing to make some kind of gesture now and is willing to kind of give up, well, then I think there is room for diplomacy. But this official was basically saying that the Security Council authorized this action, and now there is nothing that the Security Council can really do until things get further along.
Are there channels open for Iraq to reach us?
I think there are lots of channels open. I think Iraq had the chance to reach the United States if it wanted to. It became clear. I mean, there were so many initiatives going around here at the UN even, and none of those, Iraq did not take advantage of any of those initiatives.
All right. Jeannie Mose at the United Nations, where she'll continue to keep watch on that part of the story. Catherine.
U.S. military leaders in Washington, of course, operating predominantly out of the Pentagon and standing by their live Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, will this air campaign continue?
Yes, Catherine, we're told here that this is going to be a sustained, massive air campaign as promised by Pentagon planners over all of these weeks leading up to today. We've also been told, CNN has now confirmed from U.S. and Israeli officials that what was considered a major Iraqi threat to Israel now appears to have passed. There is a growing sense here at the Pentagon, as well as elsewhere in Washington, that the Iraqi Scud missile bases in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. intelligence community has dubbed H-2 and H-3. Those missile batteries have been destroyed by the U.S. fighter aircraft that went into Iraq in the initial assault. We have also been told that the United States informed Israel 1 hour before Operation Desert Storm began that this was going to take place, that Israel should not participate. The United States has always asked Israel to take a low-key profile in order not to antagonize some of the Arab coalition partners. The Israelis, of course, have agreed. They have not gotten involved, and there is a growing sense of relief in Israel. We're told here in Washington, at the Pentagon and elsewhere, that the Iraqi threats, as often stated as they were, do not appear to have come to a realization, at least at this early point. Catherine?
Wolf, had there been any reports at all of any sort of Iraqi retaliation?
All of the indications are that this was what one Pentagon official described to me just a little while ago as a blowout. Probably the most massive, the most concentrated U.S. airstrike, or perhaps any airstrike in history. Certainly the most highly coordinated, using some of the most sophisticated high-tech weaponry, that there was very little, if any, Iraqi resistance. The Iraqis appear to have been caught by surprise on the ground. As Defense Secretary Cheney and General Colin Powell said a little while ago, there was tactical surprise. The Iraqis had always boasted that they would be able to deal with this U.S. threat. American officials, in countering that boast, always said the Iraqis would have no idea what was going on. General Powell only a week ago said in a speech here in Washington that the Iraqis should know they're not dealing with 15-year-old Iranians who were cannon fodder. And that clearly appears to have been the case, given the optimism coming here from Pentagon officials as we go into the evening.
Thank you, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Lou?
Operation Desert Storm began about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. It's nearly daylight now in Baghdad, where some of our most dramatic reporting came tonight. Reports of brilliant flashes of light, thunderous explosions, heavy anti-aircraft fire, and air raid sirens. That's where three of our correspondents are: John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and now Bernie Shaw. Bernie? Bernie Shaw, can you hear it? Atlanta calling, Baghdad.
Hello.
You're on
Hello, Lou. I'm here now. I was
under the table,
the wrong piece of equipment. The deep glow of night becoming dawn is unfolding over the skies of Baghdad, and it is quiet. An occasional vehicle is going by, and we heard the first siren of a fire engine going somewhere. We cannot see. Well, I'm hearing some more reports now of an anti-aircraft battery or perhaps an explosion. But right now it is eerily quiet here in Baghdad. We have the pleasure of being able to sit in a chair for a change. For the last few hours, we have been on our stomachs and on our knees and on our hands, moving about as we sought to observe and to report to you. We're well. All of us are, of course, exhausted. Our energy levels are way off the register, and that's the way it feels right now. Let me be quiet to listen for a question from you, and also tell you that Peter Arnett and John Holloman are here, and each will have something to say very shortly.
Yes, Bernie, it's near daylight now. Are you able to see any of the damage caused by what the Pentagon is telling us were strategic and pinpoint bombings?
Well, I can certainly vouch for that, and Peter Arnett will be able to stitch together some images in just a second. How does it feel to be at ground zero when a massive aerial campaign, unprecedented in military history, is unfolding around you? The only thing I can think of is that it's comparable to being at Cape Kennedy and feeling the ground rumble, the thunder, and seeing that huge shuttle with its booster rockets taking off and hearing the thunder. Only in this instance, in reality, here in Baghdad, you heard it sporadically. Bright lights. It was quite an experience to feel it, to see it, to think about it, to think about what it means and why it was happening, and, of course, to report it. I'm going to yield here now to Peter Arnett and John Holloman.
Yes, Peter.
Hello, Lou. Peter Arnett here.
Hi.
Just a small observation. It has to be pretty unique in journalistic history to have a front row seat to one of the great air bombardments of history. I'd just like to point out that these are just the first shots in this war, and there are no indications yet, we may have them later in the day, how Saddam Hussein feels about it, but he has a 1 million-man strong army. He said he will fight on, with the cry, Allahu Akbar, God is great. And these are the first shots, and I'm, from this vantage point in Baghdad, we'll be interested to see how these events unfold from here. I'd like to hand you to John Holloman now.
Lou, what I'm going to do for you is look out the window and tell you what I see. It's something I do pretty well. I'll tell you, about 3 hours ago, the sky was brightly lighted with the tracer rounds from the anti-aircraft guns. Right now, the early morning fog that has inhabited Baghdad each early morning for the past several days is beginning to roll back in. But out on the 8-lane highway, which runs in front of our hotel, there are signs of early morning traffic. We've reported to you for many months that the society in Iraq is very well organized, and despite the fact that there was a major air attack here just a few hours ago, the morning commuter buses that are supposed to take off and drive down to the downtown bus station at this hour are on the road, and they're driving down to the bus station. As Bernie reported, we saw a hook and ladder fire truck go by, I guess about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We've also heard some small arms fire out the window in the past few minutes, but no sign of the conflagration in the skies that we reported to you on a few hours back. Downtown Baghdad really looks pretty calm right now, and the events of 3 hours ago seem to fade into memory. Bernie?
Thanks, John. We have a brother of the profession here, Don Kirk of USA Today, and this is our first eyewitness account from somebody who was outside where we've been reporting from. Don, how did you manage to make it back from the American Embassy to here?
I just drove back in the same taxi that took me to the embassy. He hadn't gotten his fare yet, so he wanted to get a full fare, so he took me back through darkened streets. There was tracer fire all over the sky on both sides of the river, but the streets were dark and calm and somewhat eerie, and there was no sign of bombing or bomb damage in the center of the city through which I drove, which doesn't mean to say that something didn't fall while I was still at the embassy. The reason I was at the American Embassy, incidentally, was that I had an open phone line to USA Today when the anti-aircraft fire began going off. I called them once more, and the line went down moments later, leaving me with no way to communicate. I came back here, and the first thing that happened to me was that they put me in the bomb shelter along with a whole lot of other journalists who were stuck down there. I managed to sort of exfiltrate my way out and up to where I am now through a back stairs.
As you were driving back in your taxi, Don Kirk of USA Today, what were you able to see on the streets in terms of people?
There were no people on the streets. There were some cars on the streets. My driver wanted to drive with his lights out, running the risk of a rather serious accident. I persuaded him to put his dim lights on from time to time. We passed some other cars, some with dim lights on, some totally dark. There were no people on the streets, and incidentally, there were no signs of military on the streets. I did see some police cars go roaring by, and a couple of taxis madly dashing through the night, but that was about it. Any signs of damage from this attack anywhere between here and the U.S. Embassy? I didn't see a single sign of damage, and I might add that I went a route that took me by the presidential palace. Now, for all I know, the palace was not even there when I went by it, but the place was totally dark and silent as I went by. From the embassy, there was AAA anti-aircraft artillery going off around the embassy and around the palace very heavily with tracer bullets of differing colors all over the place. I heard a couple of thunderous explosions, which I guess you guys heard too, which was...
We not only heard them, we felt them. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has confirmed that they were going after strategic targets and such things as command control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. The intention, according to the Pentagon, was to blind Saddam Hussein and to cut him off from being able to communicate with his troops to the south of here.
Well, certainly there's no communication. There's no local telephone at this point. You can't even call another room where we are, and there's no communication overseas. Telexes are out, phones are out, and this means here is about the only one that I know, which is one reason why I happen to join you here.
Well, it's good to have you, brother. We're glad you're safe, and if the people at USA Today are listening, he looks quite safe to me, just a little bit winded. You have to go 14 stories high to get up here to the CNN broadcast position. Let me pause for a moment just in case our colleagues along the way have something to ask us or if they want to go somewhere else.
No, nothing here, Bernie. We're fascinated by what you have to say there.
Okay, we will Is that switch correct, John? I think we will continue here as a very satisfied Don Kirk makes his way out of our place. John, we're going to be able to see a little bit better here now very, very shortly. That's encouraging.
That's right, Bernie. Don Kirk, is, you just pointed out, didn't see any signs of damage. And if what Secretary Cheney wanted the Pentagon to do was what it did and do surgical bombing, then perhaps we won't see much damage to the infrastructure here in downtown Baghdad. We can begin to see out to the horizon now, and you can see more and more cars with their lights on as we go along here.
I just have a reaction, a comment to make to what you were saying about Defense Secretary Cheney and surgical bombing. Very simply put, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table.
Bernie, good thought. I'll tell you, I can just describe what I see on the streets to you. Again, there's a large truck, not an 18-wheeler, but looks like the kind of truck you'd rent in the United States to move some things from one place to another. It's going down the street. There's some sort of fire of some kind that we just heard out the window. It sounded like large caliber weapons fire, but we don't see any sign of it because out here the fog gets thicker and thicker. Bernie?
One observation. When we first came up on the air and we were reporting the first seconds of the attack, the first raid coming in, we heard a lot of small arms fire around the streets. And as we have been reporting throughout the night, as the F-15s, 16s came in, you don't see them, you hear them. You hear them after they are gone. And imagine, if you will, a plane swooping in low, going toward its target, and then passing you by, going so fast, and then seeing tracers from the anti-aircraft batteries. There was no match, but apparently the civilian militias and these young boys, 15 and older, who were issued these Soviet machine guns and hand weapons, they were just firing into the air as they realized the battle was on.
Yeah, there was some reports, Bernie, you'll remember a couple of months ago, that said one of the Iraqi defensive strategies was to have everybody with a weapon pointed straight up if there were an air attack, and that might have been what we were seeing, or at least hearing some evidence of a few hours ago. It feels better here. It feels a little more comfortable, a lot more comfortable, in fact, than it did when we were lying on the floor and feeling these blasts.
I think I've been awake for, what, about 30 hours? How long have you been awake?
At least that long. A long time, Bernie. And the adrenaline's beginning to go down. You know, that rush after rush after rush is kind of working its way out of our bodies, I think. Both of us look almost like zombies. But
well, we feel like zombies. Let's just hope that our minds will continue to serve us, and our senses and our abilities to continue reporting to the world what it is we are experiencing and seeing here. I just hope, I've said it once before, I just hope that as morning unfolds, we'll be able to find and talk with and listen to some responsible officials from Saddam Hussein's government. Right now, everybody continues to hunker down. Let me turn the switch off to see whether Lou has something for us.
All right, I will do that, Bernie. And I'll tell you one more thing, Lou, before we do that. We made a great deal of videotape. I mean, there's going to be some fascinating pictures which we took out the windows of our hotel. The Iraqi officials came up after the attack, confiscated them. We hope they will give them back. They said they'd give them back to us after daylight, and we'll just see if we can show those to you later in the day. Lou?
All right, gentlemen, you're sounding tired. Take a little rest. We'll be back to you soon. That's Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett in Baghdad, reporting live to us. Catherine.
Countless U.S. families are watching these events unfold, are on alert just as their loved ones are serving in the Gulf. Let's go now to one such town, the site of a naval air base, and CNN's Tom Mintier in Norfolk, Virginia. Tom?
I am between Norfolk and Virginia Beach, actually a little closer to the Virginia Beach side. You know, Peter and Bernie and John were talking about the world watching. Well, the world is behind me right now. This is a restaurant here in Virginia Beach, and a lot of people have been glued to the television set throughout the evening, watching what has been going on in Baghdad, watching what has been going on to the Pentagon. It is something that everybody around here pretty much knew was going to happen. They just didn't know when. Let's talk to some of the people here now. You, I understand, you're in the Coast Guard. What do you think about what President Bush has done?
I agree with him 100%. Back him 100%. He's right.
Did you think this was going to come tonight?
Yes. Not tonight, but I knew it was going to happen.
Okay, there's another fella down a little bit farther down that is also a Coast Guard member. A lot of military frequent these restaurants, and they're in here most of the time. You are also in the Coast Guard.
Yes.
Are you concerned about what's been going on?
Yeah, I'm very concerned about what's been going on lately. It's kind of scary, actually, to think that I could easily be over there, and it's dangerous. It really is.
Do you think the president should have done something different? Waited?
I don't think he could have done anything else, but he gave Saddam every chance. He laid down the ultimatum, and he just didn't follow it.
Okay, there are a lot of worried relatives. We have talked to several people in here who you find in this town, they know someone who is in the Navy or they are related to someone. Your brother is on a support ship with Wisconsin, right?
Yes, that's correct. Very worried as well. You sit there and you wait and been waiting all this time, and finally it's happened. I'm glad it's happened, though. Because now we can get it over and everybody can come back and get back to the life on a normal basis.
What makes you think that this is going to be a short duration military action?
Because unlike Vietnam, we're going in with all our forces this time. As the president said, we don't have one hand tied behind our back this time. They're going for it, going all out, and I think it'll be well worth it.
When the bombing was going on, were you watching it on television?
No, actually, I was at work at the time when I got into the car and heard that the bombing had gone on. And, was glad to hear that because, I've been over there since August 2nd, and I think it's time for something to be initiated.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about what has happened all over this area. There are military families that are at home. They're getting support either from their churches or from the Navy. They have a support center set up as soon as the bombing started. While it was still going on, as a matter of fact, we were in a church, and they were already making calls to their congregation to make sure they had people to go to the home of the military family to make sure they were not alone during these times. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Virginia Beach.
Day is beginning to break in the Middle East. CNN's Doug James is at his post in Amman, Jordan, and joins us now live with his report. Doug.
As you say, it will soon be daybreak here in Jordan. We've already heard the first calls to prayer at the mosques. Clearly, the previous prayers for peace have not been answered. With me now is Senator Mohammed Kamal, the former Jordanian ambassador to Washington. I wonder, sir, what your reaction is to the events of this evening.
Well, what happened early this morning has been expected, and most unfortunate that no peaceful resolution of the problem has been reached, and it makes people in this part of the world very unhappy and resentful.
What kind of reaction do you expect from Jordanians?
Well, Jordanians are definitely will be, they were expecting this, as I told you, and I was actually expecting it myself, and they will definitely be very unhappy about the whole situation. And the Jordanians and many Arabs look at the problem this way. They see a strong, young Arab country, Iraq, defiant, emerging from 8 years of war with Iran and promoting nationalism and patriotism, and it gave hope to the Arabs. And it is not that the Arabs are condoning their annexation of Kuwait or things of the sort, and many people don't approve of that, and especially Jordan and the king say they never accepted or condoned the annexation of Kuwait by Iraq.
Is that hope dead now?
Well, it is not. The Arabs generally, especially in this part of the world, have seen for decades, they have been living in a state of frustration, disappointment, humiliation, and happiness. They see the growth of Israel in arrogance and power. We have engaged ourselves in 4 wars with them, and we have been defeated. We see the influx of Soviet Jews to Israel, which gives them more power and therefore taste for expansion and further desperation. And we see tens of thousands or millions of displaced Arabs in the diaspora who live, some of them, in the most miserable conditions. And Iraq gave those people hope. And they see the United States and its allies are trying to assassinate and kill that hope.
Many Jordanians have said they're now willing to go and fight for Saddam Hussein, to fight for the Iraqis. Will that happen?
Well, I believe so. I mean, the general feeling is that they see this episode as a determined effort by the United States and its allies to frustrate and assassinate that hope among the Arabs. It is not that they condoned the occupation of Kuwait. It is simply Iraq gave them hope. That hope could be misguided, could be false, could be exaggerated, but it gave them that hope. And they see the American administration and their allies trying and working very hard to destroy that hope.
Saddam Hussein said one of his first targets, in fact his first target, would be Israel. We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but do you think that will happen? Do you think it will be possible to keep Israel out of this war?
Well, in the early hours, we don't see the impact of the first raids on Iraq, and we haven't seen yet any reaction from Iraq regarding this attack, and we have to wait and see. But the bitterness in this part of the world is not because they approve of the occupation of Kuwait. It is they see it is the American administration is fulfilling the desires and wishes of the Israelis to have this area downgraded, helpless, powerless.
Thank you very much, Senator Mohammed Kamal.
Thank you.
This is Doug James reporting live for CNN in Amman, Jordan.
Now we go to Benjamin Netanyahu standing by, I believe, in Jerusalem. We may have lost the transmission there at this point in time. So, monitoring the events throughout the evening from our State Department is World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter. Ralph?
Catherine, I can tell you that Secretary of State James Baker engaged in one last round of diplomacy today before the attack on Baghdad began, but it was not diplomacy aimed at achieving a settlement. It was diplomacy aimed at simply giving notification to a lot of countries who were participating in the strategy against Saddam Hussein and others who were on the periphery of things. Baker spoke with the new Soviet Foreign Minister Alexander Beshmetnik, who is in Moscow at the moment, and he also spoke with met with here at the State Department the Saudi ambassador, the Israeli ambassador, the Kuwaiti, the German ambassador, the ambassador from Syria, and from Japan. There were a whole slew of telephone calls that went out, diplomatic phone calls to inform a lot of other countries, including the NATO alliance, the Netherlands, the foreign minister of Luxembourg, who happens to chair the European community at this period of time, as well as the leadership of the congressional committees to which Baker reports as the Secretary of State, the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate, the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives. A new travel advisory was issued here by the State Department.
Ralph, let me interrupt you for just a moment. We do have now the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, standing by. Mr. Foreign Minister, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
We understand earlier, of course, a national emergency was declared in Israel. What is the status of events there now?
Well, as you know, Israel is not involved in this conflict, but we follow the events very closely. We wish the American and coalition forces Godspeed and full success in achieving their missions, and we hope that they'll come home safely, all of them, and quickly.
Have you received any reports about possible destruction of Iraqi missiles along the western border?
Well, we heard the statements that have come through various communication lines, the news media, and so on. But this is very early on in the operations. We are waiting, like everyone else, I believe like the American government, for precise reports following the accomplishment of the missions.
Has the alert status therein, your country, diminished at all given these first waves of bombings?
No, we have long experience in this, and we know that this is, we listened to the American statements that this could be a long engagement. We have made the preparations for our population. We've asked them to take certain precautions, asked the people to stay in their homes for the moment. So we have not relaxed our state of alert, but we follow things, as I said, very closely and wish the American and other forces full success.
Well, as morning has come to Israel, what steps will you take now in regard to the population, notifying them about events?
They're all notified. Our communication lines, our television, our radio are now broadcasting instructions to the people basically to stay home or around their homes. The schools, as you know, are closed. We have now basically taken the gas masks out of their kits, so people are ready just in case something does happen. We hope that it won't, but we're ready if it will.
And what about the status of the Israeli military, the alert status at present?
Well, the military is ready for any contingency. We hope that none will be necessary.
What about the reaction of the Palestinians in the territories? Are you worried at all about that?
Well, we did hear some communiques from the Intifada leadership that is directed by the PLO to side with Saddam Hussein, to attack Israeli targets and so on, and to use the opportunity of the crisis to do so. We've said to the Palestinian population at large, not to these handful of insiders and terrorists, that we will protect them. But we will, of course, take action against those who will violate it. So far, we've not really had to.
Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel. Lou?
Thank you.
We're now going to take the pulse of Middle America in Independence, Missouri. CNN's Jeff Flock. Jeff.
Lou, we began this day talking with folks about the prospect of war. We now talk with them about the real thing. We are at the Courthouse Exchange restaurant in Independence, Missouri. Your thoughts?
My thoughts? Very sad. Lots of us have been to church vigils. I believe in prayer. I believe in freedom. But for everybody.
Your granddaughter on your lap there, Erica, what do you make of all this?
I wish it would get over with soon.
I don't think you're alone. Your thoughts, sir, as you watch this broadcast tonight from Baghdad, the stuff that we were glued to earlier, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the course was set early on. I'm sorry it came to this. I frankly, at this point in time, would rather have a battery to run my car than the gas.
And you, sir? What was the impact on you?
Well, I think most of all we think of friends or family, and all of us have some that are over there and are concerned about them, but my thoughts are that we're doing the right thing. We need to be there doing what we're doing.
What about you, ma'am? Same thoughts, or?
Same thoughts, basically. My heart goes out to those who have loved ones over there, but I think at this point in time we're doing what we need to do.
Any dissenting views here at all from any of you? Dissenting views?
I don't want to be at war, but at the same time, I believe in our leaders, and I believe what we're doing is the right thing. It's sad, but I'm glad we're there, and I'm glad we're standing up for what's important.
Impact on you folks as you watch that coverage, as you watch it unfold before you? What are your thoughts?
Just still trying to absorb that it happened. Knew it would happen, but still trying to absorb. Just hope and pray it gets over quick.
And ma'am?
I've been thinking all day about the Bette Midler song that's out now about God is watching us, and that's what I keep thinking all day long, is watching what we're doing and what everyone's doing.
Thank you very much. We will continue to watch it here in Middle America and continue to take the pulse here, and as events unfold there, we'll continue to watch it here. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Independence, Missouri.
And now for a tactical analysis of the events throughout this evening, let's go to James Blackwell, CNN's military analyst in Washington.
Catherine, let me try to put some of what Bernie and Peter and Ralph saw in Baghdad in a larger perspective based on what we know and what we can anticipate. They actually witnessed the very precise bombing of several strategic targets in and around Baghdad. We can't be for sure what exact things they hit, but the kinds of targets they will go for will be communications towers, government centers, and various other important political targets that would sever the command and control link between Saddam Hussein in Baghdad and other places near there and his soldiers in the field. They reported lights off in the south and in the west, off in the distance. They couldn't see what was being hit, but they reported seeing the flashes of the bombs. That probably indicated the hitting of the targets that were identified as unconventional weapons sites. There are several that are within some proximity to Baghdad, a number of them just south and just west, within 20 to 50 miles. It's likely that long-range, deep penetration bombers also struck unconventional weapon sites even farther in the north and west of Iraq. Then the part that they probably did see was the strikes on the airfields, the air defense sites, and the Scud missiles that are located farther to the south. Those air bases are spread throughout the depth and breadth of the country of Iraq. The Scud missiles, it seems, were all shut down with impunity, and this operation, by and large, was a tremendous success from a planning standpoint. General Powell said there were more than a few hundreds of sorties. It probably was well above 1,000 to have hit all of those targets. One interesting thing that they observed in Baghdad was a helicopter flying around, or at least they thought it was a helicopter. Iraqis don't like to fly their helicopters at night. It might have been an allied or a coalition helicopter, which would be there perhaps infiltrating special operations forces or commandos to take out terrorist sites, to report on the results of the bombing, to do all kinds of unconventional missions inside of Baghdad.
What about other sites? Have there been any reports? You reported on some outside of Baghdad, but other sites possibly in Kuwait. Received any information about that as of yet?
We've received no information, just the information from the press briefing. I would expect that in later tomorrow morning, when the Pentagon sets up its routine briefings, we'll hear a lot more specific details about what targets were hit, and in the coming days we'll hear about the results. We can be sure that the president said they were going to go for tanks, artillery, and the entire military force that's deployed in Kuwait. I would guess that a lot of targets in Kuwait were hit tonight as well.
James Blackwell, thank you for that analysis. Luke?
We were talking to CNN's Doug James a little earlier in Amman, Jordan. He was not yet on the streets, but did make mention of the fact that day was about to break in Amman, Jordan. That's where CNN's Tony Clark is. Tony, I see you. You're outside. Go ahead. We have a breakdown?
Not there. Get me the blitzer.
To who? Where are we going?
Blitzer.
All right.
Get me the blitzer.
We have a communications problem with Amman, Jordan momentarily. Instead, we're going to head over to the Pentagon. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has a report for us. Wolf.
Lou, we're beginning to get more reports about the nature of this massive U.S. air assault on Iraq. CNN has now learned that virtually the entire Iraqi Air Force, in the words of one Pentagon source, has now been decimated. In addition, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy bombers have decimated much of the elite Republican Guard in the northwestern section of Kuwait and in southern Iraq. Beyond all of that, there are not yet any reports, any confirmed reports of any U.S. casualties. No reports of any of the U.S. fighter aircraft that may or may not have been knocked down. There are no reports that any pilots or navigators have been lost. All U.S. and allied planes, we are told, at least this preliminary report, have returned safely to their bases, including the A-6 intruders, the carrier-based fighter bombers that actually took off from the carriers, the 6 U.S. carriers. They went to forward air bases in Saudi Arabia. They then, from those forward air bases, took off, participated in this massive U.S. air assault, and returned to those forward air bases so the pilots wouldn't have to take off and land on those carriers. The operation obviously appears to be a great success. According to all indications, the Pentagon performed, at least these initial accounts that we're getting here, brilliantly, with no reports, let me repeat that, no reports of any U.S. casualties. One other note, Lou, we're also told that there was some resistance from Iraqi planes, but very little. Hardly any of the Iraqi MiG-29s, F-1 Mirages, or any of the other sophisticated Iraqi fighter aircraft even managed to take off from their bases. Most of those Iraqi planes were destroyed on the ground in this massive coordinated U.S. drive. Obviously a great success for the United States. It's not over yet. The Pentagon officials here believe that with the decimation of much of the Republican Guard, though, the elite Republican Guard troops in northwestern Kuwait, as well as in southern Iraq, about 150,000 troops. We don't know how many have been killed or injured, but with the decimation of a big chunk of that Republican Guard, there is clearly a hope here at the Pentagon that the balance of the Iraqi soldiers in Kuwait, within a matter of days, perhaps would surrender, and this whole operation could draw to an end. Clearly a very great air success for the United States.
Wolf, would you give us a sense of the significance of the Republican Guard? They're behind the front-line Kuwaiti troops, and what was the strategy there? The Iraqi strategy.
The Republican Guards, Lou, have always been the best trained, the most sophisticated, the best equipped of the Iraqi soldiers. They were the ones that first stormed into Kuwait. After the Iraqis established their positions in Kuwait, the Iraqis brought the Republican Guard back to a secondary line beyond the front lines. But clearly these were the most professional, the best paid, certainly the best trained of the Iraqi soldiers. And there is a growing conviction among Pentagon insiders here that with the destruction of much of the Republican Guard, clearly if the U.S. does have to send in its ground forces to mop up and liberate Kuwait, it would obviously be a much easier ordeal for the U.S. military.
All right, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. We've now reestablished communication with Amman, Jordan, where, as we mentioned earlier, it's almost daybreak. CNN's Tony Clark is out on the streets. Tony.
In fact, Lou, we just have been driving around the area. As you say, it's a little before 6 in the morning. There is little traffic out on the streets, few people out. It has been 3 hours since Jordanian radio and television announced that the attack on Baghdad was underway, but few people have yet heard about that. We went to the Iraqi embassy here. It is brightly lit. Asked the guards outside. There are a couple of Jordanian guards, machine guns in hand. Asked them what was the situation there, what was the feeling there at the Iraqi embassy, and they kept saying, it is normal here, it is normal, nothing unusual. The ambassador is not here yet. We asked if we could take some pictures to show that it is normal, and they said, no, there is a tension in the air. We were at a mosque. The call to prayers occurred just a short time ago, and just as we were standing outside the mosque that is not very far from the Parliament building, a police car swerved in front. The police officers jumped out, wanted to know what we were doing there, told us it was time to leave. Sort of a sense of the tension here. But as we have gone around to bakeries, which are essentially the only places that are open at this hour, and talked to some of the bakers, they said they have heard about the attack on Baghdad. They are sad about it. They are worried about what might happen here, but they are trying to keep their lives as routine as possible. There is not a feeling. We did not sense any hostility among the Palestinians outside a Palestinian refugee camp that we went to. None of that feeling yet, and that is probably because it is still very early here. A little bit later today, there were scheduled funeral processions for some of the Palestinian PLO leaders that were assassinated in Tunis earlier this week. No word yet on whether or not that will occur, but if it does occur, those could turn into very vocal, potentially violent anti-American, anti-West rallies by the Palestinians, something that we will be watching for throughout the day. Lou, Catherine?
All right, Tony Clark in Amman, Jordan. Catherine?
Describing the bombing raids throughout the evening, throughout the early morning hours in Baghdad, 3 CNN correspondents, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holloman, live at the Al Rashid Hotel. John Holloman is standing by. John?
Catherine, hello to you. I'm going to go back over to the window because dawn has broken here. Bernie Shaw is with me. We're going to look out and tell you if we can see any signs of any damage after what happened here in the hours preceding the sun's coming up here this morning. And I must be honest with you, I don't see any signs, but I do smell something. There's an acrid smell in the air that wasn't here yesterday or the mornings before this, to my knowledge. It's as we look out, you can see the early morning Baghdad fog, perhaps not as thick as it has been as it was yesterday or the day before. You can still see the Baghdad tomb of the unknown soldier, their memorial to their war dead from previous battles. We can still see an oil refinery off in the distance where we thought we saw a bomb go off earlier. And we can still see a tower from a broadcast transmitter, which was another thing that we thought might possibly be a target, but apparently was not. And the only thing that, oh, wait a minute, I begin to see through the fog the communications building. Yeah, that's it right there, Bernie. You can just barely see it in the fog, but we can't see clearly enough to tell whether it's been damaged or not, but it does still seem to be there.
Yes, it's still standing.
Another point that several of our colleagues have made, Don Kirk from USA Today was here a few minutes ago. He had been at the United States Embassy, which of course has been closed to diplomats because the diplomats have gone home. But he was able to use a telephone there at the beginning of the raid, but his phone line went dead. And he reports that all the phone lines in this hotel and at the embassy and in that area were closed or were shut down by this bombing. We don't know whether that was by the Iraqi government or as a result of the bombing.
In the frenzied moments of the first wave, which came in very low, I was very concerned that we had been knocked off the air, and I rushed into the other room, the adjoining room, and punched up the operator, the hotel operator. And I won't say what he said to me, but I said I want to place a call immediately to the United States. And I was summarily told, you are not getting out of anywhere on this telephone.
Yeah, I'm sure that was true, and that might have been a government direction. There's some clouds in the sky this morning. I'm going to look out now more toward the north. You can see the city, the office building, the government housing complex seems to be intact. After all the explosions and the flashes that we saw in the preceding 3 or 4 hours, Catherine, I must tell you that it looks remarkably undamaged here in the city center.
I assume, John Holloman, what is going on the part of the military leaders of the Revolutionary Command Council right now, and this is purely assumption on my part, and I so label it, I'm assuming that right now what is happening is reconnoitering, damage assessment. And I don't know, but we certainly are hoping that later today we can talk to this government and find out what it's thinking, why it's thinking it, and what it's going to do.
That's right, Catherine. As I look out the window now, I can see it would normally be the beginning of rush hour in Baghdad. There's no rushing. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out on this 8-lane highway that runs in front of our hotel, and that's the sign that some people at least are trying to go to work. Bernie.
And so, Catherine, to sum up for you, it has been one hell of a night here in Baghdad. Wave after wave after wave of planes came in, jet fighter pilots and the bombers streaking to their targets all around us. The sky alight with bursts and sparklers, and on occasion when these planes were going after strategic targets relatively close to our location, when the bombs fell and when those bombs exploded, it shook you. It shook you to your soul. And all of us, along with working, were praying and hoping that there would be nothing indiscriminate in the way of bombing, and there was not. As I said earlier, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table. But the first experience of action is over, and you heard our CNN correspondents indicate that this could go on night after night after night. But right now, it is morning in Baghdad. There are more cabs on the streets, more trucks, more cars, but not the usual volume because of what Baghdad went through during the night. You want to flip the switch, John, to see whether Catherine or someone else has something else for us?
Yes, Bernie, we are here. Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, Peter Arnett. Gentlemen, an incredible night, an incredible report. Please stay close. We'll be back with you just a bit later. Lou?
If you were listening just a few moments ago, Wolf Blitzer with a startling report from the Pentagon on the apparent dramatic destruction of the Iraqi elite Republican Guard stationed behind the Kuwaiti frontline troops along the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. Also, the apparent destruction of the Iraqi Air Force, reported to be some 700 planes strong or so. Larry Lamont has prepared a report on what the U.S. and allied air forces were up against in Iraq.
I think we would be using capabilities that were far more lethal, far more accurate, and far more effective than anything we have ever used before.
America is relying on its massive air power to assure victory over Iraq, filling the skies with the greatest air arsenal in world history. Fighters and bombers they call Stealth, Hornet, Prowler, Tomcat, Weasel, Eagle, Falcon. F-111s, F-14s, 15s, 16s, B-52s, hundreds of planes taking off from carriers in the Persian Gulf from bases in Saudi Arabia. An international armada, including fighters from England, Germany, and Italy. The mission for the first wave of attackers is clear. Destroy airfields, radar, and missile sites.
You destroy his surface-to-air capability. You destroy his air-to-air capability. And those are his SAM sites, his surface-to-air missile sites, his fighters. He has some good ones. Don't think that this is going to be a piece of cake.
We really want to cripple their eyes and ears just as soon as possible, their command and control.
With computers in the cockpits, sophisticated radar, and navigational equipment, today's fighters strike more targets, more accurately, and cover a wider area than anyone would have dreamed possible in World War II or Vietnam. Bombing runs in World War II were not very accurate. Hundreds of planes on each mission dropped bombs and did not always destroy targets. If they had had F-111s back then, 8 of them could have pulled off many of the same missions and destroyed targets with certainty. Even in the early days of Vietnam, jets lacked sophistication.
Everything was being done eyeball. I had to put that aircraft in the proper dive angle, at the proper speed, at the proper angle of attack, and release the bombs at the proper altitude above the target. And I had to do that all myself.
In Vietnam, fighters could not fight and fly effectively at night. Today, they can. With the aid of AWACS planes serving as mid-air air traffic controllers, the U.S. has tremendous capability. The military still worries about its communications being jammed by the Iraqis, which could cause mid-air collisions and missed targets. But overall, strategists have confidence in U.S. air superiority and know success in the air will save the lives of many soldiers on the ground. Larry Lamont, CNN, reporting.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta. We bring you up to date with the very latest on the war in the Gulf.
And I'm Patrick Greenlaw. Here is the latest. War in the Gulf for the past 4 hours. U.S.-led forces have been bombing strategic targets in Iraq. For the latest on what's happening at this hour, let's check in with CNN's Bernard Shaw, who's on the phone with us right now from Baghdad. Bernie?
Patrick, it is all over for now. It is daybreak here, and the city is trying to come awake. People are coming out of wherever they were hiding in shelter. Some people are dazed. Some people are walking slowly. We can report to you that the hotel has permitted the people who ran downstairs to the bomb shelter to come out. So all of our colleagues are walking around, stretching their legs, and running around asking one another for the latest information. What did you see? What did you hear? And all of us here at CNN have been briefing people who come up and ask us for information. We've told them about the president's address during the night. We've told them about the Pentagon's assessment of the raids, and we've told them all that. But right now, there is very little life in the streets. The traffic volume is very low. Remember, this is still a weekday, and that basically is it. We do not know where Saddam Hussein is. We do not know where the government officials are. We're hoping to learn something as soon as we can. It has been a long night for us. It has been a night none of us will ever forget, and that's the latest.
Bernie, as you look out the window, can you see any destruction as you and your colleagues Peter Arnett and John Holloman so vividly described for millions of people around the world what was actually happening as the bombing took place in Baghdad and the outskirts of Baghdad? As you look out now, do you see any destruction whatsoever?
No, Patrick, we do not see any destruction, and one of the reasons why we do not is that, as the United States government indicated, these bombing raids were meant to be very, very precise. In his address to the world, President Bush indicated that every effort was being made to hold down casualties, and that the planes coming in would be going at predetermined targets. And John Holloman, are you here? Well, John has stepped away to the other room. So to answer your question with finality, we cannot see damage. We heard one fire engine, and most of the targets were somewhat away from us.
Bernie, let me just read something off of the wire here. Obviously, I'm sure you don't have it in front of you. This is according to Reuters out of Nicosia, monitoring a Radio Baghdad report. Quoting here, war started today. Baghdad radio said on Thursday, quoting still, we will teach America and its allies a lesson. That's what a radio announcer said on Radio Baghdad, according to Reuters. Have you heard anything about any government response whatsoever at this point?
None whatsoever, and that is why I am so anxious for us to be able to function beyond where we are now, and we're going to be seeing that. As I said a short while ago, I would imagine that right now the Revolutionary Command Council is engaging itself in assessing what has happened not only around and in Baghdad, but throughout the whole of Iraq. But we're just going to have to wait here until we can have access to government officials. Again, I say, we do not know the whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein. John Holloman is here. John?
Bernie, I was just able to look at the other side of our hotel because I noticed Patrick was asking for signs of damage in downtown Baghdad. Don't see any there. The same anti-aircraft battery that we've talked about since we've been here is still there, and there's a bunch of soldiers up on the roof with it this morning, as they have been every morning for the past 2 months. And as we look out on the streets and listen to the streets, we held our microphone out this window. You'll remember, Bernie, at your suggestion, in the middle of the battle, and we were hearing all these loud booms and things. What you hear now is the sound of early morning traffic. There's an electrical generator that somebody brought in here, a small portable one that there's still no power anywhere in Baghdad. There are no lights on anywhere at this moment. A couple of buses taking commuters to work. There's some birds flying around over the war memorial here. There's Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the Iraqi version of our Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And on the streets, there's still a little stillness. We still see broadcasting transmission towers off in the distance. It appears through the fog that the main telephone company may still be okay. And we don't see any signs of destruction in town. Bertie, it's remarkable to me that as powerful as some of those blasts that we felt. I know I was standing right here, and a blast hit me that felt like the blast from the space shuttle when it takes off.
That is what it reminded me of. You know, when you're down at Cape Canaveral and that shuttle goes up, the ground literally shakes and rumbles, and it's just controlled thunder. I know the report that you're referring to, that big bomb that went off, and as soon as that happened, I went right for the hallway, because I was coming between rooms, and I just went right to the floor, and I was hoping that it wouldn't be nearby.
A catastrophe, yeah. We were very lucky, I think, that it wasn't a catastrophe, but you know, for us on the ground here, we can't tell you in Atlanta or anywhere else in the CNN network how powerful these bombs were as far as what size they were. We can just tell you about the effects as we felt them here. And that one blast, although it wasn't close enough to do any damage that we can see right now, certainly was powerful enough to shake us up in our hotel room.
So, John, I think our words are inadequate to describe what has happened over the past several hours during the night. You had to be here, but I realize few of you would want to be here. I know. Before we go back to Patrick, there is one sound I will never get out of my mind from this experience.
What's that, Brian?
That was hearing this rooster down there somewhere off the grounds of this location. Hearing that rooster crowing, it's still pitch black, and the bombs are falling.
That was an amazing, you know, they say that Baghdad is always a surreal place to live and work, and that was just one more sign of that nature of the city.
And Patrick, as John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and I come back to you, you know, they say all roads lead to Baghdad. During the night, it seemed that all aircraft led to Baghdad. Back to you. Absolutely.
Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett, thank you very much for that remarkable reporting throughout the night, and we will be checking in with you, of course, for the very latest throughout the day here. Right now, let's go to the Pentagon, where CNN's Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer has been stationed all night, and he has some information about the possible destruction of the Iraqi Air Force. Wolf?
Patrick, all night we've been getting reports, very positive reports from the U.S. standpoint, that the airstrike was massive, was devastating, and indeed those reports appear to be very, very impressive as far as the United States is concerned. Iraq's air bases, and there are probably about 100 Iraqi air bases, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, according to Pentagon officials, who tell CNN that those air bases were pinpointed by the F-15s, the F-16s, A-6 carrier-based aircraft that came into Saudi Arabia, landed at forward bases, and then took off and returned to those bases in Saudi Arabia. The Iraqi Air Force, except for a few notable exceptions, didn't even come up to challenge the invading U.S. fighters. It was an extremely impressive U.S. airstrike. I'm sure military planners and military strategic thinkers for years to come will view this airstrike and study it at war colleges and elsewhere. In addition, we are told that all of Iraq's chemical and nuclear plants, facilities throughout the country, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, as well as the Scud missiles. Certainly, according to Pentagon officials who tell CNN that the fixed Scud ballistic sites, not only the regular Soviet-made ground-to-ground Scud missiles, but also the improved, longer-range, what the Iraqis call the El Hussein and the El Abbas, those fixed sites appear to have been destroyed before those missiles could even take off and go after targets. Certainly in the western part of Iraq, the Israelis were always very nervous about what the military intelligence people call H2 and H3, the most westward of the Iraqi Scud missile bases, the ones that could have endangered Israel. Those were, of course, amongst the first that were destroyed by the U.S. Air Force. Now, joining us now from the CNN Bureau in Washington is James Blackwell. James Blackwell is a highly respected military analyst at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Now, Mr. Blackwell, if these initial indications are true, what, in your opinion, does this mean as far as the war is concerned?
Well, Wolf, these are some remarkable descriptive terms already being ascribed to the results of this airstrike. The total destruction of any nation's air force, much less one with 700 to 800 aircraft, is a remarkable accomplishment. Killing all of the Scud missiles on the ground before they could be launched implies an incredible degree of the achievement of surprise and shutting down air defenses in the process in order to accomplish that. Perhaps the most impressive rhetoric or report that you have passed on to us out of the Pentagon is the decimation of a large portion, indeed perhaps the majority, the Republican Guards force, which is in fact, in the judgment of many of us, the center of gravity of the Iraqi occupying forces. If all of this has happened, then this war will be over very, very soon, because Iraq has virtually no choice whatsoever except to sit there and be surrounded and then to surrender. I stress that that's a mighty big if. What will happen today in broad daylight will be counting tanks, looking at the airfields to make sure that the destruction that we're reporting now has in fact happened.
Mr. Blackwell, let me ask you this other question. Do you sense, though, that there could be an element of overconfidence coming out of these initial reports, or do you sense that this is that the United States and others simply had overestimated Iraqi military capability in these months leading up to this war?
I don't think they overestimated Iraq's military capability. They may have, if these reports are true, they may have underestimated the capabilities of our own high-technology systems, as well as the American forces' ability to orchestrate this kind of combat power. After all, they're the ones that are going to realize that this has never been done before. And they probably approached it with a prudent degree of military conservatism. Even General Powell and Mr. Cheney have expressed that kind of conservatism in their reports. Certainly the kind of descriptions you've been getting exceed that of the language used by the General and the Secretary early on. Again, I'd have to stress that if I were in a command post in a field getting these kinds of reports, I would insist that they be checked and double-checked and actual counts be made and pass that kind of information in before we make those kinds of conclusions.
Well, one thing that we have learned only in the last few minutes is that, and this comes from well-placed Pentagon officials, one thing we have learned is that it appears that the U.S. airstrikes have now stopped, that there has been a pause, at least for the time being, that the satellites will fly over and we'll take some pictures and see exactly what the extent of the damage was. As I mentioned earlier, though, there are no reports, at least coming into the Pentagon yet, of any U.S. fighter aircraft that have gone down. Now, if, Mr. Blackwell, if there is a pause now, if the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have stopped bombing, what does that signify to you?
Well, it probably is a brief pause in order to conduct reconnaissance and battle damage assessments, because doctrinally, even when you are sure you hit, say, an airfield, you want to hit it again a couple of times in the coming 24 hours so that the local capability to rebuild or to repair airfields is not reestablished and airplanes come up unexpectedly. So this doctrinally would be a pause before you begin the next wave, digesting some of this battle damage assessment. But if the kind of destruction that they've been describing to you has happened, then there's nothing doctrinal about this. This has been an outcome that far surpasses even the most optimistic air power advocates' estimates of what would happen.
Let me ask you this question about the elite Republican Guards. If, in fact, the U.S. Fighter aircraft, the bombers, did manage to destroy a big chunk of those Republican Guards, the elite forces, the best trained, what will that mean for the Iraqis as far as a ground war, a land war with the U.S. military is concerned?
Well, it depends on how much of the Republican Guards was destroyed. If American air power was able to destroy most of the tanks that were dug in, then Saddam Hussein has lost the capability to reinforce his defenses in Kuwait. He's lost the capability to counterattack into Saudi Arabia. Indeed, he's lost the combination of his Air Force, the missiles, and the Republican Guards. He's lost the ability to threaten his neighbors militarily once again.
What was the key to this kind of very decisive and reportedly very impressive U.S. airstrike, in your opinion?
The key is to the success of this kind of thing, even if it's not all over, is the coordination, what we like to call the battle management of all this high technology. It's not quite enough to have a missile that's capable of reaching deep to hit a target with great precision. You have to be able to know what targets to hit, to be able to assess which ones have been hit, retarget, if you will, and to be able to coordinate to make sure that all the targets you want to hit, in this case probably over 1,000, are hit within a relatively short period of time. So the information processing technologies, the command and staff procedures of the various headquarters involved in planning the operations, and ultimately the skill and courage of the individual fighters who delivered these weapons in this most unusual kind of a fight are what combined in a synergistic way to provide this apparently very successful outcome.
James Blackwell of the Center for Strategic and International Studies here in Washington, thank you for joining us this evening. Let me recap now some of these big headlines that we've been reporting, and let me make it clear that this information comes from well-placed Pentagon officials here in Washington. The U.S., joined by the British, the Saudi, and the Kuwaiti Air Force, undertook a massive airstrike and is now reportedly in control of the skies. Almost all of the U.S. planes, in fact, there are no reports of any U.S. planes missing. All the U.S. planes are reported to have returned safely. There is now reportedly, we are told, a pause by the U.S. Navy and Air Force planes. They are going to assess what the damage was, but the initial indications are that the airstrikes were so massive that almost all of the Republican Guard, the elite Iraqi military, the word was used, decimated. Almost all of them have been decimated, and certainly the Iraqi Air Force, very few Iraqi planes even managed to come up and challenge the invading U.S. fighters. Obviously a very remarkable development. We're going to be following the story all evening, throughout the day. Back to Susan in Atlanta.
Thank you, Wolf. Stefan Kotsanis reports from Ankara, Turkey, that Turkey is apparently ready to declare war against Iraq. He is standing by live on the phone. What can you tell us?
Well, it's not certain yet if that they actually will declare war. What's clear is that a short while ago, Turkey's Prime Minister Yildirim Akbulut held a press conference to announce that Parliament will meet early today to authorize a declaration of war. That gives the government a free hand to open up a second front if need be. What's also important is that Akbulut announced that the United States is free to go ahead and use the bases here to launch attacks into Iraq. I have no word here in Ankara if the U.S. has actually done that yet, but the assumption is that that is only a matter of time.
Stefan, that is a change from the previous Turkish position that said that the U.S. airbase in Incirlik would only be used for defensive purposes and refueling purposes.
What it basically comes down to is this. Prime Minister Ozal has recently started hinting that they may want to let the United States take use the bases more fully, and they may even want to get in on the war themselves. Their feeling is that when Hussein invaded Kuwait, the map of the region changed completely. Their fear is that Syria and Iran may take advantage of the situation to try and make a land grab, and they want to be in on whatever settlement happens at the end. And as Ozal put it to journalists recently, if you want to get in at the settlement table, you have to have played the game up beforehand.
What about the extra troops now being stationed on the Iraqi border? Do you have any reports on the number of troops on the Turkish side and on the Iraqi side?
My understanding is on the Turkish side, they are at around 100,000. I can't be sure if there are any changes tonight and if they're getting ready to launch. I have no information on that yet.
Stefan Kotsanis reporting to us from Ankara, Turkey. Thank you. Pat?
Now let's go to Linda Scherzer, who's live at our CNN bureau in Jerusalem for the very latest from there. Linda?
Well, Israeli radio is reporting now that Saudi television has just reported that Saddam Hussein's palace has been destroyed. That report comes from veteran journalist Mickey Gordist, who has been closely monitoring the situation by radio in the Gulf. And he also reports now that Saddam Hussein has appeared on Baghdad radio. He is hearing him now, but we don't know if that is a live or a tape report. In Israel, the mood here is one of relief. The Pentagon has announced that the danger to Israel has passed, and even before the Pentagon made that announcement, a senior army officer went on Israeli television to say that missile launchers and bases in western Iraq, the bases that had posed the greatest threat to Israel, had been dealt a serious blow by Allied bombers. What's most significant here is the calm that is felt. There have been no sirens that have sounded, no blackouts. The streets are rather empty, but that's because it's just a little after 6 o'clock here in Israel, and most people are either still sleeping or just waking up. I'm also told that at Ben Gurion Airport, there were 3 plane loads of Soviet Jewish immigrants who arrived this morning to receive the news that war had started, but that it appeared that Israel would not be involved. And that's the message that officials have been saying from the outset, and certainly the scenario that they've been hoping for. People are still being advised to stay at home, to keep close to their gas masks. They're being told to open up the boxes now. Just a little while ago, Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in our studio, and he was here carrying his gas mask as well. But that is purely a precautionary measure. Again, the mood here is one of great relief. The Pentagon has announced that the danger has passed. Israelis are just waking up to the news, and after several days of tension, that news is very welcome indeed.
Okay, Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem. Thank you very much. Susan?
CNN's Robert Vito is in San Diego. Robert, you have, of course, been listening to the reports all throughout the evening. What is the reaction from your angle?
Well, here at this apartment in San Diego, we've had the privilege to spend several hours with several Navy wives whose husbands are stationed aboard ships in the Persian Gulf. And it's really been very remarkable. Their feelings, their emotions, their tears, their holding hands. And the feeling here has been one of a sense of great relief. And I think that at least the women in this room feel that maybe it will be over very soon. Heather, I think that's what you expressed to me, and you also expressed the feeling that there is a sense of maybe things changing.
Yeah, I think that now that we have actually done something to Hussein, that maybe he's going to get the picture that he made a big mistake in messing with the United States and the United Nations, and that he can't push people around anymore. I mean, what he's put on his people and on the other countries of the world, they're not going to take it anymore. I mean,
Thank you, Heather. I'm going to ask Kim, could you come over here? Kim's husband is serving aboard the Acadia. Come on right up here. Thanks. What was your reaction to President Bush's address?
I thought he did very well in getting across his point and making everybody understand why he's done this and why he did it as quickly as he did. And I think everybody was really behind him when he did. I know I was.
Do you have the sense that your husband might be coming home sooner than maybe you had thought originally?
No, I think they'll come home at least on time. I don't think they'll come home early, but I think they'll probably come home on time.
Thanks, Kim. I'm going to go to another bride whose husband is serving aboard the Acadia. You're smiling tonight. There were cheers here just a few minutes ago. Give me a sense of your feeling when you heard reports that the presidential palace may have been destroyed.
Well, I'm glad we went in and succeeded. Now, if we have to send in our ground crews, maybe it won't be quite as dangerous. We can get in, secure the area, make sure there wasn't a lot of casualties, make sure that everything has been hit that they wanted to do, and then we can start sending the guys home.
Has a lot of this surprised you as quickly as the events have unfolded?
Yes, because we were kept in such a dark secret, not knowing what was going to happen. Everybody waited for the 15th. Nothing happened. It was like everybody waited today, hoping something would happen. There was a relief just not here in the apartment, but all over.
So you feel now that maybe it's America's victory, that it's close at hand,
I don't think going to war is a victory, but I think you have to go in and you have to base a point, and you also have to let one man in the whole world know that he can't come in and think he's going to just take over and everybody's going to just tally down to him. You have to make a stand, but I don't think it's a victory in the sense of you could have casualties, and it could still seriously go on for a lot longer than 2 or 3 days.
Thank you, Kathy, very much. I appreciate it. There is indeed a great deal of pride here in this room and certainly across the country. The women in here are tremendously proud of their husbands, tremendously proud of our troops, and very proud to be Americans. Reporting live, Robert Vito, CNN, San Diego.
Robert Vito, thank you very much. About 2.5 hours ago, President Bush addressed the nation and much of the world live from the Oval Office. Let's go to the White House right now, and CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer with the very latest. Charles?
Patrick, for so long, some 5.5 months, the overriding question was, what would George Bush do in response to Saddam Hussein? He answered that tonight. The president took to the airwaves as wave after wave of bombers were still in the sky over Iraq and over Kuwait. The objective enumerated here was the liberation of Kuwait, but there was more to it than that. For a long time, the president had hinted at broader objectives. Tonight, he spelled them out.
As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
In short, the president wants to eliminate Saddam Hussein's ability to wage not just war now, but for some time in the future. He had a second message. It was a message to the Iraqi people, suggesting that perhaps it was now up to them to convey the message to Saddam Hussein that this war should go no further. President Bush spelled this out somewhat earlier in that letter of January 9th that he sought to have Secretary of State Baker deliver to the Iraqi president. That letter said that if there were a withdrawal, then Iraq's military establishment would escape destruction. What Wolf Blitzer is telling us tonight is that perhaps it has not escaped destruction. The president also in his address explained that all diplomatic efforts had failed. He signed a directive Tuesday ordering this operation, but sources indicate the decision was made some weeks ago, that he had wrestled with the moral questions of going to war while he was up at Camp David over the Christmas holiday. And President Bush is reported to be relatively comfortable, rather very much at peace with the decision that he has made. One other decision announced here at the White House this evening. It deals with the potential consequences of what is going on economically, the uncertainties of oil supplies. The president has signed an authorization for the Energy Department to draw down what is known as the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's some 600 million barrels that the U.S. holds. It would be released to international markets at bidding prices at a rate of more than 1 million barrels a day. That's the kind of subsequent step that the president is going to have to keep his eyes on now that he has made the decision to launch this attack against Iraq. Charles Bierbaum, CNN, live at the White House.
Charles, let me just follow up a little bit. At this point, as we've heard from Wolf Blitzer and some of our other colleagues around the world, that apparently the bombing is in a lull right now. I mean, there are not any attacks underway right now, and there's some sort of a damage assessment underway. Does the president have to give another decision to continue to go in after he gets that, or what is the White House determining right now?
Well, it would seem to me that very much the shift is now over to the Pentagon to continue its plan here. As Wolf indicates, you bomb and then you assess. It's now come to daylight over in the Persian Gulf area, so satellites can be effective at that. Interestingly, in my thinking, the president has repeatedly told us that this is going to be short and it's going to be dramatic and it's going to be massive and it's going to be effective and he's going to win. We did hear that Secretary Cheney this evening said that this is going to continue for some time. So maybe there is a semantic difference on opposite sides of the Potomac River here. The president certainly has unleashed a massive attack. Just how long Secretary Cheney has in mind, we really don't know at this point.
Okay, Charles Bierbaum reporting live from the White House. Thank you very much. Of course, he'll keep us updated with the latest developments from there. Susan?
I have been told that British Prime Minister John Major will hold a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. CNN will carry that news conference live. Of course, news from the Gulf has had a dramatic, often immediate impact on world financial markets. CNN's Bill Hartley is standing by in New York. Bill, what's happening on the world financial markets that are open at this point, and what's happening to the price of oil?
Well, Susan, they seem to be celebrating. The markets, of course, woke up to war, which frightened them quite a bit. Initial reaction sent stock prices lower, pushed oil prices higher. Then, with no real retaliation seen from Iraq, markets have turned around with a vengeance. At mid-afternoon in Tokyo, stocks are showing a fair gain. Japan's Nikkei average is up 745 points. That's a swing of 1,000 points from earlier in the day. Oil prices are pulling back as well. Britain's Brent North Sea crude trading now in Asia on a cash basis is priced at this hour at $27 a barrel. That's down $2 from its Wednesday Houston close, below pre-attack levels. For a perspective on oil trading in the first hours of war, we go to Peter Genoux, head of Lehman Brothers International Petroleum Trading Desk in London. He joins me on the phone. Good morning, Peter. That's quite a swing in oil from about up $3 a barrel to down $2. Why? What's happened? What are the markets saying?
Bill, initially we had very strong buying coming from the Pacific region. Our Brent traded up as high as $4.20 over the Houston close. As the president spoke, the market made the assumption that things were going exceedingly well, and the prices started to fall. Buyers withdrew entirely, sellers becoming aggressive. At this moment, we have sellers in the Brent at $2 down. That's $27 a barrel.
Are markets betting this whole thing's over, Peter?
I'm not sure they're saying that, but for the moment the market's quite calm. It's taken a look at the SPR announcement, i.e. the reserve drawdown that's to take effect in the United States, and people just are taking it easy.
We heard some reports that a Kuwaiti refinery had been hit in the bombing. What have you heard on that?
We've heard similar reports. That refinery has been out of action since the invasion anyway, and was quite a small refinery, so it would rank as insignificant.
Is there any indication, do you think, that the Iraqis, if they do finally withdraw or forced out, will sort of go out on a scorched earth policy and the Kuwaiti oil fields set them afire?
It's difficult to say, but at this stage they've scorched so much of Kuwait already and taken so many things of value from Kuwait. One has to assume they've taken refinery stocks, refinery equipment, and spare parts. So the rebuilding process will be expensive and reasonably time-consuming.
All right, Peter, one final question, and also on price. If this is over, if in a few days everything settles down, where do you see the price of crude going?
Well, we're under pressure now, Bill, and I think that pressure will continue.
All right, Peter Genou, thank you very much. I might add, Peter's been at work for several hours in London and on Wall Street. Traders have been heading down to Wall Street here in New York for some hours, anticipating a very good day. One final note, several American oil companies say they will do their part in the Gulf War. Mobil, Chevron, and Arco, and Conoco as well, saying they will freeze wholesale prices of gasoline. That's it for now from the CNN Business News Desk in New York. I'm Bill Hartley.
Right now for the very latest from the Eastern Saudi Arabian perspective, CNN's Charles Jaco is there live, and he joins us now with the very latest. Charles?
Yes, good morning, Patrick, from Iranian drizzly Saudi Arabia, where it's about 20 to 8 in the morning. We've just been in contact with Saudi Arabian television to clarify a report earlier. Saudi TV tells us that they are not reporting that Saddam Hussein's palace is burning. They say that the area near Saddam Hussein's palace is on fire, but they have no information that the building that houses the palace itself is burning. We've just received a pool report in from an airbase somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia that may give you an indication of what happened during the fighting last night. Ground crews say that none of the first 6 F-15s that landed back at the base had fired any of their air-to-air missiles, nor had they jettisoned their extra fuel tanks. What that means simply is they ran into no aerial opposition, and there were no aerial dogfights. We're led to understand that the first pool television pictures, the first video from this, from ships or the ground, we're not sure, should be available in about an hour and a half. We'll keep tuned to see how that develops. We're also led to understand here from military sources that none of the big aerial guns in the U.S. arsenal, the B-52 bombers, were used in this raid at all, that they remain parked at their bases and were not used. Now, many of the military people here, both U.S. and Saudi, are urging a bit of caution. They're jubilant, of course, over what they see from their perspective as the immense success of this airstrike. However, they caution that none of the ground forces have been used yet. If the reports out of the Pentagon are true and that the Republican Guards, Iraq's elite forces, have been decimated, that might mean something. However, they caution that if Iraq is not willing to give up Kuwait, a long and perhaps bitter ground campaign could ensue. We'll have to wait and see how that develops. No counterstrike, according to Saudi military sources, of any kind was launched. They have no information of any Scud missiles or even any Iraqi Air Force planes making it in the air to come toward this direction in Saudi Arabia to try some sort of strike inside Saudi. Right now, from the point of view of the Saudi, U.S., and British military people we've spoken to here, the operation so far is an unqualified success, but they say that is so far. We'll have to wait and see what develops. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles Jaco, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you a little bit later. Susan?
John Sweeney is on the phone with us now from Riyadh. John, what is the latest from your perspective?
Susan, the streets of Riyadh look like any other workday morning. It's very difficult to determine from this vantage point that there is, in fact, this country is at war. At last report, Saudi King Fahd was meeting with his top ministers here in the Saudi capital. No word on that meeting, but undoubtedly the ministers are very happy with the first reports they are getting. As we understand it, the king gave permission to launch an attack from Saudi soil following a Wednesday morning meeting between Secretary of State James Baker and Saudi Ambassador Prince Bandar. The first indication here in Riyadh that something was up came about 2 hours before the attack when several KC-135 tanker refueling planes took off with a thunderous roar from an airbase nearby. We now know the planes were launched to provide in-flight fuel for the hundreds of combat aircraft sorties involved in the attack. And shortly after the attack, General Norman Schwarzkopf issued a communique to his troops. He said in part, and I'm quoting, "Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you," said the general, "your loved ones at home and our country." Susan?
All right, thank you, CNN's John Sweeney, keeping us up to date with the very latest from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And this just in, Saddam Hussein has addressed his people, speaking on Baghdad radio today as it is now 20 of 8 in the morning, Baghdad time. Saddam Hussein said, quote, "The mother of all battles has started." Baghdad radio also said that Iraq would never surrender, and it called on the population to resist U.S.-led forces. Baghdad radio said, "We will never surrender." Again, that's the latest from Baghdad radio, where it is coming up on 8 o'clock in the morning there. Patrick?
Right now, as you know, hundreds of thousands of American families have been affected by this operation, and we're going to go to CNN's John Zarrella right now, who is at Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina with the very latest and some perspective from there. John?
Good evening, Patrick. Indeed, we are just a few miles from Patrick Air Force Base, and certainly many of the people here behind me, their lives have been affected tonight by what has happened in the Middle East. Many of the people who used to come into this bar are probably pilots who were flying sorties tonight. We talked to a few of the folks here. Many have relatives. Richard, your father is over in the Middle East right now, and he services F-16 fighters. What are your feelings tonight?
Well, my feelings for my dad are like everyone else. We're all praying for their safe return.
You're confident in the kind of work your father's doing over there? You're proud of him?
Yes, I'm very proud. He does everything with the best of his abilities.
Lisa, you're over here drinking a Coke, kind of relaxed. It's been watching CNN all night here, and your mother works over at Shaw Air Force Base, and you have lots of friends that are over there.
Yes, I do.
Your feelings?
Well, I just wish that they would return home safely, and I'm just praying for them.
You think that the right action was taken by the president?
Yes, I do. I'm behind him 100%, and I have a feeling I know what he's doing, and it's best for the United States.
Right. Thank you, Lisa. I'm going to wander across over here to the other side, and another table, and talk first with Mike. And Mike, you're a reservist. You haven't been activated yet, but your feelings?
No, sir, I haven't been activated. I'm behind what the president is what he's done, and if I am activated, I'll be willing to go.
A tough night, you think, for everyone, though?
I think it's hard on everybody, but I think he's doing the right thing, the president is.
Heath, over in the corner, you've got friends over there, too. And I guess just about everybody here has friends, at least, if not relatives there. Your feelings about what's been going on?
Well, I think it was long overdue, and I'm glad we finally did something about it. And I'm behind the president 100%, and I hope we really kick their butts. How about that?
I imagine the feeling, though, from most everyone in here, though, being so close to people here, is that it will be over fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think, well, like President Bush said today, we have 28 countries behind us. And I think with 28 countries against a little small place like Iraq, I don't think it should really take that long before, he pulls out of Kuwait. He should know that we will overpower him.
I think one thing that needs to be emphasized somewhat is that since all of this began here, this particular sports bar Legacies here, many of the people that do come here, as I mentioned at the beginning, are pilots who are serving over there, and again may have flown sorties tonight into Iraq, and no one here really knows what's happened or to what extent anyone may have been hurt over there, but they're all watching. They've been watching all night here, waiting for the latest information. But the one sense that you get from everyone here is the sense that they are all very proud. Sumter is a small town, a small city in South Carolina, and just about everyone has some affiliation with Shaw Air Force Base here, which is the home of two of the F-16 squadrons that are over there, some 48 aircraft. And when you go into Shaw Air Force Base, at the front of Shaw Air Force Base, when you walk in, is a slogan: our mission is to fly, to fight, and to win. And everyone here in Sumter, South Carolina, and here tonight is very proud of the fact that these men are over there and the job that they're doing. This is John Zarrella reporting live from Sumter, South Carolina.
John Zarrella, thank you very much. Susan?
Thank you. And updating the story just in, we don't know when Saddam Hussein broadcast a message to the Iraqi people saying the mother of all battles has begun. Baghdad radio, by the way, was off the air for several hours at the very beginning of the U.S.-led attack on the capital of Iraq. But Saddam Hussein has now broadcast a message to his people. We don't know if it was recorded before or after or during the attack. Again, the message was that the mother of all battles has started. The radio said, "We will never surrender," and urged the Iraqi people to resist the U.S.-led attack. Of course, in the United States, a very divided Congress over the weekend gave President Bush the authorization to use force if necessary to eject Iraq from Kuwait. CNN's Bob Franken is standing by now on Capitol Hill. Bob, now that the president has exercised that option, that offensive military option, what is the reaction from your standpoint?
Well, first of all, Susan, there were some formalities to take care of, and this is the kind of thing that will be written about in history books. The various leaders in Congress were notified either by the president or by top members of his administration. House Speaker Tom Foley's office got a call about 5:30 asking that the speaker find a secure telephone line, which he did, and the president then told him of the upcoming operation. One of the requirements of the legislation that passed over the weekend is that the president certify that all economic and diplomatic means to try and convince Iraq to leave Kuwait had been exhausted. That certification arrived in the speaker's hands, we're told, at 6:35, and shortly thereafter, the offensive pounding began against Iraq. It wasn't too long after that before there was quick congressional reaction.
I'm glad to see us going in real strength and not piecemealing things as we did in Vietnam. In war, moderation is not to be admired in war. Moderation, as I said on the Senate floor the other day, is self-defeating in combat. And so I'm glad to see us going in with real power and to hope that Saddam Hussein, even at this late time, will realize what he's up against and withdraw.
Now, at this point, I think there are really two critical questions. First, have we succeeded in knocking out enough of his missile capability that he has made a tragic mistake in apparently deciding to wait before counterattacking us? If we've knocked out enough of his missile capability, Saddam may find himself in daylight, when we've always felt he would be most likely to try to counterattack us, with very little resource left to make such a counterattack. And that, of course, could contribute very significantly to an early victory. The other question that's very hard for any of us to answer at this point is whether or not the attack from the air today will have broken the morale of the ground forces.
As you can imagine, most of the reaction on Capitol Hill was supportive, if not of the president, then of the fighting men and women in the Persian Gulf. One exception was California Congressman Ron Dellums, a Democrat, who said, "I am outraged by and oppose the commencement of the war in the Gulf." But for the most part, that was an atypical reaction. Most of it, of course, as I said, was supportive of the president and the fighting people in the Persian Gulf. Now, the Congress is going to be called back into full session. You're going to start seeing most of the members coming into town tomorrow. What will probably happen is that by the end of the week, there will be a full, complete resolution in support of the effort there. But for the most part, while Congress will be meeting, there's very little that Congress has to do now. The role of Congress, for the most part, will be to stand on the sidelines. Susan?
Thank you, CNN's Bob Franken, keeping us up to date from Capitol Hill. Let's go back now to Baghdad. CNN's John Holloman is standing by. John, what's the latest there?
All right, let me do this. I will make a dub of the tape here and give one of the tapes to Iraqi TV and ask them to feed it for us.
Atlanta, Baghdad.
John Holloman in Baghdad. We're having a little discussion here with a representative of Iraqi television at this moment, who's allowed us the opportunity to send to you some of the pictures that we made overnight of this attack on Baghdad. In the background, you can hear that discussion going on with our producer, Robert Weiner, and the Iraqi television officials being very cooperative, being here, and he's urging that Robert go with him to make sure that this is all right. I believe Robert Weiner will go with him to the feed, and in a matter of a few minutes, you'll probably be allowed to see some pictures of the raids on Baghdad last night. Other information that we can offer to you: there is a report today from Iraqi or the Baghdad radio saying that President Bush will regret the attack on Baghdad, and America and their allies will be taught a lesson. And there's also a report that Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has appeared on Baghdad radio, saying that the mother of all battles has now officially started, and that he'll have another address to the Iraqi people. Also, there is a radio station, probably Baghdad radio, monitored in Amman, quoting someone who sounds like President Saddam Hussein, as saying the victory is very near, in a message to the Iraqi people. On the streets of Baghdad at this moment, let me walk over to the window and give you a 30-second update on what we can see as we look out our window. There are still a few cars going back and forth. The sun is more up now. There's a gentle breeze blowing, and there is some rain in Baghdad. We saw some rainwater on the roof of a government building on one side, on the east side of our location here. And as we look out over the city, we still see the fog that is typical of the mornings in December and January in Baghdad. And we see no signs of damage at this point. We've asked Iraqi authorities to allow our CNN camera crews to go out with government officials to the streets, see if we can detect any signs of damage in the Baghdad area, and perhaps get them to take us to the places where we saw the bombs coming down 3 or 4 hours ago to get a look at what damage those bombs did cause. And because in the past few minutes, an Iraqi government official has come in to say that we have access to their television transmission facilities, we will attempt to send you the pictures from overnight of the attack, plus whatever other pictures we get in a fairly expeditious manner. It could happen pretty soon, so we urge you to stay tuned to see those pictures as soon as we can transmit them out to you. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, a two-part question, please, in reference to Baghdad Radio's report from Saddam Hussein. Has anybody actually seen Saddam Hussein since all of this started? And is there any way to actually confirm when he made that message?
Short answer to both questions, Susan, no and no. We still don't have any power. There is no electricity available anywhere in Baghdad. We have a generator, but we haven't yet been able to fire it up so that we could look at Baghdad television. Our monitor for Baghdad radio is available here, but none of us speaks Arabic, so we're sort of at a loss. But we're going to try to get an Arabic speaker into our workspace soon and crank up Baghdad radio and continue to sort of get a hint, perhaps, from the broadcast as to where President Saddam Hussein is right now and when the announcement that we've heard about was in fact recorded. So we'll let you know the answers to those questions as soon as we get them.
All right. Thank you, CNN's John Holloman, keeping us up to date from Baghdad. Patrick.
As we heard from John Holloman, we will keep you updated on any video that we get and that we're allowed to transmit out of Baghdad back here to Atlanta so we can show you. We do have some other video right here. This is Jerusalem live, some 5.5 hours or 6 hours. That's the Knesset right there in Jerusalem, some 5.5 to 6 hours after what is being described as a massive airstrike by Saudi Arabia and U.S., Great Britain, and Kuwaiti air forces. Amman, Jordan right here again. As you can see, the sun just coming up there in Amman, Jordan. Again, we are awaiting the first pictures from Baghdad on the massive airstrikes. Right now, let's go to the State Department when World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter is standing by live. Ralph?
Patrick, here at the State Department, a final round of diplomacy in the hours before the attack began amounted to little more than a series of brief meetings and telephone calls by Secretary of State James Baker, notifying key American allies and friends of the impending attack. Baker telephoned Soviet Foreign Minister Alexander Besmirtnik in Moscow and met with Israel's ambassador to Washington. The notifications began about 10 hours before the attack when Baker met with the Saudi ambassador, who telephoned King Fahd with the word from the State Department. As night approached in the Gulf, Baker and President Bush had a pleasant lunch at the White House when the two men presumably exchanged final thoughts about their decision to use force before completing the notification process through diplomatic channels. The reaction, according to a Baker aide, most diplomats offered the United States good luck. Ralph Begleiter, CNN, reporting live from the State Department.
Ralph Begleiter, thank you very much. And right now we're going to go to Jeannie Mose, who's standing by live at the United Nations in New York. Jeannie?
Patrick, the Secretary General of the United Nations just went into the room where members of the 15 members of the Security Council are gathering. The 5 permanent members, the U.S., Britain, Soviet Union, France, and China, just had a private meeting of their own, and now they are going back into the room with the rest of the members. We're expecting the U.S. ambassador to give a general briefing to the members of the Council, not a detailed report, but a kind of general briefing on what the U.S. is doing. The President of the United States, President Bush, called the Secretary General of the UN before the hostilities started. U.S. officials say that the President indicated that the time for diplomacy had ended and it was time for Resolution 678, the resolution authorizing the use of force. It was time for that to be implemented. Here's how the Secretary General responded to the news of the attack.
After all my efforts, after all the efforts of so many countries and so many personalities, that we are now facing a war. And then at this very moment, only 1 hour and a half after the hostilities, I am not well informed. I have not a lot of details about what has happened. But I think it's for me to express my deep sorrow because of as Secretary General of the United Nations, the peace organization, I can only be saddened by the beginning of hostilities.
And as for what the Security Council will be doing, well, there is not a lot the Security Council can do. After all, it authorized this action that the United States took tonight, and so it's not the usual kind of situation where when there's some sort of military action, there are countries that come and complain to the Council and ask for action. That will not be the case in this case. Now, outside the United Nations, there are demonstrations tonight, and Gary Tuckman is outside for CNN.
Well, Jeannie, most of New York City has been quiet and subdued today, but that's anything but the case across the street from the United Nations. There are literally hundreds of people surrounding us, demonstrators, counter-demonstrators, and policemen. And behind us right now, they have just set a fire in the street across the street from the United Nations. The fire was originally set as a little bonfire, but it seems to be growing out of control right now, and police officials are rushing to the scene. This is an anti-war demonstration. It started kind of impromptu, and it was a very dangerous time for a while because police tried to keep demonstrators on streets where there were no cars. But they ended up going on 2nd Avenue where there were lots of cars. So there are literally hundreds of people walking down 2nd Avenue with cars. I actually saw one lady get hit by a car as she was crossing the street. Someone had to carry her away. So it was a very dangerous situation here today. And what they're telling us right now outside the United Nations, these organizers of this anti-war demonstration, is they plan to do it again tomorrow night.
Please step back from the fire.
And that is the situation outside the UN tonight. U.S. officials have told CNN that the Security Council will have an important role to play when it comes to making peace, but for the moment, there's not a lot, as I said, that the Security Council can do. And as for Iraqi reaction to all of this, well, we have been looking for the Iraqi ambassador to the UN. He is nowhere to be found. We did send a CNN correspondent over to the Iraqi mission to the United Nations to see if he was over there. Someone there just shut the window on the CNN correspondent when he went over there to find the Iraqi ambassador. Shut the window, said no, no, no. And so no reaction here so far from the Iraqis at the UN. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
Thank you, Jeannie. And just to reiterate, British Prime Minister John Major will be holding a news conference just a little bit over 1 hour from now. CNN will, of course, carry that news conference live. But right now, we go to CNN's Doug James, who is standing by in Amman, Jordan. Doug, what's the latest from your angle?
Here in Jordan, in one way at least, the day began like any other day with prayers at the mosques. Of course, this was no ordinary day. Most people heading to the mosques had already heard on their radio of the beginning of the Gulf War. Now, so far, there's been no official reaction from the government. We understand that King Hussein has been watching developments on CNN, as many world leaders have, and he is expected to make some kind of an announcement, perhaps on television, later this morning. Jordan has already taken precautions. Its airspace has been closed. It was closed about an hour before the attack, indicating that perhaps Jordan got some kind of indication that the attack was about to begin. Its 100,000-man armed forces are on the highest of alert, and some reservists have been called up. The fear here, of course, has always been that Jordan somehow would be brought into the war, that Iraq might attack Israel, Israel in return might attack Jordan. That has now been somewhat discounted with reports that the missile sites, which would have been aimed at Israel, have apparently been destroyed. The Palestinians here, of course, especially those in refugee camps, are shocked. They had hoped that Saddam Hussein could have helped them establish a homeland, to get some kind of a linkage with the whole issue of withdrawing from Kuwait. That clearly has failed. We'll see later today just how angry they are. There will be a demonstration, an angry march, a funeral, really, for the 3 PLO terrorists, PLO representatives who were killed in Tunis the other day. And the anger of the Palestinians is expected to come out at that time. American citizens here have been warned that there's no need to evacuate at this point, but they should certainly stay in their homes. This is Doug James reporting live for CNN from Amman, Jordan.
Doug, you mentioned the demonstrations planned for later today, and you bring up a very good point. In Jordan, the threat was not necessarily just a military threat, but political instability with the Palestinians in Jordan. Have you heard from King Hussein? Has he said anything to the Jordanian people? Do you expect to hear from him? And what is the Jordanian government doing to maintain political order in the kingdom?
We don't really expect any political instability here. Even the Palestinians, which form the majority of people in Jordan, have always been solidly behind King Hussein. Of course, they're going to be very disappointed that they were not able to get that linkage, the promise of a homeland. This doesn't necessarily mean that that promise has been killed for good. In fact, perhaps all the attention on the Gulf crisis will somehow bring the whole issue to the international table sometime in the future. So I don't think there'll be so much instability here as perhaps some even renewed hope in the future after the war that the whole idea of a Palestinian homeland will somehow be resurrected.
CNN's Doug James keeping us up to date from Amman, Jordan. Patrick?
As we said earlier, the attacks are over right now, and the Pentagon is in what's called the damage assessment mode right now. For the very latest on that and the latest from the Pentagon, let's go to CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Patrick, Pentagon officials say the U.S. air war has basically paused to assess exactly what is going on. Officials here make clear that the U.S. is very, very pleased by the initial reports. The initial reports suggest that virtually all of the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, return safely to their bases. As we speak right now, I am told there are still no reports of any U.S. fighter aircraft lost in combat. Only a handful of Iraqi aircraft actually went up and engaged the U.S., and I am told that the U.S. fighter aircraft that were involved in this massive U.S. attack had no problem in dealing with those Iraqi aircraft. Earlier, about 2.5 hours ago, the Defense Secretary, Dick Cheney, was here in this room, and he gave us some of the details, some of his assessment of exactly what has transpired.
The operation underway tonight, taking place in the pre-dawn darkness of the Persian Gulf, involves allied air forces of 4 nations: the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. As they undertake their missions, they do so after months of careful planning. At the direction of the President, great care has been taken to focus on military targets, to minimize U.S. casualties, and to do everything possible to avoid injury to civilians in Iraq and Kuwait. No one should doubt our ability and our resolve to carry out our mission and to achieve our objective. I have great confidence in the professionalism, the dedication, and the determination of the men and women of our armed forces. They are, without question, the finest young sailors, soldiers, airmen, and Marines this nation has ever sent in harm's way. I want to assure all Americans that we will do our very best to carry out the President's orders as quickly and efficiently as possible and at the lowest cost possible.
Pentagon officials say that virtually all of the fixed Iraqi Scud and other ballistic missile sites were taken out in that initial U.S. and allied airstrike. In addition, virtually all of the Iraqi air bases were destroyed, put out of commission. There is additional information that we have here that a big chunk of the elite Republican Guard, the best Iraqi soldiers, about 150,000 of them in the northwestern section of occupied Kuwait and in southern Iraq, that the U.S. dropped some huge bombs on many of those positions, and the initial reports are that a big chunk of the Iraqi Republican Guard has been put out of commission. A word I heard earlier this evening from a senior Pentagon official who has received these initial accounts is that the Republican Guard has been decimated. The U.S. intelligence community is now sending satellites over. The U.S. intelligence community and military intelligence are going to debrief all of the American and other allied pilots who have now returned from this massive U.S. airstrike, U.S.-led airstrike. It wasn't only the United States, Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait also participated. But by all accounts, the initial word here at the Pentagon, as far as the U.S. Is concerned, it was a very dramatic success. Patrick?
Wolf, I'm sure you heard Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia telling us that the Saudi officials are saying that from, initially, I mean, they're very very relieved and I guess happy about the success of the airstrike so far, but obviously there's still 500,000 troops at least, or 450,000 multinationals, and then perhaps as many as 1 million of Iraqi troops. Where does the Pentagon stand now? I mean, are they going to do more bombings at this point, or are we going to, I know Dick Cheney said earlier, the Defense Secretary, that ground forces were not going to be used or haven't been used right now, but where does it stand right now?
I am told that there is going to be an assessment made in the next few hours as the initial casualties, as in the initial account of exactly what happens reaches Washington, as all of the information reaches Washington. This pause is going to continue for some time for the U.S. to make an assessment and then decide what the next step is. The hope always has been here in the Pentagon, and this has been expressed many times privately in the weeks leading up to this war, the hope has always been that if the elite Republican Guard and the Iraqi air power, the ballistic missiles, if all of that could be, in the words of some Pentagon officials, decimated, then the Iraqi troops, the 500,000 plus Iraqi soldiers who are in and around Kuwait, that they would have no choice but to surrender, especially if the command and control facilities were cut off. They didn't have supply lines. And this is certainly what the Pentagon hopes. Earlier also in the weeks leading up to this, we had also been told that there would be a pause after the initial strike for Saddam Hussein, if he's still around, to assess what the situation is and to decide, is he now ready, in the words of one Pentagon official, to say uncle, and he suggested Uncle Sam in this particular case, is he now ready to evacuate, to withdraw from Kuwait, to allow the Kuwaiti government in exile to be restored? If that would be the case, I assume that the United States would stop this assault if that decision was made by Saddam Hussein. No word, of course, yet, and I don't want to leave you, our audience, with the impression that this war is by any means over. What is clear, though, is that the initial reports reaching the Pentagon describe a devastating U.S. air assault, and of course the situation will be assessed in the hours and days to come.
Okay, Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Of course, we'll be checking in with you for further information throughout the night. Susan?
And as Wolf mentioned, Pentagon planners had, of course, envisioned a pause after the initial strike to give Saddam Hussein a chance to reassess his position. And this just in, the 16-member alliance of NATO has held an emergency session. The U.S. ambassador to NATO told the organization that Iraq still could avoid destruction by pulling out of Kuwait. The ambassador said it is not the U.S. installation to occupy or dismember Iraq, but to liberate Kuwait. Again, that to an emergency session of NATO. But the military offensive overnight has been described as possibly the greatest air attack in history, the largest, the strongest air attack in history. CNN's journalists in Baghdad rode out that attack. CNN's John Holloman rejoins us now live from Baghdad, where it is just after 8 o'clock in the morning there. John.
Susan, good morning. An interesting development here. At a location, I guess, less than a quarter of a mile from our CNN Baghdad bureau, there is a huge cloud of white smoke that is pouring out of the side of a building. We don't know whether it is being manufactured intentionally or whether there's something on fire in this building, but the smoke is coming out in such volume that it has totally obscured our view of the outside world in a very short period of time. It would lead one to believe that perhaps the Iraqis have manufactured this smoke. We don't know anything else about it except that we see the source that it's coming from, and that has made it very, very difficult to see even out our windows here at the hotel. It's thicker than the thickest fog we have seen in the early morning hours in Baghdad. A couple of other notes for you. The Pentagon says the Iraqi Air Force has been decimated. The elite Republican Guard, the best Iraqi soldiers, the ones sent to defend Kuwait, have been destroyed. The Iraqis have a different view of that situation. Baghdad Radio quotes Iraqi officials as saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, in an address to the Iraqi people and the Arab nations, says, the mother of all wars has started, and the victory is very near. Iraqi television in the recent past has invited CNN to transmit all the pictures of the attack we made last night to you. We will begin doing that within a matter of minutes if we can work out the technical details and if Iraqi television is able to operate and has electricity and all the facilities that they normally have when we send pictures to you. And You'll remember if you were watching our broadcast earlier in the evening in the United States, or 3 or 4 hours ago, wherever you were, the descriptions that we offered you over the telephone line here about how remarkable it was. We have a guest who was here during the bombing of Baghdad last night, who was also in Tripoli, Libya, in the Libyan bombing in April 1986. She's Marie Colvin, the Middle East correspondent for the Sunday Times. Marie, first of all, now tell me what happened to you last night.
Well, what was remarkable, about the same time as Libya. In this case, though, when first we saw what was happening first, I mean, you saw anti-aircraft going up, you saw a sort of spectacular, what looked like a fireworks display, didn't it? I mean, tracers going up and a series of red lights and sparkles. But it wasn't for, I mean, in Libya, what happened is we were just jolted out of our beds by the sound of planes coming in, so it was a lot closer there. I mean, this was off in the distance, but it was a pretty spectacular display for that.
Yeah. How would you compare the two? I mean, would you say that this was a lot more firepower than was used in Libya?
Well, this was a lot more massive. I mean, it was not as close. I mean, Libya, you had pretty much two bombing runs. I mean, the first one you missed because we woke up and you had that second one come in. The Libyan anti-aircraft didn't start till 10 minutes after. You had what looked like a massive battle out there last night, you know, lowing and starting all over again over a period of about 2 or 3 hours. But what we could see out of our windows was massive bombing off in the distance, but not that far, maybe 5 miles along what looks to be the Baghdad airport, probably some other targets there, but they don't seem to have actually hit in the city. Whereas in Libya, they did hit targets in the city, Gaddafi's barracks, where he was living at the time, for example.
Yeah, all right, Marie. Anything else you want to tell us? How are you feeling in the aftermath of all that?
Very tired, Sean.
Yeah. All right, well, I think there'll come a time when we'll all be able to get some sleep here. I don't know if it'll be now, because this acrid smoke that we told you about a few minutes ago at the beginning of our report is beginning to filter into the hotel. Mark Biello, this doesn't smell poisonous to you, does it? No, it smells just like some very thick smoke that's here. We'll continue our reports, Susan, and we'll keep you posted as best we can as the day continues. And we hope you'll be able to see those pictures we took last night as soon as we can get the TV station to send them to you.
Absolutely. And, John, when we are able to get that video in, we will be rejoining you and your colleagues in Baghdad, and you can give us further details from your end. CNN's Richard Roth is standing by in Tel Aviv, one of the danger points. Of course, Iraq's Saddam Hussein had threatened to attack Israel. Tel Aviv was in distance of a possible Scud missile attack. You must be very relieved there, Richard.
Well, the sun is up here in Tel Aviv, and yes, the city is still standing, though the streets are very empty. The people of Israel have been urged by the government to stay at home. They've been ordered to open their gas maskets to keep them ready, but to stay at home and listen to the radio, and millions of them are doing it. There were some nervous moments during the early hours here of the morning after word of the attack on Baghdad came. You'd hear a car backfire and perhaps a military plane overhead, but nothing much came of it, and this city is probably breathing a large sigh of relief right now. Here are some of the morning headlines of the papers that are just coming out. This is Israel's largest daily, saying U.S. planes attack Iraqi missiles, and then the second largest paper in Israel, Mahriv, saying war. And those papers are coming out on the streets right now, and those people who would like to leave their homes are probably going to snatch them up pretty quickly. Now, Israel ordered all of the people to stay at home, declaring a civil defense emergency. As part of that emergency, the citizens were told to open their gas mask kits. Millions have been distributed to the people over the last few weeks, and just yesterday, the army started handing them out to Palestinians in the West Bank. That after an order by the Supreme Court, which called the government's policy scandalous not to give them out to the Palestinians. The army was worried about trouble in the occupied territories by supporters of Saddam Hussein, and that people would be able to use the gas mask to ward off tear gas from the army. And in fact, the army has clamped down in the territories. Perhaps just in case, they have placed a curfew on the occupied territories and in communities in East Jerusalem. And Israeli radio is reporting this morning that 3 shots were fired at the U.S. consulate in East Jerusalem from a passing car. We don't have any other details at this moment. Now, an Israeli defense official says that Israel is not involved in any way in this conflict. An army official said the chances of a missile attack from Iraq are getting smaller and smaller as time passes. Right now, it's, quote, small and near zero. Of course, Tel Aviv, as you mentioned, is the city that was threatened by Saddam Hussein. In an interview with Mexican television, he said this would be the city where he would strike first should he be attacked by the multinational force. So far, all is quiet. Israel has ordered all workers in key industries to report to work today. Employees in the power, gasoline, and fire areas, and also the telephone company. There has been no significant call-up of reservists so far. Everyone is listening to the radio for the latest. Israel has always been confident that the U.S. forces would be able to do heavy damage to Saddam Hussein and his missile batteries. Just yesterday, a brigadier general of the Israeli Defense Force said, "We are absolutely confident in the capabilities of the American forces." And he said that Israel was sure they would do the job. Now, also what's taking place in Tel Aviv, the chief of staff of the Israeli military has called his general staff in, and we've seen soldiers in the streets carrying their brown gas mask boxes, and they've been reporting to their posts. We've talked to people at various bars and all-night kiosks that have been open in Tel Aviv. The general reaction has been certainly very favorable to what's happened. One woman said she was worried. 2 other men said that they were glad that it appears that it might be a short war. They were basing that on radio reports of the heavy damage inflicted by U.S. aircraft. An Israeli security official said that missiles pointed at Israel, some of them have been destroyed in the raid. That according to Israeli television. And the assistant to the military chief of operations says we know of some hits on missile batteries in the western part of Iraq. Despite the calm here so far, though, Israel says it is still ready for anything. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
And as Richard reported, Israeli officials are now saying that the chance of a missile strike is getting smaller and smaller. This is CNN's Wolf Blitzer is reporting from Pentagon officials that the U.S.-led forces have virtually decimated the Iraqi missile capability. Patrick?
And joining us now to add his expertise to the military attack against Iraq is Major General Perry Smith. General Smith is a retired 2-star Air Force general who commanded an F-15 wing in Europe. He's also the author of 2 books, Assignment Pentagon and Taking Charge. Welcome, General Smith, to you. Just heard that report from Susan and Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. By all accounts, at least from the Pentagon, this airstrike was massive. It was very, very effective, wiped out. Some reports are saying the Iraqi Air Force, also the Republican Guard. We just heard the missile installations. Do you think that the strength of the Iraqi air defenses was overestimated, or was the Allied forces' capability of doing this kind of massive damage sort of underestimated?
I think probably a combination of both. Our capability was very, very good, and of course we came in low. We had a lot of electronic warfare to jam their radars. We used a lot of good new tactics and techniques. Our training was very good, and we kind of overwhelmed the system. And then as more and more waves came through, it was easier and easier for them to come in. So the raid was quite successful, well planned, and well executed. I think it's a little premature to say that the Iraqi Air Force is completely wiped out yet. They may well be in their shelters, and we may see them sometime in the next day or 2.
Are you surprised, though, by the kind of reports that we're having decimated in this massive attack? I mean,
I'm not really surprised because we had so much time to practice. We have such good systems, and we have such a massive amount of air. I guess if there is a surprise, that the fact that we have, apparently have not lost any aircraft. I would think that operational losses, some kind of losses would be expected. And so as we look forward for the next few days, we shouldn't get too optimistic, because we will probably lose some airplanes, because warfare is very hazardous, and the adrenaline is pumping pretty heavily in those cockpits right now.
Give us some idea, if you would. I mean, we've heard these incredible reports from our 3 reporters in Baghdad who were sitting in the hotel watching these incredible airstrikes all around Baghdad and surrounding areas. Give us some idea strategically what happened. Did the stealth bombers go in? I mean, what actually do you think was used, and how was it used?
I'm going to have to guess in this because I don't have any detailed information, but my guess would be we used the stealth aircraft initially to go in after the radars, to knock out the radars, and then followed in with F-15Es, which are the air-to-ground E's, air-to-ground F-15s. They come in very low. They come in with very sophisticated radar, very precise weapons, and they hit the military targets. And then wave after wave of F-15Es and perhaps some other low-level attack aircraft throughout the night.
Now, did they come off of just ground bases, or were they coming off of carriers? I mean, we do know there's some reports that they apparently left from Saudi Arabia.
It appears that the great majority of the missions were coming out of Saudi Arabia. There may have been some out of carriers, but probably not. I would guess that most of these came out of Saudi Arabia. The F-15s would fly off the ground. The F-117 stealth fighters would have come off the ground. The F-111s off the ground. So I would think it was largely a Air Force operation at least against Baghdad.
We're in, as we heard from Wolf Blitzer also at the Pentagon, we're in sort of a damage assessment at this point in some sort of a pause mode. If another bombing attack were ordered by the Pentagon or requested by the Pentagon, what would they do next then?
Well, again, they would look and see what they did and what they didn't do. They'd go after targets that they had hoped to hit well and didn't hit so well. They would probably begin to shift toward Kuwait and think in terms of isolating the Iraqi forces inside Kuwait from resupply from Iraq. But it would be an evolving kind of campaign, a little hard to predict at this moment.
But how important would the air power be in terms of if, let's say, in the worst case scenario, the ground forces were needed? Obviously, a lot of people in the Pentagon are thinking if that is needed, they don't like it only to be a mopping up kind of operation as opposed to a real offensive push into Kuwait.
This is a very important point. We see a major doctrinal shift here, and that is in all times in history when we had massed armies facing each other with air power was always in support of the massed army. Now we have the air forces in the lead, perhaps even decisively in the lead, with the army and ground forces more in a supporting role. The situation is ideal. You've got a desert situation. You've got plenty of time for training. You've got a very massive amount of air power. But it may be a unique time in history where in a tactical situation, air power would be the decisive element.
Well, as you well know, General, during Vietnam, the bombing of Hanoi, I guess in 1972, was at the end of the war. And our colleague Peter Arnett was mentioning this earlier tonight as he was describing the bombing around Baghdad. But that happened at the end of the war. At the beginning of the war, we've had these massive airstrikes. So, as you're saying, historically, it could turn out to be that this was a really sort of almost a preemptive bombing to stop the war immediately.
Well, we came out of Vietnam with a lot of lessons, and we realized we needed better training, we needed better technology, we needed better systems, we need more accuracy, we needed better cooperation among the services, and all that has taken gradually hold. And I think the result is that the United States military today is pretty darn effective, and what we see in at least this first night of combat, really an impressive operation.
So really the targets were sort of, the maps were sort of computerized into the cockpit of the
Yeah, if you get inside the F-15E, you see a very computerized cockpit. Two people, one in the back who does the controlling of all the radars, and the front seater who takes care of the flying the airplane. And they have a map in front of them which is highlights the route in and also the specific target they're going after. And as a result, you get accuracies down to less than a foot in many cases. And they come in low, they're using jamming and so forth, so it's very hard to hit them as they go through.
Well, let me just ask you this. We're talking about, sort of a first time in history that we've gone in with the Air Force first. Let's assume that Saddam Hussein did want to surrender or capitulate at this point. How would he do that in an air war, so to speak? I mean, rather than ground forces just saying we surrender.
Well, I think a couple of ways. I think he'd first try to make contact with us, and I think the second thing was he'd start withdrawal of his troops from Kuwait to show that he's really sincere about some kind of a move out. So he'd have to not only make a statement, but he'd have to make some movements out of Kuwait.
Major General Perry Smith, thank you very much for your expertise and your appraisal. Certainly we don't know until we see all the video and the damage assessment is in, but thank you very much. Susan?
And we hope to get the first sights of war in the Gulf from the Pentagon pool in any time now. CNN's Jennifer Michael recaps some of the sounds as Baghdad came under Allied fire.
The sounds of war. A direct communication line from Baghdad picks up some of the blasts from the U.S.-led attack on Iraq, as Operation Desert Shield became Operation Desert Storm. From his vantage point at the El Rashid Hotel, CNN's Bernard Shaw described the first frightening moments of the air assault.
Just one comment. Clearly, I've never been there, but this feels like we're in the center of hell.
Privately, Pentagon sources described the initial airstrike on Iraq and occupied Kuwait as a blowout.
The airstrike was massive, was devastating, and indeed those reports appear to be very, very impressive as far as the United States is concerned. Iraq's air bases, and there are probably about 100 Iraqi air bases, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, according to Pentagon officials, who tell CNN that those air bases were pinpointed by the F-15s, the F-16s, A-6 carrier-based aircraft that came into Saudi Arabia, landed at forward bases, and then took off and returned to those bases in Saudi Arabia. The Iraqi Air Force, except for a few notable exceptions, didn't even come up to challenge the invading U.S. fighters. It was an extremely impressive U.S. airstrike.
Publicly, the top Pentagon officials were more cautious in reporting on the success of the attack, conducted by hundreds of U.S., British, Saudi, and Kuwaiti aircraft.
So far, there has been no air resistance.
Can you tell us if there's been any casualties so far?
We will, at the appropriate time, be releasing information on casualties. We're not prepared to release any specifics now. I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging.
Strategic Iraqi sites were the targets of this first assault on Saddam Hussein's military machine. In his formal announcement of war, President Bush described the reasons for the assault, its goals, and its targets.
Now, the 28 countries with forces in the Gulf area have exhausted all reasonable efforts to reach a peaceful resolution, have no choice but to drive Saddam from Kuwait by force. We will not fail. As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirms Saddam Hussein has not made good on his threat to lash back at Israel.
We have made the preparations for our population. We've asked them to take certain precautions, asked the people to stay in their homes for the moment. So we have not relaxed our state of alert, but we follow things, as I said, very closely and wish the American and other forces full success.
Senior White House officials say the air attacks now underway will continue virtually nonstop. One U.S. official tells CNN massive bombings could continue from 7 to 10 days. Jennifer Michael, CNN, reporting.
Once again, we're going to go back to Baghdad Live, where John Holloman and his two other colleagues, Peter Arnett and Bernard Shaw, have been for the last 10 hours or 12 hours as this thing has been going on. And let's check in with John right now for the very latest. John?
Patrick, good morning to you. I trust it's morning where you are. I think it is. Here in Baghdad, it's about 8:30 in the morning right now, and there are buses and people going back and forth to work in taxi cabs on the streets. Out my window, I can see that there's still the early morning Baghdad fog. I'm going to open the window and look out and maybe let you listen to what I can hear, which is just a little traffic noise outside. The unknown soldiers' tomb memorial here in downtown Baghdad is visible to us now. Doesn't appear to be damaged. The government housing complex seems to be in good shape. In fact, we see from our vantage point in the center of the central city no signs of any damage from the terrific, devastating attack which occurred just a few hours ago. as I look around, I see people are going about their business now on the streets. I don't see anybody walking the streets, and there may be some concern in the minds of some people that it's still not safe. After that attack overnight in the hours of darkness, there might be some people still concerned that the attack could be continued in the daylight. There's a low cloud cover over the city, broken in some places, and there's some birds flying up in the vicinity of the sun, which is over in the east. I can see flags waving on the Iraqi National Parade ground. That's what it looks like. I'll tell you what we're hearing from official sources here. From the Iraqi media, from Baghdad radio, Iraqi officials are saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, in an address to the Iraqi people and the Arab nation, says, "The mother of all wars has started. The victory is very near." And as we told you a few minutes ago, Patrick, we've gotten permission from Iraqi television to send you some pictures, but it appears from what we can tell, Iraqi television has no ability to transmit pictures right now. We're attempting to work with them to get those pictures to you as soon as we can, and we'll let you know when we know more about the timetable for releasing them. At any rate, here in Baghdad, things at our hotel are coming back to normal. We're attempting to...
John, excuse me just for a second, if I can. John, just a sec. We're looking at some pool video. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but we are looking for some pool video that was apparently shot before the attacks earlier yesterday. This is pool video of an Air Force base in Saudi Arabia, apparently seeing some of the planes being readied for the attack that...
As the president ordered the attack on Baghdad, some of the Pentagon planners and the military analysts said that a sweep mission into Iraq or Kuwait would probably be led by an F-15 squadron.
Have a message from President Saddam Hussein at 8:30, and it'll be visible in Jordan, they say. And we need a translator.
I'm sorry, John. We were stepping all over each other. What did you say? Repeat that.
I'm sorry, Susan. I was giving our whole network, as well as our viewers, a message that the Iraqi television authorities have just told CNN they will be transmitting a message from President Saddam Hussein in just a couple of minutes. I believe 8:30 is just a couple of minutes from now. So we don't know whether they'll have the facility to do that. We hope they will, and we just wanted to alert those of the technical people along the CNN network line who have to do things for us to present those pictures to you, that we'll need a translator to translate the president's words into English. And we'll need some technical work done so that we'll be able to see and hear President Saddam Hussein, but it might be coming up pretty soon.
All right. Thank you, John. We will, of course, endeavor to get that to you live, translated as quickly as possible, of course. The F-15 squadrons are supposed to be a very important part of the U.S.-led effort in an attack on Iraq or Kuwait. For example, 4 F-15s would dart ahead of a bomb-laden attack plane trying to perhaps open a furrow in the sky by shooting any Iraqi resistance. Again, there apparently was little or no Iraqi resistance. Patrick?
Again, that was pool video. We are awaiting our video from Baghdad, as we heard from John Holloman. John Sweeney is in Riyadh. He's live right now with the very latest from there. John, I'm not sure if you can see this pool video, but we see a pilot in an Air Force jet, obviously shot prior to the attacks into Kuwait and into Iraq.
Indeed, that's what you're seeing, the very first pictures of, these are F-15 Strike Eagle aircraft, the United States best fighter. It can be heavily armed, and indeed, these planes, we're here from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, originally in North Carolina. They took off at around 12:45 a.m. Saudi time. That's about 17 hours after the UN deadline. And this is the first wave of aircraft being prepared for takeoff. These particular Strike Eagle planes carry a two-man crew, a pilot and a navigator and a bomber who flies in the rear. The ground crews loaded many of the planes with a dozen half-ton cluster bombs and 4 air-to-air heat-seeking missiles. The F-15 Strike Eagle is the newest version of the F-15, equipped with infrared night vision system. And obviously, as they led the attack, they were quite successful with that night vision. They encountered, as we now know, very little Iraqi air resistance over Kuwait and Iraq. They were perhaps even more successful than anyone thought. And they indeed, as we have heard, apparently decimated the Iraqi Air Force. As we've heard from the Pentagon and Wolf Blitzer, 100 Air Force bases apparently destroyed. Many of those, however, were attacked by carrier-based aircraft, as we understand. The F-14 Tomcat is a very similar plane to this F-15 that we're looking at here, being prepared by the ground crews in the largest air base in Saudi Arabia, which we're still not allowed to identify. It seems to be remarkably calm as these people are preparing for what is one of the most momentous occasions, really, in U.S. military history. Perhaps that's a tribute to the professionalism of the crews involved and the fact that they've been training here for the past 5 months. I would say that this is probably the best trained military contingent that the United States has ever sent into war, because they've been here so long practicing on site. Again, this is the United States' most lethal air weapon, the F-15 Strike Eagle, being prepared for takeoff. Again, these planes originally came from Johnson Air Force Base in North Carolina.
Again, we have been listening to CNN's John Sweeney, who is reporting to us from Saudi Arabia. We are looking at Pentagon pool video of F-15 Eagles as they are about to be deployed from Saudi Arabia. John, once the F-15s were aloft, how long would it take them to get from Saudi Arabia to Baghdad?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but these planes, it wouldn't take very long. I'm sorry I can't give you a more specific answer, but it wouldn't take very long. We've been watching these planes for several months over here, and they have a booster thruster in the back, and many of the pilots were telling us some months ago, before the war started, that they enjoyed flying in Saudi Arabia, especially because this booster that they use utilizes an awful lot of fuel, and in the United States they weren't always allowed to use that, but here they had great access to fuel, so these pilots who love to fly anyway would usually hit this booster thruster. I hope I'm describing it correctly, and we'd see this long tail of flames shooting out of these planes, and all of a sudden it would shoot into the sky as faster than you could imagine.
John, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Patrick.
John, where the Saudi Arabia also has the same aircraft, did they fly out of this? We're looking at pool video as we continue to look at this. Where did the Saudis fly out of? Do you know if they were involved in this particular video we're seeing here?
Yeah, the Saudis fly out of the same air base, and during their practice training missions, frequently they would fly together. As they did indeed on the real thing.
John, thank you very much. John Sweeney reporting to us from Saudi Arabia as we continue to look at unedited Pentagon pool video of the F-15 Eagles being prepared for battle in Saudi Arabia. One of the people that rode out the attack of Baghdad is CNN's John Holloman. He rejoins us now. While it is apparently not Pentagon pool video, it is U.S. news media pool video. John Holloman is rejoining us now from Baghdad. John.
Hi again, Susan. It's kind of a confusing situation now, I'm sure, as the Pentagon and perhaps even the Iraqis will let us all send our pictures in to CNN, and our viewers will just get a montage of views of this war from both sides of the lines. At least that's what we hope and trust. Iraqi television has just told us they will attempt to feed the world and CNN a message from President Saddam Hussein in the next few minutes. So far, we are told that there are two ways to get pictures and sounds out of Iraq to the rest of the world. The normal ways to do it are a path that goes over land and a path that goes through a satellite. And the people at the receiving end of both of those paths say they're not receiving anything from Iraq right now. We hope that problem will be solved soon and that we'll be able to see those pictures of the message from President Saddam Hussein, plus CNN's video, which we shot during the attack. We're told that the head of Iraqi television will have to look at our pictures before we're allowed to send them out to you and the rest of the world. We don't know how long that process will take because we do have several different sets of pictures to show you. But at any rate, we hope that'll be coming up pretty soon as technical problems at Iraqi TV can be solved. One more thing. We had been told, we had expected before what happened last night happened, that Iraqi television would be a target of the coalition forces. It turned out it was not. There's no damage to the TV station, according to CNN's Chris Chrismanich, who was just there. They don't have telephone service, nor does anyone in Baghdad, as far as we know. And there's still no electricity available anywhere else in the city, but Iraqi television has generators, so they are up and running. That's the latest and the newest information I have, Susan.
All right. Thank you, CNN's John Holloman, keeping us up to date from Baghdad. Patrick?
Right now, we're going to go to CNN's Mitch Leopard, who's standing by in London, and there people are anticipating the address by the new British Prime Minister. Mitch, what's the latest?
Well, Patrick, it was just before midnight London time when Operation Desert Storm began. The Ministry of Defense here did confirm that British forces were involved in the initial attacks. Britain has 35,000 troops in the Gulf, as well as 60 aircraft and a naval armada. It is the second largest military force behind the United States. Despite the late hour at Trafalgar Square in London, late shift workers were converging to take the all-night buses home, and there was much reaction.
I think that war was inevitable, but I'm really sad that it started. Now that it has, I just hope it's over as quickly as possible and as few lives are lost as possible.
I'm just majorly shocked. I'm just worried for the people who are out there, especially all, so I've got several mates on aircraft carrier. Guy I know, really close friend back home, he's on an aircraft carrier. And it's majorly worrying for him.
The fact that Britain is playing such an important part in the war poses great problems for us, people who live in London, after the war is finished, because I think this city will become a target for terrorism for years to come.
Not far away in Whitehall, government offices had extra security. There you find offices for the Ministry of Defense, the Foreign Office, offices where all coordination for emergency medical services for injured troops take place, and of course, number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's residence. John Major spoke with President Bush before the attack, and just after, protesters in front of Downing Street were against American and British forces in the Gulf.
This is the seat of the Tory government. This is where the people who made the decision to massacre innocent Iraqis are actually to be found, and therefore this is where we find our enemies, and we'll come and demonstrate against them.
As has often been the case, CNN's worldwide reach showed President Bush addressing Americans. Only this time, his audience included night owls at an all-night coffee shop in London's West End.
While the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait.
It is now 5:42 in the morning, London time. Prime Minister Major will have comments for the United Kingdom and the news media in about 2 hours. He is expected to outline Britain's strategic involvement in Operation Desert Storm.
What do you want me to ask?
Leopard, CNN reporting live in London.
Mitch, we are going to hear from the Prime Minister here in the next hour or so, as you just said. What else can we expect to hear from other European community members, and particularly France, that obviously has gone along with what did happen in the last 12 hours? What can we expect to hear from other members?
Well, the Prime Minister, we expect to hear what we've heard all along, that they take a view about this engagement that is very similar to the United States. Of course, as we've already heard, the envoys of the 16 NATO nations have been meeting in emergency session in Brussels since the outbreak of the war, and also later this afternoon in about 12 hours, the foreign ministers of the 12 European countries will be meeting in emergency session, ironically, in Paris. So we may find out a little bit more about what the French think.
So the reaction from the piece that we just saw that you did there, Mitch, the reaction in Britain, how would you say they're reacting to, the people generally are reacting to what has gone on in the last 12 hours?
Well, it is quite mixed, as we expected. We toured around town and got quite a few young people who do work late-night shifts. We found people going home from evening plays in downtown London's West End, and we have been getting some, even though it was late and many people were already in bed. They will soon find out, probably in the next hour or two. But we have some political reaction. Chancellor Kohl is we
have some more pool tape here. Mitch Leopard, excuse me for interrupting, but again, yeah, we have some U.S. pool. This is shot by the media. This is pool video that was shot presumably in Saudi Arabia. This can't obviously tell what kind of an attack plane bomber that was, but we're going to bring in Wolf Blitzer, who's at the Pentagon right now, has been throughout the evening and the early morning. Wolf Blitzer, can you fill us in on what we're seeing here?
This looks like some of the first U.S. fighter aircraft returning to the U.S. air bases in Saudi Arabia. This looks like an F-15 that obviously returned at night. Clearly, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy wanted to undertake all of these airstrikes at night. We're told that F-117A stealth fighters, the radar-evading fighters, were very much involved in knocking out some of the major Iraqi strategic sites, the chemical weapons facilities, the Scud ballistic bases. We're told that most of the Iraqi Air Force, all of the major air bases appear to have been destroyed. Pentagon officials are obviously very pleased by the work by these fighter aircraft. Here is an F-15 returning to an air base in Saudi Arabia. Technically, these are Saudi air bases. This was a joint operation between the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain, the four countries that participated in so far what is still an air war. Here are some of the ground crew awaiting the return of the first U.S. fighter aircraft sent into Iraq and occupied Kuwait to go after several of the most important Iraqi strategic targets. Clearly, these guys are pleased. Even as we speak right now, the Pentagon has received no indication that any of the hundreds of U.S. and allied fighter aircraft involved in the strike, that any of them were damaged or destroyed. We're told, at least as of now, these are initial reports, that they appear to have returned safely to their bases in Saudi Arabia. Here are some more planes returning from the first wave of U.S. airstrikes at Saudi Arabia. Still dark in Saudi Arabia. This is the first videotape that the Pentagon pool has released to the American news media. Clearly, there's a great sense of relief, at least based on these initial reports. And we're going to get more information, of course, during the daylight hours as the intelligence and satellite reconnaissance photography goes over and assesses all of the damage from these massive bombing runs. Here comes another U.S. fighter aircraft returning to a base in Saudi Arabia from its mission in Iraq. Seems to be taking, is it landing? That seems to be taking off and going. This videotape obviously was taken earlier this evening as the United States undertook this massive operation codenamed Desert Storm. Interestingly enough, Storm probably came from Stormin' Norman. General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield. Here's looks like a ground crew person, but we can't hear exactly what he's saying. This is Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Now back to you, Patrick, in Atlanta.
Again, what we're watching here is U.S. pool tape, and there is an interview, as you can see, but the audio, we don't have any control over that. That has been fed in. We do not hear what exactly he was saying, but again, that was U.S. pool video, presumably of the fighters returning from their mission into Iraq and into Kuwait. Susan?
Again, we also need to point out that we expect to hear an address from Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television. We don't know when this will be, but CNN's crews in Baghdad have been told to expect an address from Saddam Hussein to the Iraqi people on television, quote, momentarily. Now, we should point out that we don't know when that address was taped. We will, of course, attempt to bring it to you live or as soon as possible. We also plan to broadcast our own video shot by CNN crews that weathered the artillery, the storm, last night in Baghdad. We will bring that to you live, unedited, as soon as it is fed into CNN's headquarters here in Atlanta. Meantime, in the United States, members of Congress were quick to react to the beginning of war against Iraq. Most expressed hope that the conflict ends quickly with a minimum number of casualties. Some lawmakers also praise what they consider the apparent U.S. upper hand in the assault.
The difference between or it was another gentleman, the difference between the UN and Allied forces and the Iraqi is that the field commanders have appropriate ability to give appropriate orders in our particular procedures, and the Iraqis take their order from a single point, and they apparently blew out the command and control centers at each location. That, I would think, is what must have occurred, because they did not seem to respond. At least the Iraqi air arm did not seem to respond, which I would think would possibly mean that many of them were taken out on the ground.
Even if the air forces don't do it entirely themselves, they may do 90% of it or 80% of it, in which case then the ground force operation, it would be fairly simple. But I would be very surprised. I'm still skeptical. I mean, put me down as skeptical. I think that you're going to need a ground attack, that this thing is going to be weeks, not days, that we're still going to need, we're going to have some casualties here. In other words, don't let this optimism here don't let it carry you away.
One California congressman was outraged by the war effort, but most were supportive. By the end of the week, Congress is expected to have a resolution supporting the president's action.
Cuban President Fidel Castro says the attack on Iraq could have been avoided. Mr. Castro was giving a news conference when he found out that the multinational force had attacked Iraq. He says, quote, "It's an unnecessary war. Anything can happen there, even an ecological catastrophe." Castro says the U.S., quote, "was bent on war when a peaceful solution could have been found," unquote.
My feelings are that of shock and horror that is felt by all, and which the entire world must be feeling. Feelings of a great sorrow, a great awareness of what war is and can mean, the loss of human life, and the great material destruction. I think also of the terrible consequences that it will have on the world economy, especially for the countries of the third world, and of the potential dangers that exist within that war that should never have been unleashed, and which, as I said before, was unnecessary for obtaining the objectives that they wanted in the UN.
And the Cuban leader went on to say that he has a feeling of pain, of very deep bitterness. He says the mentality of the Arab countries was... This, again, is U.S. pool tape. As you can see, people preparing, servicemen preparing with their chemical weapons, their gas masks, in preparation. There were a number of warnings in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere throughout the Middle East that of concern of an impending, perhaps retaliatory attack by Scud missiles from Iraq. But again, those have not been confirmed. Apparently, the Scud missiles did not leave Iraq and hit anywhere else. But as you can see, U.S. service personnel getting ready for a possible chemical attack. This was taken earlier. Again, this is U.S. pool video.
They're wet, yes, sir.
Obviously, after the massive airstrikes, things have calmed down significantly, and we would presume that people are not in this mode where they would be wearing their chemical weapons apparatus. Again, we presume this was shot prior to the airstrikes into Iraq and Kuwait by the 4 nations involved, including the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain.
Everywhere it said right here. Okay, take off the list and tighten the strap. And zip it right here on the bottom. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at it. Look at it nice. There it is. Stay low, everybody.
Again, what we're seeing are U.S. personnel equipping themselves with anti-chemical weapon gear, as you can see, including gas masks. This was shot earlier by the U.S. pool, and video that we have just received here at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
The American-led forces, of course, was very concerned about the possibility that Iraq would use chemical weapons. One commander saying that he was forced to assume that Iraq would attack American troops with a range of biological and chemical weapons which can be deadly. They are not necessarily deadly. During the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, Saddam Hussein reportedly used chemical weapons during that war. Among the casualties, only about 10% were estimated to be from chemical weapons. But of course, the United States has established that Iraq has manufactured and used chemical weapons both during the Iran-Iraq war and also against Iraq's own Kurdish population.
Wolf Blitzer is joining us once again live at the Pentagon. Wolf, as you can see, this latest U.S. pool video. Yes. Do you want to fill us in on what we're seeing?
Well, I got a small monitor here, Patrick, but it looks like obviously a military vehicle at an air base someplace in Saudi Arabia. And according to the Pentagon ground rules, we're not allowed to say where these air bases are located for security reasons. Here comes some of the additional ground equipment. Looks like it's obviously a very huge air base.
Wolf, let me just have you reiterate something you did a little while ago, and I think it's very important that we are in a lull in terms of the bombing for damage assessment by the Pentagon, but this by no means means that there will not be any additional bombing or that the war is over or anything like that. As you said, I think we need to clarify that for our viewers.
That's absolutely correct, Patrick. The war is by no means over. What is over is the initial U.S. airstrike. We're told now that the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have paused. They want to reassess exactly what has happened, take a look at all of the Iraqi damage, send the satellites over, send some other high-flying U.S. reconnaissance planes over. Now that it appears that the U.S. air power owns the skies, and as I'm saying, this appears to be the case because only a handful of Iraqi planes even took off to challenge some of these invading U.S. aircraft. The U.S. will have a relatively easy opportunity now to assess the entire damage that was inflicted by this initial U.S. airstrike. But we are told that the airstrikes have stopped for the time being. The crews have returned. We have no reports yet, and I want to stress yet, we have no reports yet of any U.S. casualties or any of the U.S. planes that may have been lost or are missing so far. That seems to be pretty much okay as far as the Pentagon is concerned. Here come some more military vehicles over at this air base in Saudi Arabia, awaiting the return of some of the U.S. fighters that went in this pinpoint airstrike. And Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, a little while ago, stopped by and told some of the journalists who are still at the Pentagon, and there are plenty of journalists here, obviously, that the U.S. has no evidence that the Iraqis managed to launch any of their Scud ballistic missiles, their ground-to-ground ballistic missiles. Some were supposedly armed with chemical warheads, but the U.S. cannot confirm that any of the Iraqi missiles were launched. The initial targets U.S. officials had always felt would be the U.S. air bases, the oil facilities in eastern Saudi Arabia, as well as Israel. We're told that the major Iraqi Scud ballistic missile sites, and there goes our feed from Saudi Arabia. We're told that the major Iraqi ballistic missile sites in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. intelligence community has dubbed as H2 and H3, those were among the initial U.S. targets. They were destroyed, and U.S. officials tell CNN that the immediate threat to Israel clearly has been eased. Patrick?
Wolf, in terms of the reassessment and damage assessment, how long do you anticipate that would take? And if there were more bombing ordered by the Pentagon, when do you think that would take place? Would they wait again until nighttime, or would there be bombing? It's 9 o'clock in the morning, Baghdad time right now. Would there be additional bombing in daylight hours, perhaps even today?
I think that it's fair to say that this pause, Pentagon officials tell CNN that this pause has a dual purpose: to actually assess the military situation, to see exactly what the damage is as far as the Iraqis are concerned, and potentially what the U.S. and allied forces, any damage that they may have sustained. But there's also, I'm told, a political message. There is a desire to see if Saddam Hussein, after this initial setback, clearly there has been a military setback to the Iraqi leadership, if after this initial setback, Saddam Hussein is prepared to announce that Iraq will withdraw its hundreds of thousands of troops from Kuwait. I am told that if the Iraqi leader, even at this late moment, were to make that kind of announcement, were to come forward and say, okay, that's it, the Iraqi forces are leaving Kuwait, the government of exile of Kuwait can be restored, the U.S. would presumably, and this is a strong word, presumably, not go back to those airstrikes. Largely, the U.S. believes that the major targets in Iraq have now been destroyed, that Iraq's chemical weapons potential, nuclear weapons potential, ballistic missile potential, and a big chunk of the Iraqi Air Force and a large chunk of the Republican Guard have effectively been destroyed. So now the word is being awaited from Saddam Hussein in Baghdad or wherever he happens to be right now.
Okay, once again, Wolf Blitzer, thank you very much for putting live from the Pentagon. Of course, he will keep us updated with the very latest developments from there. Susan?
We also should point out that we are seeing this video as you are seeing this video. We are not able to edit it. We are bringing it to you as soon as it is fed in because we feel it's important that you see it immediately. On the domestic and on the political and the diplomatic front in Belgium, NATO ministers are meeting in an emergency session to address the air attack on Iraq. And meantime, members of the UN Security Council are meeting. They were summoned to UN headquarters for urgent consultations. CNN's Jeannie Mose is standing by live at the United Nations. Jeannie, what's the latest there?
The latest is that the meeting of the UN Security Council has just broken up. The members are filing out and leaving. The U.S. ambassador apparently briefed the 15 members of the council. He did not give them a detailed description of what the United States has done. He didn't say, well, we've struck here, we've struck there. Instead, he gave a kind of general three-page statement, a political sort of statement justifying what the United States has done, saying things like our goal is not the destruction or dismemberment of Iraq, it is the liberation of Kuwait. And there was one interesting line in it that he said, the U.S. ambassador said that Iraq can still avoid further destruction by unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. So that is some of what the U.S. ambassador told the members of the UN Security Council tonight in a meeting that has just ended. The reaction here has been somewhat predictable. The Soviet Union, for instance, has been strongly supportive of the U.S. action. On the other hand, countries like Yemen and Cuba have been critical. Yemen and Cuba were the two countries that voted against the resolution authorizing the use of force. We've put together a couple of comments made by people here. First, the Cuban ambassador, then the Kuwaiti ambassador, and the U.S. ambassador.
Maybe when war goes on, people will realize that it's very, very easy to enter into a war. The difficult thing is to get out of it.
Surely we feel very sorry for the city to be bombed, but this has been befallen on us because of the Iraqi intransigence.
Is there going to be a message for Hussein? I think the message for Hussein was just delivered.
And as I mentioned before, the council has broken up now. The council's not expected to do anything, really. After all, it was the council that authorized this action. It was the council that authorized member states to use all necessary means if Iraq did not withdraw by the 15th. And it probably comes as no surprise, but there has been no sign of the Iraqi ambassador here at the United Nations. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the UN.
Jeannie Mose?
Thank you, Jeannie. Wouldn't the U.S. use its veto power as a member of the Security Council, even if the Security Council at this point tried to do anything on the diplomatic front? Couldn't the U.S. just go ahead and veto it?
That's exactly what would happen. U.S. officials have told CNN that if a country, for instance, Cuba or Yemen, would try to introduce some sort of measure to limit the options of the United States, the U.S. official made it clear that the U.S. would simply veto that, and there's also Britain on the council with veto power and the Soviet Union, so it looks like the U.S. will have no problems in the Security Council for now.
Thank you, CNN's Jeannie Mose reporting to you live from the United Nations as the UN Security Council meeting just broke up. Patrick.
And for the very latest developments from the White House, let's check in with CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer. Charles?
Well, there really aren't any late developments here at the White House. You know, the focus of attention has certainly shifted away from here after the president's speech this evening, his explanation of just what it is he has set in motion. Indeed, the president left the Oval Office a little while after that 9 p.m. speech. He invited evangelist Billy Graham to spend the evening at the White House. Billy Graham has been a longtime friend of President Bush's, a sometimes spiritual counselor. One of the interesting things I was told today is that while the president was up at Camp David over the Christmas holidays, he had 12 days up there during which he really pondered and put himself at peace with the moral questions of going to war with Iraq. And that while the president had always been essentially comfortable with the use of force, this was a particularly important period of time for him. Officials say that throughout the president has been determined that whenever he did take action, he was going to make it emphatic. In his speech this evening, he accused Saddam Hussein of having stalled and finally having run out of time. This is how the president put it.
Saddam was warned over and over again to comply with the will of the United Nations, leave Kuwait or be driven out. Saddam has arrogantly rejected all warnings. Instead, he tried to make this a dispute between Iraq and the United States of America. Well, he failed. Tonight, 28 nations, countries from 5 continents, Europe and Asia, Africa and the Arab League, have forces in the Gulf area standing shoulder to shoulder against Saddam Hussein. These countries had hoped the use of force could be avoided. Regrettably, we now believe that only force will make him leave.
In those remarks in the Oval Office address, the president also had one message for the Iraqi people, with whom he said he has no quarrel. He suggested that perhaps they could now convince, through some sort of popular voice, convince Saddam Hussein that he really ought to leave. Patrick?
Charles, let me ask you a question that we were just talking with Wolf Blitzer about at the Pentagon in terms of perhaps being a, not a false sense of optimism, but certainly a sense of optimism that the first phase went very well. But the White House by no means says that the war is over, there will not be additional bombings, etc.
By no means. No one says that the war is over. President Bush, as he was in the Oval Office early this evening, in fact, right at 7 o'clock our time when the bombing was due to begin, he was watching television. He was watching the reports coming from Baghdad, remarked that things were moving right on schedule. But what we don't know is precisely how long this timetable is. The president has always said it would be swift and decisive, but we also heard Secretary Cheney say that this is really just the beginning, that this could take some time. It depends on if, for that matter, if Saddam Hussein has gotten the message and is prepared to change his approach to this. But every indication is that this could go on for days, and we have really only dealt with the air war at this point. We don't know whether there's going to be a ground war. That has not started. The president has committed heavy aerial assets, presumably in the hope that that might be enough. But you're absolutely right. No one is claiming victory. They're claiming satisfaction.
Okay, Charles Bierbauer, thank you very much, reporting live from the White House. Of course, he and his colleagues will keep us updated from there. Susan?
And CNN's colleagues in Jerusalem are standing by to keep us up to date from that angle. CNN's Linda Schertzer is here. Linda, what's the latest there?
Well, it's been a very good morning for Israel. Those were the words of Defense Minister Moshe Aarons, who appeared on Israeli television just about 40 minutes ago. It's now a little after 8 o'clock in Israel. The Israelis are waking up. They are now glued to their TV sets and radios and learning about an operation with a great sense of relief, an operation that happened while most people were fast asleep. The streets were virtually empty in the early hours of the morning in Israel as Operation Desert Storm got underway. Shortly after the news was reported here, the Army ordered all Israelis to stay inside their homes, to open up their boxes containing their gas masks, and to be prepared to use them. Sometime after the air attack started, a senior Army officer reported that some of the bases and missile launch sites that posed the greatest threat to Israel had been dealt a serious blow by Allied bombers. The news brought a great sense of relief to the Israelis who'd been preparing for the possibility of a chemical attack to follow the breakout of war. But defense officials and other Israeli leaders are saying that the danger has not completely passed and that Israel still has to be ready.
No, we have long experience in this, and we know that this is, we listened to the American statements that this could be a long engagement. We have made the preparations for our population. We've asked them to take certain precautions, asked the people to stay in their homes for the moment. So we have not relaxed our state of alert, but we follow things, as I said, very closely and wish the American and other forces full success.
Again, as the defense officials are saying, the danger here has not completely passed, but things are looking a lot better in Israel than they did even 12 hours ago. This is Linda Schertzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
And Linda, before you go, how long will the alert continue in Israel? It appears that there is a lull right now, but will the alert in Israel continue?
Well, the Army tells us that this is on indefinitely. We can't say for sure when it will end. Israelis are being told, as I said, to stay inside their homes, to be close to their gas masks. We have seen a number of people who are out on the streets. The Army clearly doesn't want that to happen, and the advisory is still on. People should stay inside until the danger has completely passed.
Thank you. CNN's Linda Schertzer keeping us up to date from Jerusalem. And this just in, the Soviets say that President Mikhail Gorbachev will address the nation on Soviet television within the hour. We will attempt to bring that to you live as it happens. Patrick.
Right now, for the very latest developments in eastern Saudi Arabia, let's check in with CNN's Charles Jaco, who's on the phone with us right now with the very latest. Charles?
Well, Patrick, there have been some preliminary, and I have to stress these are preliminary indications that air operations might possibly be continuing. This is based on three things. One, we've received a report from one of the journalist pools out in the field that reports about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, they saw a flight of 9 U.S. F-15s, 3 Kuwaiti Hawk model jets, and 4 British Tornado jets take off. Now, about the same time we were outside, we saw one squadron of F-15s, their afterburners glowing, arcing up into the cloudy sky and heading north toward the Kuwaiti border. We're not sure, of course, if all this means much of anything. These could be essentially reconnaissance in force flights. However, there is a handout from the British Armed Forces Information Desk here, which talks about the initial phase of the operation, which began this morning, and they stress initial, and they end the communique by saying operations continue. So there is some thought here that perhaps, and I have to stress perhaps, based on this evidence, there might be a second wave, at least preparing to be in progress. Again, there's no confirmation of that, but there has been a fairly heavy amount of air traffic in this area. One other thing we have to stress from here, there have been some reports, we understand it, of some sort of Iraqi Scud missiles that were launched in the direction of Saudi Arabia. We have checked with both U.S. and Saudi defense sources here, and they categorically deny it. They say it's untrue. They say, as far as they know, during this entire operation, they have detected no sort of Iraqi counterstrike, either in the form of guided missiles or in the form, indeed, of airstrikes headed towards Saudi Arabia, that the skies have been completely clear. The one thing that the defense people here also want to stress is that ground forces has not even begun to be used yet. that there may be reason for optimism, but there is certainly no reason at this point to declare any sort of victory, because you have around 500,000 Iraqi forces still dug in Kuwait. And even if the reports are true that the Iraqi Air Force and most of their elite Republican guards have been destroyed, there is still the matter of all those troops in Kuwait that would have to be dislodged if they don't surrender, and they would have to be dislodged by a ground assault. But people here are watching and waiting to see what might happen next. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, from your vantage point where you are in eastern Saudi Arabia, and we talked with our colleague John Sweeney a little while ago from Riyadh as we looked at some U.S. pool video of the F-15 Eagles taking off and preparing for the attacks earlier. From your vantage point, how many jets did you see taking off, that actually took place in the attack into Iraq and into Kuwait earlier?
Well, the F-15s apparently, from everything we've been able to ascertain, played a major role in the attack, as did other sorts of fighters and fighter-bomber attack aircraft. Apparently, the only major plane in the U.S. arsenal that did not play a role in this attack was the large, lumbering B-52 bombers. We've been told that there are 20 of the B-52s, those, by aviation terms, ancient bombers, in the Middle East, in this area someplace, location undisclosed. But since they fly high and relatively slowly, the supposition among people who've been watching it is that they would not be used until the skies could pretty well be swept clean, if you will, of the Iraqi Air Force and Iraqi air defenses.
Okay, Charles Jaco reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, and he will keep us updated on any developments from that point. Susan?
In Amman, Jordan, CNN's Tony Clark is standing by. Tony, as dawn breaks, as the morning gets underway in Jordan, what is the latest there?
In fact, Susan, perhaps some of the most interested in what's going on both in Iraq and in Kuwait are the Kuwaitis that are here. Jordan has been a site for many of the Kuwaitis who have fled their country in the wake of Iraq's invasion to come and wait for something to happen. Khalid Alanzi is a Kuwaiti who's here. He has been listening to the radio throughout the day. When you first heard that there were bombs falling on Baghdad, how did you feel? What did you do?
Well, I was surprised also, as everybody, because we are not looking for war. Nobody wants war. But Mr. President Saddam Hussein, he looking for these things because he don't obey all the international opinion. He don't follow the laws of the people. He don't want peace. He's not looking for peace. That's why they started the war against him.
Well, one of the things you were telling me earlier, your reaction when you first heard that the bombs were falling, what did you do?
Well, I was crying and happy in the same time. I can't express my feeling to you because I was crying for my family in Kuwait, for the Iraqi people also in Iraq, and I was happy because I want to see my country free.
When do you hope to be able to go back to Kuwait?
Well, today, as soon as possible. I backed my thing now.
So that you think this may be over quickly, you can go back to Kuwait and see your family?
Yeah.
And what do you expect to see when you get back to Kuwait?
Well, just I want to see Kuwait. Just Kuwait. I want to see the sand of Kuwait. That's more than enough.
You left November 1st. You have been in Jordan, though, only 10 days. How was Kuwait when you left?
Well, it was a ghost city. It's nothing in Kuwait. They stolen everything. There's nothing in Kuwait.
And what do you want to happen to Saddam Hussein? Is there anger? Is there fear? Is there sadness?
Saddam Hussein, somebody will punish him, his country, or his people. We have no right to punish him. Let his people punish him.
Thank you very much. One of the things that we have heard from Kuwaitis here in Jordan throughout the morning is they say we are wrong when we say that the war began today. They say for them, the war, the Persian Gulf War, began on August 2nd when Iraq came into Kuwait. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
Thank you, Tony. And to recap, British Prime Minister John Major is expected to hold a news conference within the hour. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev is also expected to address the Soviet people on Soviet television also within the hour. We hope to bring both of those events to you live. Patrick.
And for the very latest, once again, let's go back to CNN correspondent John Holloman, who is on the phone with us right now from Baghdad. John, what's the latest?
Well, Patrick, Iraqi television tells us they are still attempting to feed a message from President Saddam Hussein to CNN and the world. The feed could come up at any time, but there's no pathway that we have determined as yet to get the pictures and sounds out of Baghdad to Jordan, which is where our satellite uplink is, so the CNN flyaway unit. So that's why we're having trouble getting those pictures and sounds to you. Situation in downtown Baghdad, no water. It needs electricity to be pumped. Electricity is still off. Telephones, wait. I was about to tell you telephones were still out, but as you can hear, telephone service has this instant been restored, at least to the point that phones will ring here. This may help us communicate with the TV station and get these pictures to you a little bit sooner. At any rate, the Iraqi government has issued a statement about the attack last night, saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, as we told you, is planning to address the Iraqi people. The Jordan, Iraq's closest ally in this region, perhaps at the moment, has closed its airspace to all incoming and outgoing flights, which means there's no way for any flight from Iraq to get to the outside world. And let's see, Saddam Hussein said in a Baghdad radio message that was broadcast about an hour ago, "The mother of all battles has started. Victory is very near." Those are two quotes from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. On the streets of Baghdad, still very quiet. There's some traffic out there, still very foggy outside. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, let me ask you a question that you were asked earlier about the damage. Obviously, you and your colleagues, Bernie Shaw and Peter Arnett, as well as some other CNN people, were in the hotel during the onslaught of all of the bombing around Baghdad. Again, though, as far as your own damage estimate, as you go out visually and look around, you don't see any major damage, at least from where you are near the hotel?
No, Patrick, we don't see any damage in the hotel. Certainly none in the area that we can see from the hotel, and that takes you out about a mile or two because we're up pretty high. Chris Manich, who's been to Iraqi television, says the TV station is just absolutely intact, and so she's been out further than we have, and she reports that there's no damage visible in downtown Baghdad, but we saw a lot of activity outside of town. One of the first places we're going to go today, if we get an opportunity to get in a vehicle and travel, and we're sure it's safe to do that, is out to the airport, the international airport. It looked to us like much of the fighting that was going on, much of the bombing that was being done was in the vicinity of Saddam International Airport. And we'll want to go there and take some pictures first to see if our estimate is in fact correct. And then if the Iraqi officials will allow it, we'll go around all over the countryside here and see just exactly what damage was done by the coalition attack overnight.
John, with your discussions with the Iraqi officials who... John, just stand by on the phone. We're going to go to Susan right now with a late development. Susan?
Apparently, we are going to pull video. This was shot yesterday as U.S. and multinational forces. We think it was shot yesterday as U.S. and multinational forces were getting ready for the overnight airstrike against Baghdad, an airstrike that our correspondent John Holloman and the CNN crew in Baghdad weathered and gave us live, harrowing accounts of the attack as it was underway. And just to give you a little bit of background, as we're watching this unedited U.S. pool tape, when the orders actually came for the fighter pilots to get under the way, the men assembled in the squad room very quickly, of course. In recent nights and for about the past week, they have made a point of sleeping very close to the squad room so that they could get there very quickly. They've been sleeping in nearby bunkers. They then received a highly technical briefing involving which bombers they would be escorting, which altitudes they would be flying, all sort of housekeeping things like this. We have just confirmed that this was shot yesterday. Again, as things actually heat up, the crews got the orders that which altitudes, which bombers they would be escorting, which refueling tankers they would use, and of course which targets the mission, their particular mission, would be asked to destroy. Let's listen. course, are looking at unedited U.S. pool tape. It was apparently shot yesterday as U.S. forces were getting ready for the overnight assault on Baghdad and reportedly also Kuwait. They are loading the bombs on the F-15 Eagle, part of the U.S. Air Force. It has a dual role as a fighter and an attack aircraft. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is joining us from the Pentagon as we continue to look at the pictures of the unedited U.S. pool tape.
Well, these F-15 Eagles are really the best U.S. air superiority fighter aircraft, and they obviously played a very important role in this initial U.S.-led airstrike. We're seeing some of these bombs and missiles that were attached to the F-15 before the airstrikes. Clearly, the fighter aircraft returned to these air bases in Saudi Arabia without their bombs, without their missiles. Most of these missiles are really what they call smart munitions, very sophisticated laser-guided, television-guided missiles that don't only fall, what they used to call dumb bombs, but they can be directed in specific pinpointed locations. And once the AWACS, the air surveillance aircraft, the satellites, once all of the targets have been identified, then it's relatively easy for the sophisticated computer technology in these F-15 Eagles and other U.S. fighter bombers to go ahead and direct the missiles, the bombs, to the specific locations, the specific targets. And as we've been reporting all evening, the Pentagon officials with whom we've discussed this issue say that there were some very, very impressive, as far as the U.S. is concerned, very impressive strikes.
Wolf, we should also point out that these planes are fast. They are able to fly as much as 2.5 times the speed of sound. Just incredible machines.
That's right, and they're probably the best in the world. The Iraqis do have some excellent fighter aircraft of their own. The Soviet-made MiG-29s, the French-made F-1 Mirages. But Pentagon officials tell CNN that very few Iraqi planes even got off the ground to challenge the U.S. aircraft that went in. Most of the Iraqi air bases appear to have been destroyed or knocked out of commission, allowing the United States now and its allies to basically have what the U.S. said it would always want to have in the initial hours of any strike, air superiority, to be able to dominate the skies, and then basically at will decide what would be the outcome.
Wolf, have you been able to confirm how many U.S., British, and other Allied forces planes were able to get off the ground last night and participate in this airstrike against Baghdad?
Well, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney publicly used the figure hundreds, said that hundreds of aircraft were involved in this initial strike. We do know from an earlier briefing yesterday that the United States has about 1,700 combat aircraft, fixed-wing combat aircraft, and another almost equal number of combat helicopters in place. In addition, the Saudis have a relatively large air force with F-15s as well. The Kuwaitis have a modest air force. Many of their planes did manage to escape in the aftermath of the Iraqi invasion. Here we see some more of the ground crews taking some of these bombs, some of these missiles, and getting them ready to be loaded aboard these F-15 Eagles. Now, the F-15E is the best of the F-15s. There's the C and the D version, which are older, not as sophisticated, don't have the capabilities of the F-15E. And certainly the United States wanted to use the best of its aircraft, and these F-15s are among the best.
Wolf, do you have any update on a report that we got from Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia that he witnessed 9 F-15s from the United States, 3 Hawks from Kuwait, and 4 Tornadoes from the Great Britain, from the British Air Force, taking off from his vantage point, and that perhaps there was going to be some additional bombing taking place. Any word at all from the Pentagon?
No, Patrick. The word here at the Pentagon is that after this massive initial U.S. strike, the Pentagon and the other allies decided to pause. It shouldn't be all that surprising, though, that there have been some other planes taking off, even if it doesn't portend yet another round of airstrikes, because they want to make sure that the targets that were supposedly destroyed were in fact destroyed. So I wouldn't necessarily conclude from these initial reports from our colleague Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia that this means that the United States and the Allies are yet again starting a second round of airstrikes. Here we see some more unedited tape from the Pentagon pool. Some of these missiles that are getting ready to be put aboard some of the U.S. fighter aircraft. Obviously, this took place just before the United States went ahead and took the offensive and undertook this massive strike. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. These are ground crews. U.S. Air Force ground crews in Saudi Arabia. We're not allowed to say, according to the Pentagon ground rules, exactly where this base is located.
Wolf, presumably if the attack was as successful as the Pentagon leads us to believe, then obviously the added advantage of being able to bomb with these F-15 Eagles at night with their sophisticated computer technology, obviously then that would not be as difficult to go in and bomb during the day where they could use more visual targeting. Is that correct?
Clearly, if the U.S. does have complete air superiority and has destroyed most of the anti-aircraft missile batteries, the anti-aircraft artillery placements, then the United States Air Force and the other allied air forces involved in what is now called Desert Storm, they could go ahead and undertake these kinds of strikes in plain daylight. But certainly the Air Force, the Navy, the Pentagon wanted to begin this operation at night to take advantage of the U.S. night fighting capability.
Wolf, this is Susan again. Reportedly, the F-15 Eagles would, in several military analysts, make up the initial scenario, the initial thrust into Iraq-occupied Kuwait. From your sources in the Pentagon, was it primarily F-15s or a whole series of other crafts?
What we're told, it was several U.S. aircraft, both carrier-based as well as ground-based. Certainly the F-117A stealth fighters, about 40 or 50 of them are in place. They were sent in to knock out some of the most dangerous strategic targets, and they supposedly are invisible to enemy aircraft. In addition, F-16s, excellent planes. The A-6s, the carrier-based, the Intruder, we're told that they didn't actually take off from the carriers. They went into forward air bases close to the line, and from there, after the pilots had a chance to rest up a little bit, they then took off from the ground and unloaded their bombs at the targets in Kuwait and Iraq and returned to these forward air bases.
Wolf, excuse me. We are going back to Baghdad. CNN's John Holloman. John, what is the latest? We're hearing reports that you are under attack.
I'm afraid that's true, Susan. It's happened once at night. Now it's daytime. It's very foggy outside, and I'm going to let you hear the sounds as I hear them out the window. There's a little blue sky overhead. We don't see any of the flashes of light that we were seeing in the dark night that occurred a while ago. You can hear, though, I believe, the anti-aircraft guns as they fire up into the sky here. It's so foggy, we're unable to see anything. But we heard far, far away, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, the first bombs falling here. This is eerie. Eerie is the right word. They're birds, look like doves, flying around our hotel, fairly shaken up by all the new sounds that are being heard out in Baghdad. I see a group of people running out of one government building near the tomb of the unknown soldier here in Baghdad. Obviously, the sounds of the fighting have shaken them up, and they're trying to get to some place of safety. For the past month and a half, Iraqi television has been telling the people of Baghdad what to do for civil defense, how to get to places of safety. And as we look at the 8-lane highway in front of our hotel, I see a taxi cab going down the road about 30 miles an hour backwards in reverse. The driver obviously trying to get away from the source of all that sound. We, in our CNN crew, as we've been preparing for what might happen next, never anticipated we'd see something else happening in the daylight. And from our vantage point, we really can't see because of the heavy, thick fog what is going on, but we can certainly hear the sound. There's been a lull. Well, I just heard another bomb blast, but I'm sure a bomb blast at a distance very far from our hotel. I would say maybe 5 or 10 miles. It sounds like the firing of 26-inch guns from a battleship, actually, when you're, maybe 20 or 30 miles away from the battleship. It's just a very loud explosions, but at a very great distance away. And I'll try to describe, now that we have some daylight, I can at least give you a better picture of the street scenes here. There are still cars going up and down on this street, but many cars are traveling in reverse. This is like you're watching a motion picture played backwards. Cars are doing anything they can to scramble to get off the street. I see a public school bus now that's making a turn to get off of this main street in downtown Baghdad. Although from the sounds of it, what battle is going on some far distance away from where we are.
John, let me just ask you in terms...
It's pretty calm right now. What I'll do is, Susan, see if you have any other questions for me or the rest of our CNN team members. It's Mark Biello, our cameraman, has just walked in the room. Mark, can you see anything from either side of the hotel?
No, on the east side of the building, there was some sporadic anti-aircraft fired, but nothing as of now. It just seemed like some sporadic shooting and maybe only 1 or 2 fighters, and may not even have been a full attack.
Yeah, right. So Charles Jaco, of course, saw some planes taking off about 30 or 40 minutes ago from his position in Saudi Arabia, and that perked up our ears and made us a little bit more interested in listening out the windows here. It appears it's quiet again, Susan. Let me come over so that I can hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
John, apparently my colleague Patrick Greenlaw has a question for you. Patrick, go ahead.
John, I guess you've just answered the question then. In terms of intensity, even though you can't see because of the fog, in terms of intensity, this was nothing like what you went through last night then at the beginning stages.
I think it's probably exactly like the beginning stages of what we saw last night. I was catching the only hour's sleep I had in the past 2.5 days. At the beginning stages of this, Bernie Shaw was in here. He was about to interview, I believe, former Secretary of State George Shultz when all hell began to break loose here in Baghdad. Right now, it's calm again. I don't know what to say to you except to say that it's interesting to still see people on the streets. In fact, I saw a couple of people in, Arabic headdresses walking down the sidewalk. I can still see them. They're not even running. They're just walking slowly down the sidewalk to some location. My colleague Bernie Shaw, a man who was trying to get a little sleep, has just come running in the door.
I'll tell you, I'm afraid to go to sleep because, one, as a journalist, I don't want to miss anything, and two, I don't like trying to go to sleep where bombs are falling.
No kidding.
A couple bombs, obviously, were just dropped way off in the distance. And as I ran down the hall, John, I'll tell you what I think this is. I think this is an effort to test, to see what is still viable, what has survived, which batteries have survived. You'll notice that it came very quickly, and it ended very quickly.
And there's not a lot of anti-aircraft fire. There wasn't a lot of anti-aircraft fire during this raid. I'll tell you this, Bernie. While you were away, Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia detected a group of F-15, I believe Charles said they were F-15s, taking off from his position. He could see them take off. Didn't know where they were going. It is possible that those planes which left about 40 minutes ago might be the very planes creating this increased level of tension in our broadcast booth.
I would surmise that those planes that took off, if they indeed were headed this way, they certainly have arrived at the destination. I'm sure you've reported on this, but isn't this eerie? I keep using that word, but that is a word that really goes to the heart of some of the impressions we were getting from here in Baghdad. To see traffic moving along, and I watched for the cars to pull off. Yeah. They did not pull off to the side of the road. When that wave went by, the wave of bombing went by, these cars, some of them sped up and they tried to get away.
I saw a couple of taxi cabs in reverse going about 30 miles an hour right down in front of us.
Did you see that one cab here that backed up?
No.
He backed up, and he backed up on the curb and was frantically turning around to get out of the way. But I just ran down the hall and wanted to make sure we were all right and you're okay, and I'm going to walk back down the hall
And lie down, Bernie. You're going to have to be standing here while I'm lying down in 4 or 6 hours. So you won't be able to sleep, but at least,
my problem is I can't turn off my mind, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to find a key.
Good luck, Bernie Shaw. Susan Patrick, we're still here. Other questions for us?
Thank you, Bernie. John, have you heard anything from Iraqi officials? The last word you had, apparently officially, was word that Saddam Hussein was planning to go on Iraqi television. I assume that that is apparently canceled. But have Iraqi officials told you anything?
Well, we've heard a little bit from Iraqi officials, Susan. The phones, which we thought were working here, are not working. They rang once, each of them. You might get a dial tone, Bernie, but try to dial for an outside line and see if you get one. That's the problem we've had.
Mark Biello, our chief cameraman here, he's our only cameraman here. He's the man who stayed up all during the night to get the pictures. We hope that we can get out of this country. We're trying, ladies and gentlemen around the world, we are trying desperately to get these pictures out. But right now, Mark is using gaffer's tape on the windows here, and I'm going to see if I can find a roll to use on my windows in my room.
Yeah, good idea, Bernie. But at any rate, I'll tell you what we know from Iraqi officials. They told CNN they came to visit us after a ride of, I guess, about a half a mile in which they were in some danger. They came to our location and said, CNN, we want you to be able to feed your pictures that you took last night, and we want you to come to Iraqi TV. They escorted us there, and when we got there, we began to attempt to feed the pictures, but it turns out that Iraqi television has no video, audio pathway to the outside world. The sound you hear, by the way, is Mark Biello ripping huge strips of tape off to put on our windows. It's okay, Mark. Our viewers want to know what you're doing. Want to know you're trying to keep us safe here in Baghdad. But at any rate, the officials may not know that the pictures that they are trying to transmit are not getting out. Our executive producer, Robert Wiener, is on his way to Iraqi television right now. In retrospect, I'm sort of sorry he went there to get our feed engineer, Nick Robertson, who was at the TV station, but now they're both away from this hotel, which is bad in an attack. We hope they'll be back soon and safe, and as soon as they are, we'll let you know. But at any rate, we're continuing to monitor the situation here. It appears very quiet now. If Bernie Shaw's... Wait a minute, I hear something. Let's see. I thought it might have been the sound of an airplane. It's not. It's the sound of a very large, very old delivery truck.
One other thing before I run back down the hall, John. I have counted only two military trucks in the last hour of watching things here. Maybe you've seen more.
No, there's not much activity by the military at all, at least in this part of Baghdad. I imagine the troops, if there are troops available to go, might have gone to the areas where the bombs struck in the early morning hours just to see what the damage is and try to repair it if they could.
We know from what was said by the Pentagon that the wave after wave of attack bombers came in to do specific targeting, command and control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. And as we look out over downtown Baghdad, we can report accurately that none of the shrines, none of the monuments so important and so dear to the Iraqi people, none has been touched.
That's right. About an hour ago, there was an interesting phenomenon coming from a building on the other side of our hotel, Bernie. It appeared that there was a huge smoke generator just filling the air around us with thick white smoke that looked much thicker than fog.
Well, it was comparable in a way to the fog we've seen over the past couple days. It is dissipated now, but there is a thick mist hanging over downtown Baghdad now as traffic continues to go on this main 8-lane boulevard before our eyes down there. And as I say, we can see intact all of the important shrines, the monuments, the buildings that are so important to Baghdad. This is a city unlike Jordan, where there's so much stone and very few trees and very little greenery. Baghdad is very green. I would say it borders on being lush in many ways. You look downstairs at the swimming pool here where we are, and you can count, I sense, more than 15 palm trees around the swimming pool. This is a green, lush city.
The difference is, I think, between Amman or Jordan and Baghdad, the Tigris River, which is a huge flowing river. And in Jordan, the Jordan Jordan River. It's just a tiny little trickle in many places. So there is more water available to provide all this greenery. And the Iraqi people, the Iraqi government has spent millions of dollars to make it look as nice as it does. And it appears from everything we can see that in the downtown area, it's going to look as nice as it does the rest of the day, just like it did yesterday. Let's go back to our colleagues, maybe, and see if they have other questions for us here. We'll come back inside now.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Thank you, John. We will be coming back to you shortly, you and the rest of our CNN colleagues in Baghdad. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is standing by now live at the Pentagon. Wolf, CNN reports from Baghdad that a second attack is now underway. What do your sources there tell you?
Well, earlier at the news conference that Defense Secretary Dick Cheney held, he said that the U.S. would continue its strikes, even though there was a pause. He said that the U.S. would continue operations, left unclear exactly what he had in mind. But one point has to be underscored right now. If the U.S. and other allied aircraft are undertaking these kinds of strikes in daylight, in Baghdad and presumably elsewhere in the country as well, it certainly does signal that the United States and the Allies are very confident that they have this air superiority, that they can send in their F-15 Eagles, their F-16s, the other sophisticated aircraft, and go after specific targets that may not have been destroyed in the initial wave. They have some better reconnaissance, some real-time intelligence from all of the satellites that are overhead, from some of the other high-flying reconnaissance aircraft. So it does indicate that the U.S. has a high degree of confidence that the United States can send in these sophisticated aircraft, go after a specific target, and return, of course, to their bases without a whole lot of concern that Iraqi ground fire, anti-aircraft missile batteries, or artillery, or anything else could endanger those invading U.S. planes.
Wolf, one thing that our colleague Bernard Shaw mentioned was that he sensed that it might be perhaps a test that perhaps the U.S.-led coalition, the allied forces, might want to see how much of the Iraqi resistance is still viable. Any word from your Pentagon sources on how much this second wave will be?
Well, one of the things that the United States and the other allies would want to test would be to see if the Iraqis still have any radar that they can turn on. And by sending in these aircraft, certainly if the Iraqis do have any radar, they would have to hone in with the radar signals and pinpoint exactly where those remaining radar installations may be located. So yes, I think Bernie is absolutely right. This may be a test. Then again, it may be part of a second wave of strikes against targets that were left intact during the initial bombing strike.
Thank you. CNN's Wolf Blitzer reporting to us live from the Pentagon. Patrick.
Well, there probably isn't anything that affects world markets more than war, and to find out how the war in the Gulf is affecting world markets, let's check in with CNN's Bill Hartley, who's live right now in New York. Bill?
Well, Patrick, markets around the world did indeed react swiftly to the war. Traders in London, New York, and Tokyo have been at their desks and on the phone, swapping stocks and commodities and money since the war began. The price of oil, driven higher by conflict at first, has fallen back to pre-invasion levels, as it appears Saddam Hussein is possibly no longer a threat to oil fields. Brent North Sea crude plunging to $25.25 a barrel, and is a drop of $3.75 from its Wednesday close in Houston. Pacific Rim stock markets buoyed as well. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index gaining 83 points. The Australian stock market all ordinaries up 33, and the Singapore Straits Times Index gaining 49. The Tokyo stock market plunged on the initial news of the invasion. It then turned around and closed up sharply. The Nikkei Index gaining over 1,000 points. That is its 10th highest gain ever. Joining us on the telephone from Tokyo, CNN Business News correspondent Todd Benjamin. Todd, that was quite a turnaround. What did the stock market see that made it turn around so rapidly and so significantly?
Well, Bill, it was quite surprising that the market turned around swiftly as it did and had as big a rise as it did. It was already known the market had discounted to a large extent that there would be a war, but its big rise wasn't expected, and I think it happened because of the success so far of the U.S.-led air attack and the perception that the war will be short. Reports throughout the day indicated that the attack by the U.S.-led forces was going well. As we just recently heard from John Holloman and Bernard Shaw, the bombing continues. And also there's been no word of retaliation by Iraq. In addition, financial authorities here were quick to make statements that they would take appropriate steps to keep the market stable, and I think short covering also added to the market's gain. Bill?
Todd, was there a little embarrassment on the part of the Japanese that they who depend on Gulf oil so much have done so very little to support the allies in this?
Well, I think the Japanese are trying as quickly as possible to turn that perception around. They're now talking about giving additional aid to the U.S.-led forces, and so I think they are trying to do what they can to turn world opinion in their favor.
Thank you very much, Todd. That's it from the Business News Desk in New York. We will have more on world markets in the next hour.
Bill Hartley, thank you very much, and Todd Benjamin in Tokyo. Susan?
Now we take you back to Baghdad. Bernie Shaw is standing by. Bernie, CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports from the Pentagon that you may be right. This may be a test by the Iraqis, rather the U.S. and the allies, trying to find out whether or not the Iraqis still have radar capability. Can you tell us, is the bombing going on right now, or is there a pause now? Bernie, can you hear me?
Thanks very much. We're back here in Baghdad, and normalcy has returned. That brief wave has come and gone, and I see a school bus out on this 8-lane highway for the first time this morning. We are trying to assess as much as we can what is going on, and you can understand that is difficult to do. We are trying desperately, very desperately, to get out to Atlanta and subsequently to the world. The pictures we have shot during the night and during the first hours of daylight, and the people at the feed point at the television station, even Iraq's information minister Jasm is there trying to assist us and trying to get the word out. That is the situation right now. John Holloman is back here now.
Bernie?
Well, Bernie, we've learned a little bit from a colleague who's been out on the streets of Baghdad. The garbage trucks are working today. They're picking up garbage. So one of the points that I have tried to make for our viewers for the past several months is that the Iraqi society is very well organized. Everything needs to be orderly to please the Socialist Arab Ba'ath Party that President Saddam Hussein is the head of. And just another example of that, there are people out on the streets now. They're picking up the garbage, folks. They're trying to make it appear as business as usual, even though there's been another wave of bombing and anti-aircraft fire in the past 10 minutes.
To repeat, we do not know the whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein and his key advisors. We've not been told anything, and our executive producer here on the ground in Baghdad, Robert Wiener, is at the television station feed point, and knowing Robert, if he can get any kind of information when he comes back, he should be able to tell us a lot more than what we're able to report right now.
That's right. If we had a telephone line that works to another telephone in Baghdad that works, we'd be in better shape too. But we'll keep you posted as best we can until we get some more information from the outside.
John and
For Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, live in Baghdad.
John and Bernie, we should point out to our viewers that it is now coming up on 10 a.m. mid-morning in Baghdad. Bernie, this for you. I don't know if you heard me when I introduced you. I was talking with CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, and he says, from his standpoint at the Pentagon, that you may be right, that this could be a test, that the U.S. and its allies could be trying to find out if the Iraqis still have any radar, and perhaps that is one reason why it has not been the onslaught that you endured last night.
I think that's right, and hearing from Wolf at the Pentagon really buttresses my feeling. I estimate that just a few bombs fell. We could feel the concussion where we are now, and I just envision it as an effort to see what's going on the ground. We passed through wave after wave during the night. Let's see what they still have that's active, that's viable, that's a potential threat to other plans we might have, other planes we might be sending in. And there was a response. The anti-aircraft batteries opened up. But again, these warplanes fly so fast, we could not see them during the night. I didn't see this wave that came in. Things happen so quickly in modern warfare that you don't see What you do is hear and feel after the fact.
Thank you, CNN's Bernard Shaw, keeping us up to date with the very latest in Baghdad. Patrick.
Right now, we're going to go back to the Pentagon and CNN's Pentagon correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who has the latest information. And I'm sure, Wolf, you just heard what Bernie had to say. What is the latest from there?
Patrick, the latest information from here is that the U.S. airstrikes after this initial pause are going to continue. They're going to continue for the time being after specific targets. The United States clearly has control of the skies. The fact that these U.S. aircraft are flying in daylight now in Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq indicates that the U.S. Air Force has a high degree of confidence that most of the potential danger, most of the anti-aircraft missile batteries, most of the potential Iraqi Air Force jet fighters themselves that could threaten the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, have been eliminated. And certainly the United States is going to go after the remaining targets. Anything that could knock out a U.S. plane is certainly going to be destroyed, or at least the U.S. Air Force is going to try to destroy those targets. And they're almost certainly testing the Iraqi capabilities, seeing if the Iraqis will turn on whatever radar they may have left to go after those radar sites.
Wolf, is there a feeling there, though, that this was almost, if you would, they're incredulous, that there would be no response from the Iraqi Air Force, or even much more than just some artillery from rooftops around the city of Baghdad, that there really has been no response at all from the Iraqi Air Forces?
Well, over these months, the U.S. Air Force, I must say, have been the prime advocates of air power. And for months, U.S. Air Force officials have maintained rather confidently that air power alone could get this job done. And I'm sure you'll recall, Patrick, that in September, the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force, General Michael Dugan, was fired after saying publicly that the air war alone could basically get the job done decisively, rather speedily. And other officials at the Pentagon were always concerned, well, what happens if the air war doesn't succeed? There have been similar assurances in the past. Air power alone never got the job done. In this particular case, there is no indication, we are told by Pentagon officials, that the U.S. for the time being has any intention of bringing in the ground forces, sending in the mechanized infantry divisions of the Army, sending in the amphibious landing assault teams of the Marine Corps. For the time being, the President, the Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Norman Schwarzkopf, are willing to let air power alone see what can be done, and that if there has to be a ground strike at some point, if the Iraqi forces have not yet capitulated, if they have not yet surrendered, at some point when the ground forces go in with the M1A1 battle tanks, the armored personnel carriers, all of the amphibious landing gear, at that point, presumably after such massive destruction, it will be a lot easier than if the ground forces were sent in right now.
Okay, Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Susan?
It is mid-morning in Amman, Jordan. CNN's Margaret Lowry is standing by on the phone with the latest there. Margaret.
Susan, a couple of things for you. First of all, Jordan's royal court tells us that airspace here is not closed. Repeat, not closed, despite reports to the contrary. And CNN's producer, Dan Fernand, is out at the border, that's Jordan's border with Iraq, and he reports to us that a town there called Traybil was hit by a bomb at some point during the night. Now, the town is in a border area between Iraq and Jordan in what is apparently considered to be a neutral zone, although the town technically may be Jordanian territory. And we've had no word yet from the royal court here on what that could mean or what the implications of that may be. Susan?
Margaret, can you expand on that a little bit? When you say that the court has said that the airspace is not closed, give us some details what that means.
Well, it means that it is not closed. There were reports earlier in the night, I guess after the bombing started, that Jordanian airspace had closed. As you know, Jordan is between Iraq and Israel and is determined to remain neutral as long as it can. And there were fears that it had perhaps closed its airspace during the fighting, but the royal court tells us now that that is not true.
All right, the latest from CNN's Margaret Lowry in Amman, Jordan. Patrick.
As you well know, there's been some anti-war protesting on both sides of the Atlantic, and there is also some on the Pacific shores. And for the very latest on that, let's check in live with CNN's Ann McDermott, who is live right now at a protest in Los Angeles. Ann?
Well, you can probably hear a lot of noise behind me, a lot of shouting. There's drum beats, there was singing. And a little while ago, you could barely hear yourself, hear anyone talk over the horns honking. People here who are against the war have been asking people to support them. by sounding off, and they have. Next to me is a rare counter-protester, and the crowd is trying to hush him. But for the most part, these are people that are against the war. Earlier this morning, even before the hostilities broke out, nearly 160 people were arrested in Los Angeles. They were trying to block entrances to the federal building. This is also a federal building where we are on Wilshire Boulevard. People here tried to block intersections earlier today. The police stopped them. Police stopped them, but these people, some are still trying. Some here say they are going to continue their vigil through the night. The crowds have thinned a little bit, but there have been at least a couple of thousand people here. Up in San Francisco, there were also demonstrations. People paraded through the streets and settled down for an overnight candlelight vigil. Also, people demonstrated in Washington and in New York. They gathered outside the United Nations building. Again, the protest here is going on strong in Los Angeles. I'm Ann McDermott, CNN, reporting live in Los Angeles.
We take you now back to Baghdad. What is the latest there?
Susan, some interesting news. One of the big questions we have had during all of our coverage since the bombing began was, where is Saddam Hussein? CNN's satellite maven and chief engineer Nick Robertson has been at the Iraqi television headquarters, our feed point, for the past 2 hours, and he has seen Saddam Hussein. Nick, I know you were there to attempt to get these pictures that we took overnight out to the rest of the world. Tell us first of all about who you saw there, the names in the news in Iraq today.
Initially, I met Minister Jazem. After that, I went to sit at the feed point. We were unable to feed for lack of communications. While I was waiting at the feed point, President Saddam Hussein walked by on his way, I believe, to record a message either to American people or to the people of Iraq.
Yeah. Guess with me, Nick, how long ago it was when you saw President Saddam Hussein come into the TV station?
It would be within the last hour. It would probably approximately be 9 a.m. local time. That's 6 a.m. GMT when I saw him.
Yeah, and the Information Minister Jazem was there with him, I suppose, and were they talking together?
Jazem I saw separately at an earlier point, approximately 8:30 local time.
Okay, and the reason that our viewers can't see these pictures is because I guess the telephones don't work at Iraqi TV, or they can't get the pictures and sounds out to the satellite.
There's no attempt, to my knowledge, being made to feed at this point in time, and the reason for that being, I believe, a lack of communications to Amman, Jordan, as the next step in our feed process from here. I believe they're trying to make contact with Amman, Jordan. I was left very much in the dark with no information.
Yeah, well, of course, our viewers are in the dark as well, because I'm looking at what could be as much as 90 minutes of terrific videotape of last night's attack, which is here in my hands rather than on your TV sets at home, and we apologize for the problems we're having with Iraqi television getting this material to you. I'm sure they're trying to do what they can to get the pictures out, but you got to have telephones to make contact before you turn on a multi-100-watt satellite transmission to the outside world. Nick Robertson, we're very glad to have you back safe and sound, because, as you know, anytime anybody leaves this hotel and goes to a sensitive location like the TV station, there's potential for trouble. So, to our colleagues in Atlanta, we're very glad to have Nick home safe and sound, and we'll be back to you with another updated report. But now we know, at least, that President Saddam Hussein, who we heard might be making a television address a couple of hours ago, has just arrived to record that address. So it might still be available to us, perhaps even live sometime in the next few hours, if Iraqi television can send it out. So we'll stay in touch. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, just to reiterate, can you please clarify, Saddam Hussein was actually seen this morning, it is now 10 a.m. in Baghdad, in person?
That's right. Our man Nick Robertson just told you, Susan, he was at the television station 1 hour ago when Saddam Hussein walked in. Did the president acknowledge you were there, Nick? Did you wave at him? Did he wave back or anything?
The president did not see me. I kept myself very much inconspicuous.
Sometimes the best policy in these matters. But, Susan, yes, our man, CNN's Nick Robertson, has seen the president of Iraq in the past 60 minutes at the TV station, so we know where he is.
Nick, what can you tell us about how Saddam Hussein looked? Did he look tired? Did he look tense? Did he look angry? Did he look frustrated? What can you tell us, perhaps speculate about the psychological strain on the man?
Very hard to say indeed. I would probably not describe him with any of the words that you used there. Maybe resolute, and maybe there was a determination in his step, and the people with him were walking a pace to keep up with him.
I'm sure the viewers all over the world are very, very interested in your sighting of President Saddam Hussein, because you may be the only Westerner who has seen him in the past 2 or 3 days, Nick. Susan, if you have more questions, we're here.
Thank you very much, John. Right now we are going back to Patrick Greenlaw, but thank you to you and all of our colleagues in CNN Baghdad. Patrick.
Obviously, a tremendous amount of developments in the past 8 hours since the initial invasion. CNN's Mark Leff has this report on the chronology of how things happened.
First word from 2 of the 4 countries whose planes were involved in the overnight attack on Iraq and Kuwait is that all aircraft and their crews have returned to their bases unharmed after destroying much of Iraq's Air Force, many of its elite Republican Guard troops, and, according to the U.S. Defense Department, much of Iraq's war-making capacity. The attack on military targets in Baghdad and throughout Iraq and Kuwait involved several waves of aircraft and dozens of cruise missiles.
I saw Tomahawk cruise missiles leave the U.S. destroyer Paul F. Foster at exactly 1:37 local time. That's 3 hours ahead of British time. They curled in an arc over the ship and then steadied and headed northwest for Iraq. And by 2 o'clock our time, 20 minutes later, 40 more cruise missiles had been launched.
Less than 3 hours after the sound of anti-aircraft fire first echoed over Baghdad, President Bush told a television audience the world could wait no longer.
We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
The president later authorized the U.S. Department of Energy to make more than 1 million barrels of oil available for sale each day from the federal government's strategic petroleum reserves in Louisiana and Texas. The presidential speech also sent world oil spot market prices downward after the surge that followed first reports of the bombing. The Saudi government sounded air raid sirens after the first wave of aircraft hit Baghdad and ordered journalists to shelters. Both the Saudi and U.S. governments denied reports that Iraq had managed to launch a handful of Scud missiles toward Saudi targets. Elsewhere in the Middle East, Jordan has put its armed forces on alert after state-run Amman Radio reported the attack on what it called sisterly Iraq. In Israel, which Iraq had promised would be a target of retaliation, the government ordered a state of alert, but said the Iraqi threat to Israel is diminishing. 5 hours after the airstrikes began, Baghdad Radio broadcast a speech by President Saddam Hussein, in which he said the dawn of victory nears as what he called this great showdown begins. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
I'm Jonathan Mann.
I'm Patrick Embry. We continue with our coverage. Let's go now to Baghdad. CNN's John Holloman standing by. John?
Patrick, we've just received some news from Nick Robertson, CNN's chief satellite engineer here in Baghdad. He's been to the television station in an effort to get some videotape fed out to you. It can't be fed at the moment. Nick, you say you discovered some damage from last night's bombing, huh?
Yes, there was damage. There was some damage in the street, some broken glass and some small amounts of rubble, but there was one significant point of damage I noticed on a building I would best describe as a communications type of building with many dishes on the roof, microwave type dishes, maybe a post office communications type building. There was a sizable hole in one side of that, and one lower corner of the structure at the back had been sizably damaged.
And Nick also reports that about 60 minutes ago, he saw Iraqi President Saddam Hussein at the television station, apparently about to prepare a videotape message for the people of Iraq. At this point, we don't believe Iraqi television is on the air, but we're trying to determine that for sure. Yeah, and it appears that it's not on the air. That's the latest from Baghdad. We'll have more for you when we can get back to you.
John, about the fog, you still have it. Bring us up to date on conditions right now at a little after 10 in the morning.
Well, the fog's beginning to lift, Patrick, and in fact, I can go to the window and describe some things a little bit further away than I was able to before. Let's see there. Oh, I see many more soldiers on the street than I've seen in the past. Revolving restaurant, Nick, tell me.
No, I see a revolving...
oh, yes, I see a radar, a radar installation that appears at an anti-aircraft installation here. That we've seen the anti-aircraft guns at this location in the past, but we've never seen a spinning radar outfit. So there is we've been talking with Wolf at the Pentagon and Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia about spotting radars from the Iraqis. There appears to be one very close to our location here, which is now in operation. And as we look around the city, we can still see very little sign of any damage except what Nick reported, and also some broken glass, probably from the concussion of some of the bombs in several other locations around the city of Baghdad. As yet, we haven't been able to get our cameras out on the street. Iraqi officials won't let us take any pictures of the damage so far. We're hoping that as the day progresses, we'll be able to get you some new pictures and also to send you the pictures from last night, the dramatic footage of this air raid on Baghdad. Patrick?
We'll be checking back in with John Holloman as needed. Let's go to Jonathan Mann.
Patrick, we're going now to Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Charles?
Jonathan, attention has certainly shifted away from the White House in the course of the evening, and of course being the middle of the night here now. President Bush, we would imagine, is resting well. We do understand that Secretary of State Baker, Secretary of Defense Cheney are expected at the White House for breakfast, at least with the National Security Advisor, possibly with the President, too. There are no public events on the President's schedule for this now Thursday here. The last word, I guess it's Wednesday, I've lost track of time. The last word that we really got from the President is his words from the Oval Office.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation. No threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him.
There are no claims of victory, but the Bush administration is certainly satisfied with the way things are going in the early going. Others in Washington are not pleased. For several days, there's been a round-the-clock vigil and anti-war demonstration along Pennsylvania Avenue and in Lafayette Park across the street from the White House. Several hundred have gathered there. The crowd ebbs and flows in terms of its size. It has been mostly peaceful, but in the course of this evening, there were some clashes with police, some of them mounted on horseback. We understand that there were fists and bottles and arrests. President Bush has claimed throughout that he would have public support for his action, but it is not unanimous support. Jonathan?
Charles Bierbauer at the White House, thank you. Stick around, though. We'll be coming back to you in the hours ahead. Patrick?
John Sweeney is in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Let's go to him now and get an update, get an idea of what the capital of Saudi Arabia is like at this hour in the morning. John?
Actually quite normal, considering the circumstances. Saudi officials have scheduled a briefing for in about 45 minutes. We expect to hear from a Saudi general on the situation, and that will be the first time officially we have heard from the Saudis. Again, about 45 minutes at this spot. We got some indication early on of today's raids. About 20 minutes before the raids were reported in Baghdad, we had eyewitnesses outside the main the main air base in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, report seeing 9 F-15 American fighter planes taking off and heading north, accompanied by British fighter bombers and also by Kuwaiti aircraft. And on the nearby island nation of Bahrain, a British air wing commander says that British Jaguar aircraft will be involved in today's raids, following last night's raids by Britain's most powerful aircraft, the Tornado fighter bomber. That plane last night, the commander said, carried cluster bombs and also regular 1,000-pound bombs. We also have a report from Saudi oil industry officials who say that Iraqi artillery managed to destroy a couple of empty tanks in a refinery area in the neutral zone between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. However, that artillery reportedly just missed a 30,000 barrel a day oil refinery. And we first, here in the Saudi capital, we first got wind that something was going on about 2 hours before the official attack began, when many of us were awakened by the tremendous sound of several KC-135 tanker refueler planes taking off one after the other here. We now know that these planes were sent on a mission to refuel the many combat aircraft that took part in the invasion. I'm John Sweeney, CNN, live in Riyadh.
John, we want to just check with you briefly. Charles Jaco has indicated, to the best of his determination from his vantage point, there have been no losses of aircraft. Can you add to that, confirm it?
The Military Information Bureau here has yet to make an official statement. They have issued some fax communique. We have no confirmation on that. As far as I know, there have been no planes lost.
All right, John Sweeney in the capital of Saudi Arabia, giving us a picture of how things are in the capital. Let's go now to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan?
Patrick, let's go to Francis Hardin at the State Department. Francis, is there any diplomatic communication going on right now between the U.S. or other members of the multinational force and the government of Iraq?
Jonathan, not right now, but there was plenty of activity earlier today. Secretary of State James Baker at the moment is not in the building. He is at home, presumably in bed, and he'll be up early again tomorrow morning, or that is to say later this morning. He is due at the White House at 7:30 to have breakfast with National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and also with Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. That is a meeting that could possibly also include the president. Wednesday morning, that is the day the attack began, Baker met with the Saudi ambassador to the United States, Prince Bandar. Bandar came here. He was asked for his country's green light for the battle to begin. After a quick call to Saudi Arabia, to King Fahd, that permission was granted. Baker spent much of the rest of the day calling the ambassadors of Israel, Kuwait, Germany, Syria, and Japan. He also called the chairman and ranking...
All right, we've got to interrupt Francis Hardin. We're going now to Baghdad for the latest. Go ahead, Baghdad.
Oh, Patrick, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but there've just been two very loud explosions that rocked us a little bit here in downtown Baghdad. We're not sure precisely where they came from. I was about to start looking at some videotape of the initial attack last night, and I couldn't tell whether I was hearing the videotape or the live until my cameraman, Mark Biello, said, nope, this is not Memorex. And we look out now and look for signs of damage. I'm looking at the downtown Baghdad airport, a small airport. Don't see any sign of damage there. I hear some bells ringing someplace in the distance. I don't see any smoke anywhere as I look through the horizon. I'm looking at old downtown Baghdad. I see a huge water tank that's still intact. As I continue to look, I see two minarets of a mosque way off in the distance, perhaps 4 or 5 miles away. And I continue to see birds flying over the city. I can't tell you what just happened. I know it shook us up again as we have been accepting and feeling some incoming fire for some time here. At this point, Patrick, I can't tell you anything. I'm looking up in the sky to see if I see signs of jet planes flying over, and I just do not. I think since we can't tell you any more, we'll let you go back to what you were doing before, and we'll just keep our eyes and ears peeled here in Baghdad.
We can stay with you beyond the two explosions that you heard. Give us an idea of what the hotel is like. You're still on the 14th floor all night long. People who have been with us have heard about the bomb shelter below. What's going on in the home you're occupying now?
Well, in our CNN rooms, we have several rooms, Patrick, and we're here. Some people are trying to rest, to sleep, because none of us has had any sleep in days and days now, it seems like. The bomb shelters in the basement of the hotel were opened. When people went down there right after the initial attack in the middle of the night, they were locked in those shelters. They weren't allowed to leave, and that was too bad. The people got kind of cramped quarters down there, and several of us, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and I, were able to hide out from Iraqi authorities up here in our broadcast booth, so we were able to avoid being rounded up with everybody else, and that's how we were able to talk to you all night long. But in the hotel now, I can walk out into the hallway. There's still no electricity, still no water, still the telephone service inside the hotel is restored. I can talk to another room on another floor, but I still can't make a call outside. The operator at the hotel says all telephone lines down in Baghdad. It could be because of that report we received from our engineer Nick Robertson a few minutes ago that one of the major communication towers in downtown had been damaged by something in the attack overnight. So the hotel is still a nice place to live, probably compared to other places around Baghdad. It's one of the best places to live, but I'll tell you at this moment I would rather be with you in Atlanta, Georgia.
John, tell us about the last attack. Give us a little bit of a comparison to the one that you experienced in the middle of the night when all of this got going.
Well, what we just heard, Patrick, was just a couple of loud blasts. It could have been anti-aircraft fire, and in fact, I believe that's probably what it was, from an anti-aircraft gun on the east side of our location. And I'm looking out the window right now at another anti-aircraft battery on another side of our location, which has a radar tower spinning, a radar dish spinning around on top of it. It's the first time we've been here for a long time, and we've seen this particular installation in the past, but we've never seen the radar dish up and operating. So obviously it's looking for incoming from someplace. Also, let me look out the window here with you for a moment. There's a small, not big enough for a 727, but the small private jet airport in downtown Baghdad. I see planes on the ground there. I don't see much activity of planes taxiing or anything like that, but it appears to be undamaged at this hour. And off in the distance, I hear a rumbling right now. I don't know if you can hear this rumbling, but it's coming from where I stand. I believe it is coming from the west. It sounds almost like at the beginning of a cowboy movie when you hear of a herd of horses thundering off in the distance. That's the sort of sound I can hear right now out the window, and I believe the direction it's coming from is the west. But at any rate, compared to what we experienced last night, this is small potatoes. Last night there was barrage after barrage after barrage, wave after wave of planes, and the skies were brightly lighted with anti-aircraft fire from the Iraqis, which, from all we could tell, did not have a lot of effect. I'm hearing now the sounds of what I believe are big bombs falling. I don't see anything from these bombs, but I can just hear it. It's a rumbling. Patrick, you'll remember I covered the earthquake in San Francisco for us back a couple of Octobers ago, and it's that sort of feeling that I'm getting here. I'm going to let you stick the microphone out the window, see if you can hear what I hear. Sounds like distant thunder. I'm thankful to be able to tell you that this attack that is occurring right now in Baghdad is much further away from the central city than what we heard last night. And I'm going to continue to peer out the window through the white clouds with some breaks so that you can see blue, just to see if I could see some sort of sign of some kind of aircraft. And I do not. I'll just tell you that. And just as quickly as the rumbling started, it seems to have stopped here in Baghdad. Patrick, it just ended just this instant.
John, do we know any more? Have you been able to make any kind of investigation of the building that you had described earlier with the white smoke pouring out of it? Any speculation or any firm ideas on what that was?
Well, we thought perhaps it might be a smoke generator of some kind. We didn't know. One Iraqi official said he thought it might be some trash burning rather than anything intentional to fill up the air. But the volume of the white smoke that was coming out of this whatever it was at the side of this building was something far beyond a pile of trash. And the smoke was all pure white. It looked just like fog, only it had an awful stench to it. And so we don't know. I've never seen anything like it. We might get our people at the Pentagon or in Saudi Arabia who know some things about instruments of war to say, to tell us if there's anything like that in the U.S. arsenal, something to put a lot of fog-looking smoke over a wide area. Let me describe the streets of Baghdad for you for a minute. There still is traffic. There are a lot more soldiers on the street around our hotel than there have been in the past, and it still seems that people are trying to go about their business here despite all this thunder, which is obviously not coming from heaven, but coming from the coalition partners who are continuing to keep Baghdad under attack.
John, I guess we're coming up on, roughly 8 hours now since the first attack, 10:30, it's coming up on 10:30 a.m. right now in Baghdad, but around 8 hours ago, the first strike hit the city, and following it at that time, you and Bernie and Peter Arnett had a couple of encounters with security people in the hotel. I'm wondering if you can, and if you've had any other encounters that I may have missed, can you describe any of these people, the attitude that they have about what is happening to their country?
I asked one fellow about the comparison between this and the Iran-Iraq war, which he had obviously lived through. He was a man probably 25 or 30 years old. He was the man who took many of our videotapes. And I asked him the question, and he said, this is much different from the Iran-Iraq war. And I've been talking to the Iraqi people for some time about comparisons and things. And they always said they didn't expect the U.S. to be able to do any more to them than was done in the Iran-Iraq war. And as it turns out, this fellow indicated very strongly to me that this certainly was worse than the Iran-Iraq war. I'm looking out on the east side of our hotel. Our producer, Robert Wiener, says there's been some damage here. I can't get my microphone cable to you, Robert. You'll have to come to me and describe for me what you see out this room of the hotel, out the east side. Just tell me what you see. Out beyond the foreign ministry, there has been an attack. There are thick, billowing clouds of black smoke. The anti-aircraft guns, the batteries that are in front of us on one of the buildings have been at alert. They have fired off several rounds. I don't think you could hear those, John, when you were on the other side. But people are racing for another attack here. Yeah, okay, Robert. So we've got black smoke pouring out of one building. Patrick, as soon as you and I get a break from this conversation, I'm going to get a somewhat longer microphone cord so I can travel more distance through this place and give you better outlooks from all sides of the hotel where we're staying. I'll look back out my west-facing window again to tell you, after a few unnerving moments in the past few minutes, things seem to be pretty calm again, except for this thick, black, billowing smoke that we see on the other side of the place.
John Holloman, take a breather. Stay safe. We'll be back to you, obviously, in the very near future. Jonathan?
Patrick, as the multinational attack on Iraq continues, let's go now to the country, to the city that Iraq has targeted for its own eventual attack, if one comes, and that is Israel and Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by. Richard?
Yes, Jonathan, Israel is breathing a little easier this morning, but officials are saying don't break out the wine yet. Iraqi missile batteries that may have been pointed at Israel, and specifically Tel Aviv, may have been destroyed, but authorities are calling on everyone to obey civil defense emergency procedures. Basically, the operational line right now in Israel is, we're prepared for anything. But certainly Tel Aviv residents are very pleased to see the sun come up here. Saddam Hussein vowed to make Tel Aviv his first target should he get hit in Iraq by U.S.-led forces. But Israel is not involved in this conflict so far. CNN's Richard Blystone in Jerusalem has more on the reaction here in the Jewish state to the U.S.-led raid on Baghdad.
Most of Israel slept through it, as Saddam Hussein's threat to attack the Jewish state with missiles was violently contradicted. The lights of prime target Tel Aviv stayed on. An Iraqi ballistic missile wouldn't need them to find or lose its way. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, who promised the U.S. not to make a preemptive strike at the missiles, had been informed an hour before Operation Desert Shield became Desert Storm. Essential personnel lugged their gas masks as they reported into the General Staff Headquarters at Kinya Base in Tel Aviv. Go home, the radio told others. Stay home. Open the box. Get the mask ready. Israeli television came on the air to show everyone, once again, how to do it. Traffic all but disappeared from the streets of Jerusalem, but the sirens never sounded. In the Foreign Ministry's Situation Room in Jerusalem, the crisis team glued to the television as an attack became more and more unlikely. Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pleased but cautious.
As you know, Israel is not involved in this conflict, but we follow the events very closely. We wish the American and coalition forces Godspeed and full success in achieving their missions, and we hope that they'll come home safely, all of them, and quickly.
In downtown Tel Aviv, nonchalance.
Nobody is worried about this, and we are very happy that they make that come in this situation to finish him quickly and shortly.
And a little early rejoicing. Defense Minister Moshe Aarons went on TV to say, don't rejoice too soon.
It's too early to say the danger to Israel has passed. We must continue to be alert and ready.
But, he said, it's a very good morning for Israel. A missile barrage from western Iraq, more than 300 miles away, had been considered a long shot in more ways than one. Israeli analysts thought at most a handful would get off the ground, and those with small payloads, and so inaccurate it was said that Jerusalem might be in no more danger than Amman, Jordan, 70 miles away. If that was an exaggeration, it never got put to the test. Jerusalem residents ventured, few and cautious, into the streets after daybreak, their gas masks still close at hand.
So I just woke up and I turned on the radio and the TV. I heard. I make a coffee for everybody. We said, we're laughing, and that's it.
Police patrolled warily in Arab East Jerusalem, part of it under curfew, along with the occupied West Bank. Palestinians were still backing Saddam Hussein.
You know, we have to be with him. We don't have another choice.
In defeat, a kind of victory for Iraq's president that'll take more than bombs to blow away. The scores against Iraq's missiles are a relief politically as well as militarily. Israel had agreed to let the U.S. deal with them initially, but warned...
All right, we'll get back to Richard Blystone. Back to Baghdad, bombing taking place. Go ahead, John Holloman.
Patrick, I apologize for interrupting my colleague Dick Blystone in Jerusalem. You were hearing the same sound that we were hearing a few minutes ago, this rolling thunder of what we assume is incoming bombs coming from a direction which may well be to the west of our location in the middle of downtown Baghdad. And we're looking around for the source of it. We don't hear it right now, but while I was away, I was able to get a longer microphone cord so I can go over and perhaps a little better describe for you the smoke from some building which has obviously been hit in one of the most recent attacks. Out the window on the east side of our hotel, one of the hotel's power generators has been fired up. We can see that, so it may be that we're going to get some electricity from here. As I look out the window, I see thick plumes of black or grayish smoke coming from a building which may be as much as a mile away. My colleague Mark Biello is looking at this through a very good set of binoculars. Mark, can you see anything as far as the source of that smoke?
No, most of the smoke is hidden by a building in the front. There's some communication towers in front of it. My guess would be some kind of oil processing or oil refinery in the outskirts of Baghdad.
Yeah, we know that Baghdad has plenty of those, plenty of oil refineries. I'm going to stick my head out another window because you may be able to hear some of the sound. It's more sound coming from generally the same area where the smoke is coming from, which I guess is north from our location in the central city. And as Mark points out, it may well be an oil refinery because there is so much thick black smoke mixed in with some white smoke. So there might be something that combines oil and water, which gives you smoke that's this color. The smoke is coming out in such volume now that it's creating a pall over a big section of the sky. As I look out on downtown Baghdad from a different vantage point than you and I have had in the past, Patrick, I can tell you about some things that I wasn't able to tell you about before. The entire downtown section still seems totally unaffected by this. The buildings, the shrines, the Muslim holy places have not been touched at all by the incoming United States. And I see, I'm going to tell you about something that may get me in trouble with the Iraqi government, but I'll tell you anyway. I'm looking out at an anti-aircraft installation on a building near my location. I won't give you the direction on the compass because I'm sure that would get me in trouble. But the people at this installation are moving their gun barrels back and forth. They are searching the skies right now, attempting to find whatever aircraft are responsible for this thick black smoke that we're talking about, which may well be from a chemical plant or an oil refinery or some sort of industrial facility, because that black smoke continues to pour out even in daylight here in Baghdad. I can see from this location, I believe, the Tigris River, and I see nothing really unusual there on the river banks as we look out the window. It appears that the river has not been involved very much in what's happening here. And so the situation in Baghdad, which has been certainly remarkably testy for the past, I guess, nearly 12 hours now, is getting even more testy minute by minute as we continue to be hit with some sort of bombs and anti-aircraft fire at those bombs. Patrick?
John, we can talk more about the bombing that's going on, but if we've got a moment here, I wonder if you might just tell our viewers, we're thrilled here that all of you CNN folks have made it through the night. I wonder if you could tell us and try to give us a feeling of what it must be like to be in that hotel. I know, for one, I would be wondering when the 2,000-pound bomb would hit the roof. How did you feel through all of that?
If you're talking personal emotions, Patrick, I think that is what you're talking. We've all had to face up to this. We had a meeting of our staff last night to decide if we would all stay here or some of us would leave and go back. And our plan was to get on a charter plane, some of us today, and go back perhaps to Amman, Jordan. As it turns out, there probably won't be any charter flights today. We're here because our good night's sleep was interrupted by this first American Allied attack here on Baghdad. But the emotions, I mean, you look on the brightest side you can. We've considered every possible option that we can think of as a better place to be than this hotel. This hotel is the newest, thickest, best-built, most modern hotel, certainly in Baghdad. It the problem with it is that it's in the center of the city, and if the coalition decided it was going to do a great deal of damage to the shrines in downtown Baghdad, to the big government buildings here, to the ministries, our hotel would be directly in the flight path. And in fact, last night, as this attack was going on, we could hear the fighter jets coming right over our hotel as they were on their way, and we were very pleased that they went somewhere else before they loosed the bombs and the bullets that they carried. But it's an emotional roller coaster. It's an up and down situation. Patrick, I know you want to talk more about feelings and things I'm seeing right now, but I must tell you I see on the west side of Baghdad more smoke coming up from a building near one of the main water tanks for the city. The smoke is just about over now, but there was a huge puff of it a few moments ago, and now the smoke is beginning to dissipate. And out the window, I hear the pummeling of more bombs as we talk. But I'm surprised. I'll tell you a personal story, Patrick. I had no idea. I've never been in a war. Peter Arnett, my colleague, has spent much of his life in the Vietnam War, and he's used to covering things like this. And I didn't know how I would react. I guess I was, the options here last night when the bombing started were to stay here and try to cover the story, or to get into the hotel's fallout shelter, or the bomb shelter. We decided to stay here and do the best job we could of staying in touch. And we felt it was a miracle that the microphone that I'm using to talk to you and the communication circuit it's hooked up to was allowed to stay, in operation through this whole night. The fact that it's still working, we still consider a miracle, and we'll continue to use it for all it's worth for as long as we can until the communication link gets cut. We have a couple backups that we might also try to use if this goes down, but this is obviously the most convenient way for us to talk. And as long as I can talk to you and hear from you and hear from our other correspondents about what's going on, I have personally a much greater sense of personal security than I might if I didn't have access to this. I've got to, before I throw it back to you, Patrick, I've got to go to the window here and look out and just see if I can see some signs of the airplanes that are responsible for all the noise that I hear here. And I don't. I see birds in the sky. I hear these loud reports. As I would describe them as being like the sounds from a battleship, the 26-inch guns on a battleship like the New Jersey. Well, there was anti-aircraft guns. You probably heard that. A little crack and pop, and I believe that anti-aircraft fire is much of what we're hearing right now. As I look out toward the south, or rather toward the north, I see the little downtown airstrip. It still seems to be okay. I don't see any signs really of much additional new smoke on the horizon, but it's eerie. It really is. It's going to be the word to describe this part of the war in the Gulf as far as seeing in Baghdad. You put your head out the window and you get this eerie feeling from everything around you. Patrick?
And do you also get a feeling of history, John? I don't want to sound melodramatic, but it can't escape coming to mind Edward R. Murrow somewhere in London telling the folks back home, "This is London." Do you get that at all?
Sure, absolutely. It's not overpowering, but you do get a sense that in the past 25 years there hasn't been a battle like the battle that we were able to witness last night. And we know that last night there were 45 journalists, period, from the world in Baghdad, and CNN had 8 of them. And it makes us very proud of the company we work for and the people we serve, the folks who are watching this broadcast right now. So yeah, we do have a sense of the history of what we're covering, certainly.